should know. I have never really liked you at all. I cannot hide it anymore. I've been thinking about the future, trying to forget about the past. So many ways that I could change for the better.
This is a true crime discussions channel. We speculate. This is all just speculation. Because it's true crime, it's for mature audiences only. There will be no children allowed, no exceptions. Everything on this channel falls under fair use. Please remember to like, comment, subscribe, and share. It's free.
Hey y'all, good morning. Good morning. Let me get Mac Daddy real quick. Where's he at? There he is. Good morning. Good morning. I'm waiting for Law and Crime. So I tried to say hey to y'all as y'all were coming in. Good morning, Genevieve, Lori Lou, Sarah Lee, Cracker Jacks, Julie. I need to scroll up now. Hannah UK, Miss Sarah, good to see you. Scratch to Paint, Katia or True Crime Addict. Para, I don't know how to say your name. I'm gonna call you Mandy. Para Mandy. Jenny Jen, I know was in here. Lori Lowe, good to see you. Proud Danish, good to see you this morning. And my Jenny Jen, good to see you. I'm glad y'all are here with us today. So yeah, this is okay. This is the trial for Christine Holloway. This case is from 2019. So I don't know if you saw the video. I'll play that right quick while we wait for Law and Crime once my computer wakes up. Goodness gracious. All right, computer, wake up. Wakey, wakey. I don't have no eggs and bakey. So yeah, I've got this 3-minute video that I'll show you to kind of catch you up on the case real quick, and then we'll start the trial. They should have it going by then. All right, now, don't be crazy. Don't be crazy for me today. All right, I'm going to make it full screen.
This is Christine Holloway. Christine Holloway left this earthly plane on December 2nd, 2019. This is Christine's boyfriend. His name is Jose Morales. He is the father of Christine's daughter, Vanessa Morales. Let's listen to a quick timeline of events.
Friday, November 29th is the last confirmed contact we had with Christine Holloway that we've been able to establish. December 2nd at approximately 1 p.m., Christine's employer requests a welfare check. She had not shown up for work. We had no contact at the house at that time. December 2nd, 7:30 p.m., Christine's family comes in and requests a welfare check. At that point, we make entry into the house. Christine is found deceased in the home, and Vanessa Morales is missing.
Christine's cause of death was blunt force trauma to the head. Basically, she had been beaten to death. Jose Morales is the alleged perpetrator. Their daughter, Vanessa, is missing still to this very day. What he did with her, nobody knows.
December 4th, an Amber Alert is issued for Vanessa Morales. December 4th, State of Connecticut, Office of the Chief Medical Examiner rules Christine Holloway's death a homicide by blunt force trauma. And December 17th, the Ansonia Police Department officially announces Jose Morales is the suspect in both the death of Christine Holloway and the disappearance of Vanessa Morales.
Vanessa is missing along with her diaper bag, her car seat, and the comforter to her bed.
In addition to searching for Vanessa, we are looking for the following items which are listed on this poster board to my far left. Okay, these are items that Christine Holloway used in taking care of Vanessa, and we have been able to locate them. And we are looking for a Graco unknown model car seat and base, and possibly there is a teething ring attached to it, a multicolored polka dot child's comforter, and an Eddie Bauer First Adventure backpack diaper bag color heather gray.
Jose Morales has been offered plea deals over the years, but he could never come to terms with the requirements of these plea deals. So starting tomorrow morning, he will be in court.
So, from what I understand, part of the plea deals that he was offered was that he had to tell where the baby was. And I think that he is not doing that, so that's why they never came to terms with a plea deal. Like, part of his plea deal would be he has to tell where the baby is, and he won't tell nobody. It reminds me of the Skelton boys. Good morning, Amy from Pennsylvania. Good to see you. I know. I don't know if he's harmed the baby. I don't see. The baby is his. Him and Christine had that baby together. He would come and visit on the weekends. He would go Friday after work and stay until Monday morning when she went to work, and spend time with his daughter. So that is his daughter. And the fact that the blanket, the car seat, and the book bag are missing, I would hope she's out there somewhere. Maybe she doesn't need to know. Maybe she does not know who she is because she was so young when he put her wherever he put her. Hopefully she's still alive. I don't know. If you beat the crap out of your girlfriend until she's deceased, I mean, I don't put it past you to do it to the child too, unfortunately. But it is his child. I will check after the show, Jen. Thank you so much for that. Good morning, Princess Pillow.
I will be streaming that.
Tara.
So make sure you come and hang out with us while we watch this trial.
Jose Morales walked into court smiling and waved at the judge. His behavior just added to the continued frustration felt by the family of Christine Holloway.
That's part of the anger, because he, in his mind, and I already know, he thinks he's going to get away with it.
It will never.
That was his sister. It said she's pictured as Christine's sister-in-law.
Now be up to a jury to decide whether Jose Morales killed the mother of his infant child.
I'm interested to find out what happens next. Do you think he did it? Do you think Vanessa's still alive out there somewhere? Do you think if she is, she knows who she is? Come tell us tomorrow and hang out with us as we watch and talk about the trial. See you there.
Okay, so that was the video I made last night. Law and Crime is live with the trial, but they're just showing the seal of Connecticut. So we will pull that up. I know. I didn't remember this case, honestly. I was talking to Hio last night, Katia, and she said that Lori's was today and then this one. And she was going to do this one and I was going to do Lori. But then I saw that Lori doesn't start until 2 p.m. my time. And I was like, oh, there's no way that I could stream that and cook dinner and all the things that I have to do. All right, now. I guess I'll have to do it this way. Because it's on my phone right now. Like, who even are you? There it is. As you know, I homeschool my children. You might not know, but I do homeschool my children. They are here today. I'm going to take the background off and make it full screen. So yeah, I homeschool my children. They are with me every day. I have told them that they need to do their schoolwork and kind of be quiet. But if you hear them, I do apologize ahead of time. With me streaming all day, you might hear them occasionally. I'm working on it. My internet, it's raining here, so my internet's being iffy. All right, and let's do this. Come on, you can do it. Okay. If you guys don't mind, please hit the thumbs up on your way in. Okay, I want it to be live. What is going on? Okay, it is live. Okay. So, yeah, right now we have the seal of Connecticut. Vanessa's missing, which is the daughter. Okay, so Genevieve, Christine Holloway was found on December 2nd of 2019. And that's when they arrested him. There's there's an arrest affidavit I wanted to read through, but it's like a lot of the pages are redacted. It's a 26-page document, but the only thing that had writing on it was a couple of pages. Easter is April 20th, from what I've heard, from what I've been told. And I remember that because that's 420. That's like National Smoke Day. So we were talking about how a lot of Easter baskets are going to have some grass in it. And I gotta work on like stopping smoking. I don't know. I tend to sit by the door when I'm streaming. Yes, Lori, 2019. Thank you. Oh, Katya, that was so sweet. Oh, thank you. Girl, I spent the weekend tilling and getting this garden started, this produce garden. We got a big produce garden that our landlord is letting us use. And I've got blisters on each of my thumbs from using the rake to try to rake, like, pull the dirt up in the rows after we tilled it. And Mr. Speculating was like, babe, like, you're pulling grass and rocks up. You're not making a row. And so he had to go behind me with the shovel and fix it. Good morning, Queen Olive. Yeah, so I tend to sit by the door and like smoke when I'm streaming. I don't know. I get nervous. I mean, I think most streamers do. Streaming, and I don't know. I've been smoking too much. So I'm going to work on that. I'm going to get like one of those things that's like a vape or something. Not like an actual vape, but it's like supposed to help you quit smoking. It doesn't have nicotine. Y'all, I've got mints. I've got like Dum Dum suckers, and I've got Jolly Ranchers, and the Dum Dum suckers help like while I'm streaming if I eat one of those, but I only like the blue raspberry. So I've got a bag of like 300, and I keep digging through to find the blue raspberry, trying to quit smoking. But like when I laugh, you can hear it in my chest, and at night when I go to bed, I'm like wheezing. So I got to figure something out, because right now, you know, my voice is my moneymaker. My voice is allegedly speculating. So got to figure out something. Good morning, Cara. You've been vaping between smoking with no nicotine. Is it helping you, Cracker Jacks? People attack you. I hope, or nobody here is going to attack you. Sarah said, I got off cigarettes by vaping, but now they say vaping is just as bad, but we don't know that vaping causes cancer. We know for a fact that cigarettes cause cancer. That's true. There's a lot of things in cigarettes. I don't know if it's in vaping or not. I've always been concerned about like pneumonia because you're inhaling like water vapor. So I've been concerned about pneumonia, and I've heard of something called a popcorn lung that you can get from vaping. It is hard, Sarah, and I've been smoking since I was like 13, and I'm 37. So, I mean, you know, it started like, okay, well, if you can stop doing the illegal drugs, you can keep the cigarettes. And now that I'm not doing anything at all, it's time for the cigarettes to go. You quit through vaping. You look at vaping as the lesser of two evils. I think it is. My brother vapes. And it works for him. So, I mean, and we got the same personality pretty much. That's why we fight all the time. You quit smoking by vaping and you still vape. Okay. I know we're off topic, but they're not live yet. So we're just chit-chatting. Lori Lowe said, I tried vaping for 1 month and needed emergency surgery. Oh my God. My life partner, a hardcore smoker, did vaping and is now 11 years free of it all. So each is different. Oh, wow, Lori. I'm so sorry. That is crazy. What did you need? Did you need emergency surgery like on your lungs or something? Popcorn lung is not caused by vaping. That is like an urban legend of sorts, but science backs it. Popcorn lung is not caused by vaping. Okay, so how can it be an urban legend if it's backed by science? I'm just curious. Like, and if it's not caused by vaping, is it caused by smoking or what? Yeah, I quit the way harder stuff and just kept the cigarettes, but now it's time for the cigarettes to go too. Ooh, goodness gracious, sweetheart. Garden critters. You tried vaping, but you couldn't breathe. Yeah, I've got to quit. Considering that, you know, I'm now making a living. I have a company, and my voice is my brand. Like, if I have to get a tracheotomy or a lung removed, I'm not going to be able to talk, you know. It's not going to work, so it's got to go. I got this vape the other day because it was on it was on sale. I do dispose. It was $12.99, and you can hook this thing up to your phone with a Bluetooth and use it just like you would a phone. Oh, wow. So you lost your voice totally. Wow, Lori. I'm so sorry. Nessa said a celeb died from vaping here. I smoked since I was 8. I'm 57. There's a pill that helps stop it. Oh, I've heard about that. And I didn't even think about it until you just said it. I need to look into that. I'm just hovering below stage 3 COPD. Oh my God, Cracker Jacks. I'm so sorry. Yeah, see, I'm not going to be able to do that. Like, I got to stop now so I don't have the COPD. Sorry, no, what's backed by science is that popcorn lung is not caused by vaping. Okay, thank you. There's something that might help you called Fume. I've seen those, and I want to look into them. Like, I thought about getting one. Sarah said, my boyfriend and I want to quit. It will be harder on him than me. Lori said, I used to sing, can't do that anymore since the surgery. I used to sing too, before I started smoking, like in high school and stuff. I was in chorus and things like that. I used to be able to sing really pretty, but not now. Again, we're just chit-chatting while we wait for them to come live in court. Genevieve said, I smoke handmade cigarettes, so I know I'm getting straight tobacco with a cotton filter, and cigarette paper only store-bought will cause respiratory illness. Yes. There's a, so they grew tobacco in this field over here beside the property, last year, and I went through, and it's called gleaning. Like, when they come through with the machines and strip the tobacco plants, there's still leaves and things left on the ground, right? And so, and I actually have tobacco seeds, but I could never get them to grow last year. But I picked up some of the leaves, I hung them to dry, and I do have actual, like, tobacco from the field now. And I have it put up to where I could, like, roll a cigarette out of it if I wanted to, but I don't know if they've sprayed it or what. They're doing wheat over there now. It's kind of what inspired me to start wheat up in the other garden that I didn't do anything with really this year. And they come through and sprayed that the other day. I don't know what they sprayed it with, but it, like, grew real fat. Like they come through and sprayed, and then I walked over there like 2 or 3 days later, and it had grown like a half inch. I was like, goodness gracious. Chantrex, I saw somebody said it was called. I quit smoking in 2016 because I was sick all the time. Since I started vaping, I haven't been sick with URI. Okay. If you have mental health problems, Chantrex is horrible. I do. I definitely do. So maybe that's not a good idea. Fume is crazy expensive. I looked into it. I could not believe they charge that much for flavored air. Oh, wow. Okay. My landlord has these things that, like, it's like a vape, but it has, like, they're flavored, and one of them has, like, melatonin. One of them has B12 for energy. And I was like, I don't need no melatonin. I can't be going to sleep while I'm live, but I think she's going to give me the one for energy to try it. And it's like a vape. Like, you smoke it like them disposable cigarette things that you plug in, and it don't have any nicotine. So I'm going to try that. Sorry. Oh my goodness, Cracker. My husband has guitars. I used to play bass when I was gothic. Well, Butrin, I can cut down with strength on vape juice to 0 nicotine. Oh, okay, Nessa. I didn't know that, so that's a good idea. You use a vape, Julie? Genevieve said, well, Butrin is also used, but it's not safe if you take other antidepressants or anxiety meds. Maybe I can look into that. I've taken Wellbutrin before. I don't take anything right now. Lord have mercy. Where y'all at, court? Hold on a minute. I don't know where they're at this morning. It's almost 9:30. My goodness. Y'all, I'm trying to run a live stream. Can we get to court now? Sorry about your cousin. I am too. I do have MH medicines. It's so hard to stop with the self-medications too. Yeah. Yeah, I know your boyfriend's got that stuff, and his doctor gave him Chantrex. He had a bad side effect. Oh, goodness. I'm so sorry, sweetheart. Are we getting to court? Maybe they heard me when I said I'm trying to run a live stream. Maybe they're getting to court just for us. I was middle at one time. My name here came from a Tool song. Oh my God, I love Tool. I love Tool. Like, Tool is like one of my favorite band is Alice in Chains, and my favorite songs of all time are Rotten Apple and Nutshell. But I love Tool. Like, I love Tool. I really do. Lori said, yes, that's how my boyfriend did it. He started at 25, worked his way down to 0 nicotine, and never picked it up again. Oh, wow. See, when I was pregnant, I stopped smoking. Like, I put it down and just stopped, right? Because I was like, absolutely not. I am not going to be smoking and have my child have that in her body. And, you know, it causes low birth weight and all those things. So I put it down and was like, absolutely not. I will not smoke while I'm pregnant and have that introduced to my child through the womb. You know what I mean? But I picked it back up afterwards, dealing with her father, and haven't been able to put it down. This guy on the local radio station in Tampa talks about Teza energy. He said it helped him quit smoking. Okay. I tried Wellbutrin, and that was interesting. Talk about bad antidepressants. Zoloft. Oh my God. I've seen somebody, I think it was Wellbutrin or Zoloft. I've seen somebody snort that, and evidently it got them high. I don't know. Maybe I shouldn't have said that, but like, I was like, really? Like an antidepressant? Are we just a little desperate? I don't know. Carr said it's natural and more like dip, but it's actually all herbs and tea supplement. See, that's what the thing she's going to give me is. It's like herbs and natural tea supplements. And my friends took it, and she thought she was possessed by the devil and had an exorcism performed in her sister's front yard. Oh my God. Y'all be getting crazy over there, Sarah. Goodness gracious. Yes, Alice in Chains, Mudvayne, and Painters. I know Mudvayne. I don't know who Painters is. I like Mudvayne too. I'm more into, like, you know, as bad as it sounds, I'm more into Slipknot. I know that's more mainstream than Mudvayne, but I do like some Mudvayne too. Genevieve said, are older people deemed as metal fans if they have artificial joint implants? Yes. Yes, ma'am. My boyfriend says Tool is his nemesis on the drums because their beats are different and he can drum almost anything. Yes. Yeah, Tool is hard to play. What was AS look? I don't know. Miss Sarah, Danny Corey is the drum god, yeah. Okay, Julie, hurry back. Yeah, when is it not crazy? Painters, damn autocorrect. Okay. Bazang. Pantera. Oh, yes, I like Pantera. You know, I have a video of me and Mr. speculating in the truck. We were driving. I don't remember. We had to drive for quite a while, right? And the kids are in the back seat of the truck, and we're like blaring Pantera, and the kids are all asleep. Like, they're laid over on each other's shoulders, asleep. And like, you can hear how loud the Pantera was because they were listening to Pantera with us, and it was just playing really loud. And they're all asleep back there to Pantera. Oh, okay. Awesome, Kraka. Queen Olive said, I quit smoking every time I was pregnant too, then went right back to it after I was done breastfeeding, about 3 months each time. Then when my first grandson was born, I knew I needed to stop, right? And vaping helped you? Okay, so that's good. Oh, yeah. Yeah, the drummers. I like drumming and drummers, but I don't think I could ever do it. I played bass when I was younger. And I was okay. I mean, I definitely was no Flea from Red Hot Chili Peppers, but I could play a little bit. Basil has entered the room. Will you set the baby gate beside the refrigerator, please? Okay, quiet, please. Oh, baby, I'm sorry. Kara said, Cara, hold on. Cara said, if you guys want something interesting to listen to, they're all instrumental, but it's so soothing to me. Check out the band's Polyphia and Intervals. They're instrumental progressive rock band. Okay, definitely check that out. Danny Carey actually has said he uses magical powers to drum. The design he has on his drum kit is part of it. Oh, wow. That's interesting, Black Knight. Good to see you. I do. I love Red Hot Chili Peppers, too. Like, I get into the heavy stuff like Pantera and, excuse me, Slipknot and all of that. But I like any kind of rock. Even some of the more poppy stuff, more pop-like stuff the Red Hot Chili Peppers do. I like some of that too. I played 4-string bass when I was younger. It's pretty cool. I also played tampini. It's like a really, really big bongo drum. Okay, I played a 4-string bass. Like electric, not the one they do in like Smashing Pumpkins, but the electric. Where are these people at in the courtroom now? Y'all, it's time to come to court. I was here with bells on. Where y'all at? I can play washboard, spoons. What is a duelist? I know what a washboard and the spoons are. Mouth harp. Oh, I've seen those mouth harps. They're pretty interesting. And an unbalanced spin cycle on the washing machine. That's awesome, Genevieve. I saw those mouth things where it's like a metal thing and you flick it. And I'm like, oh my God, they're going to like pinch their lip or something. That mouth harp thing. Yeah. Yeah, we are all over the place this morning, just talking, waiting for court to come to order. I played piano as a kid, but hated the sound of it. You know, my oldest here, she loves piano, and I got her, I think it was last year or the year before for Christmas. Our house is very small, so I got her this really expensive keyboard that like folds in half, and so she could put it up, and she had room for it. And she loves to play piano. They were in there playing a couple of songs or whatever. She really enjoyed it. And it's like I never ever thought I would have a child that actually wanted to play piano. I would just like to say the chat has been a welcome distraction that I needed, and I appreciate y'all. Oh, I appreciate you too. Oh, maybe. Katia said, do you think the defendant is going to take a plea deal at the last minute? Maybe. It's possible. We might not be here all day. I don't know. I don't know that he would tell where she's at. So I'm interested. I'm interested to learn more about this case. Hio told me yesterday that this case was going on today. I don't know why it blacked out like that, but I was going to tell y'all nothing was happening. You played the tuba? You like country music too? What is going on? Don't be playing with my emotions, StreamYard. Hold on a minute. Let me try this again. Hold on, y'all. I'm here. I'm trying to see what's going on with this. Maybe we'll keep it like that for a minute. Hey, Rubber. Good to see you. What are you doing? Hubby plays guitar. I try to play drums. Oh. Cara said, my Spotify playlist is all over the place. It goes from Ammon Amareth to Pink to Neil Young to Salt and Pepper. Oh, wow. That's interesting. So he committed homicide on his ex, which was the mother of their daughter. I don't understand why it keeps doing that. We might be coming to court now. I'm going to try not to highlight any comments to see if it'll stop doing that. Henny UK said, I have big hands and long fingers. I guess that's what I get for being 6 feet tall. Aw. Miss Sarah said, maybe I'll come banter with you while I drive to work if they don't get their shit together, right? Looks like they might be. There's somebody standing there. You're awake too early, Rubber. This is the best group for chat on YouTube. Aw, cracker. You're going to make me cry. Thank you. I love spending time with y'all. I love our speculating family. I pushed mute and it took the screen away while I muted. Like, I can tell this is going to be a iffy kind of day. Miss King of Anything, hello. I don't know where the baby is. I'm hoping maybe we'll find out in this trial. Let me see if I can highlight your comment without it going black. See, what is the deal with that? Watch. And then I'll unhighlight it and there it is. Y'all. I don't know that this is going to work. Rubber Ramada, yawn, laugh out loud. Been a while since 1 a.m. my time, and I'm in a different time zone. I don't even know. Right, Katya? That's why I was like, I figured I was talking to Hio last night, and she said, first I was going to do Lori Daybell, and then she was going to do this trial, and then I was like, wait a minute. When I saw it was at 2 p.m., and I called her back, and I was like, how about we switch and you do Lori Daybell, and I'll do this one. And I think she said you were doing Daybell as well, because Daybell starts at 2 p.m., which is 30 minutes past when I go live anyway. And like, that means it'd be until like 8 or 9 o'clock my time. And let me tell you what, if I go in there to cook dinner at like 8 or 9 o'clock, Mr. Speculating is going to be upset because he's going to have to go to bed without dinner because he has to get up at 4:30 in the morning. So I said, I can't be doing that. I got to feed my mans and my children. So we're going to do this one. Plus, Lori Daybell's going to be Lori Daybell's going to be on, and I know that you're going to do it. So I know that it will be covered as well. So I'm definitely going to try to drop into y'all's chats after I get done over here and see what's going on with Lori Daybell. Good morning, Toxic. Good to see you. Yep, I know the feeling. Okay. While we're not live, I'm going to close out of this and try to reload it real quick. Because there's nothing going on yet, and I'm going to try to reload it and see if that'll fix it to where I can highlight y'all's comments and things. So it'll stop acting crazy. Okay. Oh my goodness, Cara, thank you so much. I really appreciate that. Hold on just a minute and let me get this pulled up. I'll try to see who that went to. Excuse me. Y'all, I've been looking at like 3D printed stuff that people do. So Cara just gifted 10 Speculation Station memberships, and those went to Sandy Link, LZ New, Rachel, Leanne Hope, Divine Timing, Junior Varsity, Jen Trex, BD Cooper, Kim Daisy, and Mark Daniels. If you were gifted from Cara and you are aware you were gifted, please tell her thank you. I really appreciate that, Cara, so very much. And I will grab the crazy train and pick y'all up on the way to Speculation Station. Hold on. I lost my little sidebar thing and I got to scroll way up. Hold on just a minute. I know y'all are waiting for me to come pick y'all up. Here we go. Thank you so much, Cara. So it looks like, as you can see, what I highlighted a comment, it went black again. I don't know if that's something like Law and Crime did, so that like you can't live stream it. I don't know what's going on with that, but I might have to just read y'all's comments or highlight it occasionally. We'll see how it goes. Thank you so much, Cara. That was so sweet of you. I really appreciate that. B.D. Cooper is a trooper. See, it did it again. They get a stomping in their Air Force Ones. It might be StreamYard. I don't know, man. Like, I can't stop the stream and start over. It's highly irritating, though. You need the Discord? I will get it. Actually, I think I still have it. I think that's the Discord link. Oh, Cara dropped it too. Yeah, this is looking like it might be a last minute plea deal or something. I don't know. I don't know what's taking them so long. Having some kind of discussion before court. If somebody says after a very heated but justifiable argument, let me sleep on it, how long do you give them? Like, I take things extremely literally. So I'm grabbing my phone first thing in the morning. Yeah, I'll try it. I don't know. I'll try to drop the link and we'll see if it goes black when I pull you up. I don't know. My StreamYard's being weird today. Let's see. I don't think that it's right. Like, how long do you give somebody? Would they say that? I mean, I guess it depends on the person, but like general rule of thumb, how long would you think to give them? Well, I mean, I would ask them the next day. Miss Sarah, never take a plea deal, and you only have 30 days to appeal a jury conviction. Oh, wow, Genevieve. That's interesting. Sorry, I spoiled it. It was just my opinion about the plea deal. Didn't want to jinx it. No, you're good. You're good, Katya. See, what the crap is going on? That's so irritating. I don't understand. Doo-doo. Chat is glitching also. I got it pulled up on my phone. It seems to be doing okay, as far as I can tell. Oh, yep, it's gonna... Oh, no, it didn't. Maybe.
What's up?
Oh, okay. Hey, what's up? I think it's gonna work. I think we're good.
Let me know if there's too much background noise because I am driving, but I got you on hands free.
Okay. You going to work?
Yeah, I got a little bit before I get there.
Okay. How was your weekend?
It was pretty chill. We didn't do a whole heck of a lot, but I got cleaning done and cooking done, you know, the regular mom and stuff for the weekend.
Heck yeah. That's awesome.
Mm-hmm.
Do you remember this case from back in the day?
I don't remember this case, but it seems like it took them a long time to get to trial.
Yeah, they said that it was because, like, they had offered plea deals and it appeared that he was gonna take them, but then, they could never come to, like, an accurate agreement with the plea deals, like, as far as and I believe it's because he would never give up the location of the baby.
Oh, yeah, they were probably trying to get as much info as they could, saying, if you tell us where this child is, we will, work with you. But, a lot of times people try to drag things as long as they possibly can.
Yeah. Why is my screen black?
When I went and did jury duty, that was an interesting for Milwaukee County, because Milwaukee County is basically a cattle call. Like, my mom's done it for smaller counties, and I happen to live in Milwaukee County, so I had to go to the big downtown courthouse and everything, and it was just it was the most boring but interesting experience, because when I actually got picked, it was pretty cool, because I didn't get to sit through a trial, but I got to go in and they explained everything. But the first time the person pled out, which is good, because it was like an SA on a minor kind of thing, which I think would have been really difficult to sit through, but he pled out. And then the second one I just didn't get picked for.
Oh. That's interesting. I don't know how I would do with jury trials and things like that.
Right.
Okay.
It's different.
Yeah. Sorry, I was trying to figure out because the screen was black for some reason. So I think I got it now. So I apologize. Like I said, I was trying to figure out that stuff. So you said that you've been for jury duty, but you've never had to be like on a jury trial.
Yeah, I did it once last year. And like I said, it was really interesting. It was boring because it was a lot of sit and wait, sit and wait. They call some people, and then you sit and wait for a while, and then when you finally get picked, it's like woohoo! But then you have to go through all the questioning, and I didn't end up getting picked for the one that actually went to trial. But the first one, the guy, like I said, he pled out, which I'm kind of thankful for, because it was like a essay on a minor, and I'm like, I don't know if I want to do this.
Yeah. I don't know if I'd be able to handle that.
Yeah, for sure. I might have got disqualified on that one anyway, because it's like I got family who's been through that and everything, and sometimes they'll disqualify you if you've been, have some kind of experience dealing with that personally or with somebody in your family.
Though, I mean, unfortunately, as horrible as it is, it's hard to find someone, especially female, that hasn't been through that or knows somebody that's been through that. I mean,
Oh
it is
yeah.
a horrible reality, but like most women have experienced some kind of sexual assault, and it sucks.
Yeah. I mean, from even minor to, major. And it's really unfortunate, because it's that's why a lot of us have trouble trusting, because, they're all guys are out there aren't bad, but, they give a lot of the bad ones, give them a bad rep.
Yeah. Yep.
So we're still waiting on court to start. So maybe there is some kind of behind the scenes plea. Maybe they're trying to get some last minute, hey, you want to sit through this trial, or you want to give us the info we want?
Yeah, that's what it seems like, because I've not ever seen it take them an hour to start court. I mean, but if they do, we'll be the first to know. I'm reading y'all's comments. I'm just scared to highlight them, because when I do, my screen goes black. So I apologize, y'all, but I'm reading your comments.
Yeah, StreamYard's been weird for everybody lately. I think, they're up in the prices, but the quality seems to be going down.
Yeah, I heard that they sold the company to somebody else or something, and it's been crappy since then. Keo's been trying to get me to get into Streamlabs, but I know with Streamlabs you can't really pull people up on panels, so
Huh.
I don't know what to do.
I know some people do both. Like they'll have StreamYard for the panels, and then they'll do Streamlabs. If they're just doing the lives or whatnot.
Yeah, that's what I think I might switch to. But I know, like, if you switch to StreamYard, where you can have like, I won't pay. I don't think I'll be paying for both. So to do my backgrounds and stuff, I wouldn't be able to do that on StreamYard, but that would be okay because I don't. It's not like every day that somebody comes up on panel.
Yeah, at least I
Blame
got.
Elon. Sorry.
I'm sorry.
I was reading Genevieve. We're delayed.
Yeah, sorry.
was,
Like I said, I won't be up here for long because it's just my ride to work where I get to banter since court ain't even started yet.
oh yeah, you're good. You can stay up however long you want. I mean, I know you won't be able to once you get to work, but Genevieve was saying blame Elon. Everyone else does, so I was just laughing at that.
Yeah, there's always somebody to blame. Sorry, there's an ambulance in the neighborhood. Sure y'all can hear that. Not sure how good the quality is on my phone with the background noise.
You can hear it pretty good. I mean, that was pretty good.
Oh, good.
I was thinking about getting Starlink for internet. I don't know how well it works. Y'all would have to let me know. But hey, Terry Jones, good to see you.
Well, my therapist has Starlink because she travels. She all of her sessions are telehealth because her and her husband they're on the road, and she uses Starlink. And there was one day where it was acting up real bad. We had to reschedule our session because the test or whatever said her streaming whatever was really low. But for the most part, it's been okay, I think.
Oh, that's good.
Yeah. And it is snowing out right now. What the hell?
Are you serious? It is snowing up there?
It's 37 degrees, but we got snowflakes flying.
Oh my gosh. It's been like 80 here.
Well, this is Wisconsin, and we have, I like to call it fake spring because you'll get teased with really beautiful weather. And then all of a sudden we'll get like a random snowstorm in like May because my birthday is at the beginning of May. And when I was there, every once in a blue moon, there is a snowstorm in May with measurable snow.
Oh my gosh. I could not, I mean, never in my life would I think it would be snowing in May. I mean, when I think of May, I think of hot, like the butterflies out, all of that, flowers blooming.
It's not super common, but it does happen. This weather up here, it's really bipolar. Like we can have 4 seasons in a matter of 2 days up here. Like, and that happened a few weeks ago where it was like 70, and then the temperature dropped and we had a snowstorm like within 12 hours.
Oh my gosh, that is insane.
But I've been here my whole life, so it's nothing that's like. It's not surprising. It's just like it takes you back a little bit, like what the hell? But it's not a surprise.
Yeah. Terry Jones said, "Respect to Wisconsin. I was born and raised in Kenosha."
Okay, that's south. That's near the Illinois border. I grew up out in the boonies of Waukesha County, Racine County area, which is the counties underneath Milwaukee County, like by the border. But right now I live in a little village in Milwaukee County. So I got like the best of both worlds kind of thing, where it's like it's got that sweet little village feel to it, but it's near a lot of stuff.
Yeah. So what do you mean by like a village? Like,
Well,
is it, I mean, when you say village, I think of like, the Philippines or something. Like when
it's not like a third world country or anything, but it's like it looks like a Hallmark card, like in the during the holidays. It looks like a freaking Hallmark card. It reminds me a lot. Have you ever watched Ghost Whisperer?
Yeah.
That's like the sweet little village or like little town they live in. That's kind of what it looks like. Holy crap. It's snowing like
Oh,
streets right now.
wow.
That's so bizarre. But it's an old village, so it was established, I guess, like in the 20s or 30s. And it's cool because my dad was actually raised. It's called Greendale, and it was, I'm not doxing myself. I really don't. But it's really cool because it was created by Roosevelt, and
Uh-huh.
it was like an experiment to where it was like for low income families, and they had strict rules, but it like they wanted it to be nice. It was a lot of people that moved there were from the World War II. Like that's where my
Uh-huh.
grandparents came in. Was, my grandpa got out of the Navy after the war, and my grandma and him got married and raised 5 kids in Greendale. So it's like they had income rules. The wife couldn't work. It's really interesting. It still has that really small, wholesome feeling to it. It's really cute.
Man, that sounds awesome. See,
Yeah.
I would love to live somewhere like that. I tell Mr. Speculating all the time I want to move to like Alaska and live off the land, but then it snows here and I'm like, yeah, F that because it's too
Uh,
cold. I don't know.
well, yeah, I mean, Alaska. Oh my God, my cousin lived in Fairbanks when her husband was in the army. She was stationed in Fairbanks, and they actually, when you have a baby up there, because they had their first child up there, they actually teach you how to bundle your child for the extreme cold, because like it gets to be like 40 below up there, like actual
Oh, wow.
temperature. Yeah, they have what they call the 40 below club, where you find a
Uh-huh.
sign, like a bank sign, where it has the temperature on it, and you go and you take a picture in front of it. And some people do crazy stuff, like they'll throw on tank tops and goofy stuff like that. Yeah,
Oh,
it's
wow.
something else. It is. It's a different world, but I would love to see it someday.
Yeah, I would love to live in like a little township or something like that, though. That's cute. I mean, I think I don't know. I want to get away from North Carolina because like the property's so expensive and there's just so
Uh,
much going on. I
oh
mean,
yeah, look,
I thought about like maybe Kentucky or something, but like I would like to go where it snows too. Like I want more snow, but I
it,
want summer as well. Like I want to be able to grow produce, but like have fun in the snow too, you know?
it gets hot as hell up here during. I mean, it doesn't last super long like it does other places, but it does get like hot as dog's breath up here. Like it gets
Oh
gross,
wow.
but it doesn't last as long as it does like down south. But yeah, I'm like,
Uh-huh.
if you want the snow, but you don't want a long winter like we have up here, you want to do like maybe Midwest, but South Midwest. That's like, but then if
Okay.
you go like different places, like my boyfriend's got family in northern Arkansas and southern Missouri, when they have snow, it's more like ice. They have mostly ice storms and stuff, which is ridiculous. It's just like pure freaking sheets of ice that come from the
I
sky. So that's not good either.
No, that's not. My husband's from Arkansas and he wants to go back there. Um,
Yeah, it's beautiful in
that's
Arkansas.
crazy. I've got so like there's this store online. It's called the Lot Store. Anyway, they sell like lots of property. I guess they go to an auction or something and get these like lots and they sell them at discounted prices. And it's like you can make a down payment
Oh
and pay
wow.
on them monthly. And so I have an acre that I'm paying for in Holiday Island, Arkansas, that I bought, and I didn't talk to Mr. Speculating about it. And it might be like I don't know if we'll be able to do anything with it or anything. There's like it's like you have to like submit your plans for building to a board and they have to approve it, but like you can put like, a double wide or a mobile home out there,
Oh
but
sure.
it's an acre and there's not many acre lots there. So I'm hoping that we can build something and it's not like the side of a cliff or something, but they have
Yeah,
like
right.
it's like a little retirement community.
Okay, well that sounds nice. I
See,
mean, as long as the land itself is like usable, because it could be an acre of like crap.
Yeah, I'm concerned that it is because, like, for them to sell it online like that at cheaper prices, I should have went and looked at it, and that's my fault. I think there's like a fee of like $500 a year because they have like it's a big lake out there, and they have like stuff for kids to go do. We haven't even been there yet, but I don't know. I'm hoping that it's land that we can use for something eventually. But
That
yeah,
would be cool.
I should have done that.
Holy
But
smoky.
it's up on the border. Do you know where I'm talking about? This place called Holiday Island in Arkansas. It's like on
Where?
the
What part of the state? North, south?
north. I think it's Missouri. It's on the Missouri border. I think Missouri's above Arkansas.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, that's
Lord, I'm a whole.
probably. Yeah, my boyfriend's family is like in Springfield or Springdale, Arkansas, in like Jane, Missouri, which is just like middle of nowhere stuff. But Springdale's a pretty big town. Yeah, so they're like the west part of the states, north and south or whatever on the border there. But yeah, I mean that's a beautiful area. The Ozarks are amazing.
Yeah, I want to go there. He said that they're like I think it's Billy the Kid or the Jesse Cowboy or
Jesse
something. He said
James?
that maybe Jesse James. He said that. Why did it go black? Okay, come on
Is it
now.
because I topped up my camera?
I'm not sure. So I'm going to try to add it again.
I was gonna show you the snow,
Yeah.
but it's like I don't know if you can see it. It's like it's coming down pretty
There we
good.
go.
They're like pellets.
Oh yeah.
Yeah,
I can see it a little bit.
it's so windy.
Hold on, I'm going to remove this against thing, and maybe we can see it. Hold on, keep it up for just a second. Okay, maybe we can see it a little better. Yeah, I see it.
Yeah,
Interesting.
they're like these hard pellets,
Yeah.
and it's like, what's going on? Anyway, I gotta hop down, my love. Thank you for letting me up and chit chat with you, but I gotta get back. I gotta get in there and sling those meds for the elderly people at the homes.
Okay.
All right, I'll see y'all
All
in
right.
chat. Love you guys.
Love you too. Have a good day at work.
All right, thank you.
Bye. Okay, so as you can see, when something changes, like if I highlight a comment or something, it's like blocking out the view of this court stream. So that's why I haven't been highlighting any comments. I've been trying to talk to y'all in chat and say hey, but I'm thinking in order to stream, I'm just gonna have to kind of talk to y'all or type in chat, unfortunately. But I do see y'all here, and thank y'all for being here. We're waiting on court to start. They're an hour late now, so we're wondering if they took a plea deal or something like that, or if they're discussing a plea deal. Something's going on, so we shall see when they do come to court. Earthquakes? Oh my goodness, where's the earthquakes at, Paramandy? They're small, under 3.0, but very frequent, says Sarah Lee. Sarah Lee said, but very frequent. Car, you live in Springfield, Missouri or Illinois? Car said Missouri. So yeah, I want to go to Missouri too. Like I really just want to have like a ranch. Like, I want to have some cows and some pigs and some sheep and some goats and some chickens and a produce garden and like a little cabin or something. It don't even have to be really big. I would love to have like one of those like 1780 style farmhouses. That would be awesome with like a wraparound porch. But I doubt I'll ever have that. I hope so. Maybe one day. That's my dream. Y'all, I bought a 2025 Farmer's Almanac off of Amazon, right? And I was like, oh, I'm going to get that. And it's going to tell me what days to plant and what days not to plant. And like, it helps you to know like when you're supposed to cover your crops, what crops you plant at what time for succession planting and things like that. And I got this thing, and I mean, it's bigger. It's like the size of like a dictionary, and I can't read this thing to save my life. Like it tells me the visible planets, like what months they're visible and things through telescope. It's got ads in it. I can't read this thing to save my life. So I've got to figure out how to read the daggum almanac, the farmer's almanac, so I'll know what to do and when to do it. I don't know, but if you're a member, I posted videos yesterday of Mr. Speculating and I using the tiller. And we went to Walmart to do the grocery shopping, and we found 2 cherry tomato plants that looked so good and healthy. That Mr. Speculating was like, we got to get those. And so got those, and I got 2 starters, Mr. Stripey tomatoes. But I had started, I'm sure y'all have seen, if remembers where we started seeds and stuff, I got to do an updated video on that. The saffron is doing really good, and I just set it outside, and I can't believe that. Like, saffron, I'm growing saffron as of right now. Like, if it grows good, I can take that to the farmer's market. Do you know, like, it's super expensive for like a bag of saffron. You know what saffron, like, it's like a flour, and I think you make saffron rice with it and things like that. So very interesting. Rubber said, I can't read the farmer's almanac either, right? I'm trying to figure out. I do have a knife bot. I do have a night bot. I need to fix it because it's dropping the wrong Discord link. Sarah Lee said, I'm pretty sure the earthquake in Oklahoma is from fracking. From fracking is factual. I mean, I can go try to find receipts, but it's not a secret. Really? You're trying to find gypsum weed. Gypsum weed. What is gypsum weed? I need to look into that. Let me write that down. Lord, I don't even have a notebook out today. What am I even doing with my life? Guess I'll write it on Mr. Speculating's boating magazine. Gypsum weed. I've heard of that, but I can't think of what it is off the top of my head. Gypsum weed. I'll have to look that up. Homemade saffron bread is delicious. I would have never even thought to make bread with the saffron if you hadn't said that, Terry Jones. He doesn't time me for typing in caps. I have a bunny and I'd love to start gardening. I wish I could do a farm. I'm newly disabled. Oh, I'm so sorry, Paramandy. I would come help you if I could. You can grow things in like pots. Like, I mean, if you just look at YouTube videos or online, it'll show you how to grow things in pots and things like that. I grow loofah gourds and dipping gourds and things like that. My dipping gourds didn't do good, but that garden that I had up there has a lot of red soil, and I think a lot of stuff got choked out. So I've started pumpkins and loofah gourd plants this year. I made soap and like cut slices of loofah gourd and put in it. So it's like completely organic, natural loofah gourds, or loofah sponges, excuse me, that I can put in my soaps and sell. My landlord wants me to try to sell my soaps and stuff, and I make jellies and things too. So I need to take them to the farmer's market. A dipping gourd, Fawny, is so it's a gourd that grows, and I think you have to dry it out for like a year, and then you can make like a birdhouse out of it. But back in the day, when we, like way back in the day, they would cut like it's a gourd. It's like a circular shape, and it grows, and it has like a long top, right? And they would use it like a soup spoon. Do you know, like the big soup spoons? And then you dip it in, and they would drink water out of it. So if you let it dry out, it's like got a hollow handle. Lord, I could just show you real quick, and I'll have to pull this back up. But let's look. I'll show you because it's kind of hard for me to explain. I'm watching Law and Crime. Oh, they're going to call it a drinking gourd. Yeah, it's from the song Follow the Dipping Gourd, which was a song that slaves used to escape to freedom. I'm watching Law and Crime, and nothing's come up yet. See, that's what it looks like. So it grows like that, and then you cut it circular like that, or like that. People make birdhouses out of them. I've seen these, but like I've never used them or made them. But I have a bunch of them that grow, but mine grew like this one, and then you cut a hole and you dip it down in water and they would drink from it or whatever. But it also is the constellation in the sky. It's the Big Dipper, and then the Little Dipper is named after dipping gourds. All right, so let's pull this back up. Apple gourds are good to have. They make great storage containers. I've never heard of an apple gourd. I'm going to have to look that up. Excuse me. Oh, yeah. You can grow them, Fawny. Like, you can get seeds off of Amazon and grow them and then have those. Mr. Speculating was like, we need to grow stuff we can eat. And I was like, well, yeah, but I want to grow stuff that's cool, too. Sarah said, I have birdhouse gourds that grew last year. They're also called, like, swan gourds. Oh, my God. They were so neat. That's so cool. Yeah, I was going to make one. I grew a small one, but it was only probably about maybe 4 or 5 inches. I was going to try to make a birdhouse out of it, but when I tried to dry them out, they molded. So I've got to figure out a way to dry them without them molding. Like, I'm still learning, you know. Hey, Mrs. O. Mrs. O said, I see them in Tennessee. Apparently, the judge won't be in court till 10:20. Well, we got about 10 more minutes. Thank you, Hannah, for sharing that. For those of you coming in, every time I highlight a comment, it goes off screen. I'll show you real quick for those of you coming in. See, it takes our feed away. So that's why I'm kind of reading your comments. I don't know why it's doing that. Hey, Becky. Good morning. You're listening and lurking. So if you miss anything, apologize now. You don't have to apologize, love. We're just chit-chatting. If they don't come to court, I'll have to delete this live where we're just talking about anything and everything all at once. Genevieve said, there is a story from the Bible about gourd soup. People thought that they were poisonous, but the people were hungry and the soup was blessed and nobody died. Oh, wow. Yeah, I've heard they are poisonous. Like, you can't eat those gourds. You can actually eat loofah gourds when they're small, because loofah gourds are like, I don't know, kind of like spongy or slimy. Well, they're spongy, obviously, but it's like slimy kind of. And when they're little, you can cook them and eat them. I didn't grow them for that purpose, though, so I would cut them when they got big enough and dry them out and then peel them. Starfish cactus. I propagate those until people smell this and it's stanky. You know, there are some cactuses. I was looking at cactuses at Walmart yesterday, and I want to get one, but I want to get a unique one. I want to get, they have these ones that kind of look like beans. I don't know if it's a succulent, but there's certain cactuses I want to get. I want to look more into that and get the right one. And then I want to get those things that kind of look like beans cut in half. It's interesting. It might be a succulent, but they're very unique. Yes, we have movement. People's heads. I don't know why the judge wouldn't be in court till 10:20, ma'am. This is an important trial. I need you to bring your hind parts to the courtroom. I know about the story from the Bible about manna from heaven. I've always wondered what that actually was. Like, you know, like, okay, because they say that, like, Moses went up on the mountain and talked, and there was like fire and loud sounds and things like that. So I've always wondered if it was like some kind of alien coming down and talking to him. And so what is manna from heaven? Like, I don't know. Sometimes I get kind of tinfoil hattish, but I'm like, what could have rained down from heaven that we could make bread from? Like, what could that possibly be? Nessa said, I have some end of plot clay that I thought wouldn't allow growth. I threw compost on top and onions did well, if that helps. They were big and sweet. Well, I've been getting chives. Like right now, the onions are growing everywhere. So I'll go out there and I'll dig them out, and then I'll have the chives on top and the onions on the bottom. There's a manna tree. Really, Genevieve? I had no idea. So I'll dry out the chives and I cut them up and I put them in my chive container. So I have them for the year. And then the little bulb of onions that are on the bottom, I dry them out and I put them in a food processor. I put some in some green beans we had the other night, and it was so good. Like the kids smashed it. Twitter saying Judge being at 120. I didn't know time difference. 10:20. Okay. Yeah, this is on my side on the East Coast, so it should be in about 9 minutes or so. The trial is taking place in Connecticut. Starts with an A. Your bunny is stumping. Para, mom was stumping the other day. Basil was stumping the other day when we were live. By the way, I missed y'all. I've been thinking, though, since I've started a garden and things, and we go to the lake and stuff a lot in the summer, I might have to start taking Sundays off so I can tend to the garden and things. I don't know yet. I don't want to do that, but I am going to have time to tend the garden and weed and things like that. So we shall see. I'd hate to do it, but with spring and summer coming, I might have to do something, because in fall, like I might just be able to, I might have to take off Sundays except for in the winter. And in the winter, I could stream on Sundays. I don't know. We'll see. Yeast is in the air naturally. Maybe that. Maybe Moses waved the dough in the air above them and it started rising. Maybe, Fawny. Hey, Hio. Good to see you. Hio, look. Watch. Do you know why it's doing that? Like, anytime I highlight a comment or anything, my feed is taken away. Do you have any ideas? If you do, please let me know. Fawny said even Middle Ages peasants take Sundays off. Treat yourself. Yeah, Mr. Speculating was saying, like, if I'm going to do it, I need to go ahead and, like, start doing it so that it's known, like, since I'm kind of big, but not real big, so that it's known that I'll take off on Sundays, and I still put out content, like, on members only anyway. Sarah said, Bunny might be thumping because there may be an earthquake. You can also go to Global Quake and watch earthquakes around the world in real time. Oh, wow. That's interesting. I'm on mute. I'm at my mama's waiting for her doc visit. Oh, okay. I just popped to say good morning. Okay, let me type this. When I okay, maybe she'll see that. You're learning so much today, really, Paramandy? That's so interesting. Genevieve said, I cannot tell you how many times I have wanted to share an image in chats. Remember Google Chats, and I was in the MSN one. You know, I would love to be able to share like memes and things in chat. That would be so cool if we could share memes. Okay. I will attempt to. Hold on, y'all. I'm a voice text. When I click a comment, my feed from Law and Crime Network gets cut. Do you have any ideas? Why? Okay, I apologize. Yeah, StreamYard's being a biatch. Sarah said, I'm learning a lot too. I'm making my list of contact do's and don'ts, simultaneously telling myself, don't make that phone call. Don't do it. I hate making phone calls. Like, I really hate making phone calls. Cara said, would you ever consider having a gardening day type stream? Teach us black thumbs how to compost and when to plant certain veggies and things like that. Well, Cara, yeah, we could maybe one day, but I don't know a whole lot. Like, I'm learning. So my gardening started like 3 years ago. I was like, in the end of August, mind you, I was like, oh, I'm going to plant some cucumbers and some watermelons and all the things. And why am I black? They actually started growing, and it blew my mind. Like, obviously, when I planted in August, it was too late to really harvest anything. but I was able to grow stuff, okay? And so that's when I first started. So the next year I started growing a bunch of medicinal herbs, and I did pretty good. And so then we came here, and I actually started a garden. The garden up there that has my wheat and my garlic in it is the first garden that I made here, like the first actual garden. And so then this year we're doing the other one. So I'm kind of learning. Onion flowers are great if dipped in batter. Hio is helping me with the stream, so that's why it's kind of weird. You took me away. Your yard is full of wild onions and dandelion. You know, you can make dandelion jelly. I make dandelion jelly, and it's good. It's actually really good for you for like allergies and things like that too. I learned that lupus grown from a plant. I didn't know that. Yeah,
Good morning,
it's
Your
pretty
Honor.
interesting.
Edward Gavin for
Oh,
Jose Morales at council
okay,
table.
we
My legal
got
assistant,
court. I'm gonna
Judy
have to
Instrument.
add this to the stage. Hold on.
This is unrestrained. All right, thank
All
you.
right, we gotta just let it go now, Hio.
Good to see the
Hold on. Okay.
All right, good morning, Mr. Morales. All right, so court will just note for the record that Mr. Morales
gonna
does
do it
appear
like this
here in
because
business
it'll be-
casual attire unrestrained with us this morning. There is a few matters that I need to take up on the
Okay,
record.
we're good.
The first is the state's motion in limine concerning self-serving statements. Attorney Stein, you had filed that motion. I did receive an objection from counsel. Attorney Stein, do you have any additional argument aside from what's contained in your motion?
Not at this time, Your Honor. I'm aware that the court is going to defer to the time of trial.
Thank you.
I have nothing to add, Your Honor.
All right, thank you so much. All right, so with that, the court will go ahead and defer decision until the time of
Dang.
trial.
Hold on, y'all.
The evidence outright is hereby denied without prejudice to raise the issues at trial. All right, so the next item up for the court's concern is I was advised by my clerk that one of the jurors has now a conflict with sitting on this trial, which is expected to take multiple weeks to complete. So I did have an opportunity to discuss this in chambers with counsel. It is my understanding that we intend to put this on the record, but that counsel does not, at this point in time, object to the discharge of the juror. Is that correct?
That's correct from the defense, Your Honor.
State concurs, Your Honor.
All right, so with that, my intention is to bring the juror out, just ask the juror a few questions. I will ask and confirm any additional voir dire by counsel at that time before making the ultimate decision. And I would ask for live broadcasting to stop at this time, as I do anticipate bringing a
Okay, so they're gonna stop broadcasting for a minute because they're removing a juror. I tried to mute and the screen went black, so I guess I can't mute either. Yeah, pull another juror, right, Genevieve? Oh, hold on, y'all. Yeah, you can try to fix it now that we're not live or whatever, but like every time I highlight a comment, it goes away. I don't know what the hell is happening. Mrs. O, I did a video on it. Let me see. Sorry y'all hear me eating. I can't mute or it'll boot me. All right, I'm gonna pull that up on my phone and we'll watch this video real quick. For those of you that don't know the case. I couldn't find it anywhere else. Hold on, y'all. I mean, now it's even doing it to my page. Like, I'm going to see if I can highlight on my page. Hold on.
This is Christine Holloway.
Chambers. I'm aware of the court's ruling regarding the admissibility of evidence involving Vanessa Morales. I have no intention of objecting during the course.
Hold on. I'll back it up for y'all real quick. Oh, crap. They're back at court.
A blanket objection to the admissibility of that evidence.
All right, so Attorney Gavin, I do understand your position. However, the court was pretty clear on the allowance of the evidence as it is relevant to the investigation portion of this particular trial. I did mandate a proffer outside the presence of the jury for anything in addition to its reference to the investigation. So please stay on top of that and make all appropriate objections as relevant. Okay?
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you. So I will leave you to your burden on that. Is there anything by the state?
No, Your Honor.
Okay. All right. So at this point in time, we are going to take a brief recess just so that we can go ahead and make sure that our jurors are all prepared and ready to go, and that alternate juror is moved into a regular juror slot. And I do anticipate after that, coming back out on the record, we will go ahead and bring the jury in, and we will introduce the case to the jury, and then the state will commence with its evidence case in chief. Thank you. Court stands in recess.
All rise.
Okay, so they took a recess. I booted myself from the studio and came back to see if it'll work. I'm going to try to pull it up on my side because right now Hio's got it playing. And I know she's got things to do. While they're at recess, I'll try to get this pulled up and see. Actually, while they're at recess, we will watch that video to catch you guys up on the case. Hold on just a minute. Okay, I'm getting it pulled up. Hold on, y'all. Hold on, hold on. No. Okay. All right, y'all. I'm gonna try to see. Yeah, they've been all morning, like haven't been there, and now they are. All right, I'm gonna make this big and see if I can highlight comments and if it'll work now that I've left the studio and come back.
This is Christine Holloway. Christine Holloway left this earthly plane on December 2nd, 2019.
I think it's working now.
This is Christine's boyfriend. His name is Jose Morales. He is the father of Christine's daughter, Vanessa Morales. Let's listen to a quick timeline of events.
Friday, November 29th is the last confirmed contact we had with Christine Holloway that we've been able to establish. December 2nd at approximately 1 p.m., Christine's employer requests a welfare check. She had not shown up for work. We had no contact at the house at that time. December 2nd, 7:30 p.m., Christine's family comes in and requests a welfare check. At that point, we make entry into the house. Christine is found deceased in the home, and Vanessa Morales is missing.
Christine's cause of death was blunt force trauma to the head. Basically, she had been beaten to death. Jose Morales is the alleged perpetrator. Their daughter, Vanessa, is missing still to this very day. What he did with her, nobody knows.
December 4th, an Amber Alert is issued for Vanessa Morales. December 4th, State of Connecticut, Office of the Chief Medical Examiner rules Christine Holloway's death a homicide by blunt force trauma. And December 17th, the Ansonia Police Department officially announces Jose Morales is the suspect in both the death of Christine Holloway and the disappearance of Vanessa Morales.
Vanessa is missing along with her diaper bag, her car seat, and the comforter to her bed.
In addition to searching for Vanessa, we are looking for the following items which are listed on this poster board to my far left. Okay, these are items that Christine Holloway used in taking care of Vanessa, and we have been able to locate them. And we are looking for a Graco unknown model car seat and base and possibly.
Okay, it happened in 2019. She was found December 2nd of 2019.
There is a teething ring attached to it, a multicolored polka dot child's comforter, and an Eddie Bauer First Adventure backpack diaper bag color heather gray.
Jose Morales has been offered plea deals over the years, but he could never come to terms with the requirements of these plea deals. So starting tomorrow morning, he will be in court. I will be streaming that, so make sure you come and hang out with us while we watch this trial.
Jose Morales walked into court smiling and waved at the judge. His behavior just added to the continued frustration felt by the family of Christine Holloway.
That's part of the anger, because he, in his mind, and I already know, he thinks he's going to get away with it.
It will now be up to a jury to decide whether Jose Morales killed the mother of his infant child.
I'm interested to find out what happens next. Do you think he did it? Do you think Vanessa's still alive out there somewhere? Do you think if she is, she knows who she is? Come tell us tomorrow and hang out with us as we watch and talk about the trial. See you there.
Okay, so that was the update, and we'll go back, and I guess since they're taking coffee break already, we'll continue to watch. I'm going to try to stream it from mine, but Hio has it pulled up in my background. I guess we'll do it this way. So it was December 2nd of 2019 that they found Miss Christine Holloway deceased in her bathtub. She had been beaten to death by Jose. And the baby was missing and is still missing to this day. And along with the baby that's missing, there is her blanket, her car seat, and her diaper bag that's missing. Okay, I know Hio can't hear because she's with Nana, but I'm gonna tell her thank you. So yeah, since I left the studio and came back, it appears to be working. Yeah, because I can highlight comments now. Damn StreamYard, being stupid. Yeah, I saw that, Genevieve. I saw yesterday that he was wearing a cross around his neck and he's got a rosary under his shirt. And he has been working out. Thank you, Rubber. Rubber said, brief recess. The juror is excused and an alternate will be appointed. That was from News 12 Connecticut. Court is lazy, but I also have no patience. Yeah, me either. This is a bunch of BS. Like, the judge didn't even get there till 10:20. Now we're on recess already. I mean, damn, she was in court less than 9 minutes. Good morning, Kimmy C. All I need is Jesus. Good morning. It's good to see you. Said, I doubt her put her in the arms of someone safe. I doubt she's alive still. I hope to God she is still alive. I really do. Okay, why are we not? Okay. I really do. I don't know. The fact that it's his daughter and the blanket and the car seat and the diaper bag are missing makes me, feel a little bit better about it, but I don't know. The juror had a conflict of interest.
Court has been informed that the clerks did, in fact, select a juror by lot. Madam Clerk, which of the alternate jurors was chosen?
Garth West, alternate juror number 2, is now regular juror number 11.
Okay. Madam Clerk, are you all set to provide the regular oath and alternate oaths to the jury?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, counsel, anything before the court calls the jury in?
No, Your Honor.
All right, let me remind everyone that there are two orders in place that I wish to highlight at the moment. One is an order regarding media coverage of this case. It has been filed with the clerk's office. If you have any questions or concerns regarding that order, please consult with the clerk's office. The other is an order concerning sequestration of witnesses. Because the court is unfamiliar with the witnesses to be called in this matter in terms of their appearance, I have no knowledge of what they look like. It'd be hard for me to oversee that particular process to exclude anyone who is not supposed to be here unless I am made aware of that situation. So I would ask counsel to please remain vigilant and let the court know if in fact they believe someone is in the courtroom who should not be here as an anticipated witness to be called. So I appreciate your cooperation in that regard. All right, with that, I would ask Madam Clerk to please bring in the jury.
Grab me Rosie Clark out of there. Okay, buddy? Just put her right at the top. Sure, just leave it.
Oh, all I need. I'm sorry, love. Hopefully you'll get gifted.
Good morning. I think you'll see it.
What the crap?
So tell me about Elijah and what you understand of why
Hold
we're
on a
here to
minute.
talk about Elijah.
Because he's missing.
A mother questioned by detectives
Oh
as
my
they
God.
investigate.
Stop. Like, I didn't want you to play that. Hold on. I don't know why it just stopped streaming. I guess they somehow cut the coverage. So, Lord have mercy. Like, I've never had this much trouble. No. Hold on a minute. I'm checking other sites to see if it's up or coming back up. That was Law and Crime. That wasn't me. Law and Crime, for some reason, cut the feed, or it got cut, or something to that effect. I have no idea what the hell is going on. WFSB3. Let me try that. WSFB3. So let's see if they're live streaming it. Nope. All right, let's try News 12. Okay. It doesn't appear that they're live streaming it either. Lord have mercy. Y'all, this is crazy. Hold on a minute. Hold on just a minute. All right, let me check the page we were just on. Lord, they took the whole damn feed. Like, it's not even there. They deleted the dang video or something. Oh my gosh. Okay. Okay, so I got it on Fox 61, but it's a blank screen, but at least they're up. Let's try it this way. I can't believe this, y'all. Like, I've never seen so many issues. All right, I'm getting it pulled up now. Hey, Candace. Hold on just a minute. So it is live, as you can see. It's just a blank screen. So we'll try it here. Okay. I'm going to keep checking to see if anybody gets it pulled up before somebody else. Oh, now Law and Crime has got it back up. Okay, so let's go there. Like, what is this? Law and Crime Trials. Okay. Y'all, I promise it's not my fault that this is happening. I don't understand. It was them. Like, if it ain't been one thing, it's been a damn nother this morning. Good gracious.
Sonia and docket ending 660T. Here at Part A on February 2025, Howard S. Stein, Supervisory Assistant State's Attorney, accuses Jose Morales of murder and charges in the first count in the county of New Haven in the city of Ansonia. On or about Sunday, December 1st, 2019, between approximately 1:57 a.m. and approximately 6 a.m. at 6.5 Myrtle Avenue within said city, the said Jose Morales, with intent to cause the death of Christine Holloway, did strike Christine Holloway multiple times in the head and torso with an instrument that created several round-shaped marks that measured approximately 1 inch in diameter, severely fracturing her skull and causing other blunt force injuries, which resulted in her death in violation of Section 53A-54A, subsection A of the Connecticut General Statutes. And said attorney for the state further accuses the said Jose Morales in the second count with the crime of tampering with physical evidence and charges that in the county of New Haven, in the city of Ansonia, on or about Sunday, December 1st, 2019, at approximately 2 a.m. until approximately 1:30 p.m. on Monday, December 2nd, 2019, at 6.5 Myrtle Avenue within said city. The said Jose Morales, believing that a criminal investigation conducted by a law enforcement agency is about to be instituted, the said Jose Morales did destroy and conceal and remove physical evidence of the crime of murder with the purpose to impair its availability in such criminal investigation in violation of Sections 53A-155 of the Connecticut General Statute. This amended information is dated at Milford, Connecticut, the 18th day of February 2025, and signed on behalf of the state by Howard S. Stein, Supervisory Assistant State's Attorney for the Judicial District of Ansonia, Milford. Now, ladies and gentlemen, the information which I have just read is not evidence. It is merely the formal means of bringing a person forward to court for trial on crimes. You must not consider it as any evidence of the guilt of the defendant or draw any inference of guilt because the defendant has been arrested and formally charged with committing crimes. Every defendant in a criminal case is presumed to be innocent, and that presumption of innocence remains with the defendant throughout the trial, unless and until the state proves the guilt of the defendant beyond a reasonable doubt. The burden is on the state to prove the defendant guilty beyond a reasonable doubt, and that...
So it took so long to get to trial because he was offered several plea deals and could never come to terms with the stipulations of the plea deals. And I do believe it's because he was supposed to admit where the baby was, tell everybody where Vanessa was, who is still missing to this day, and he wouldn't do it.
That burden of proof never shifts throughout the trial, unless you find at the conclusion of all the evidence that the state has proved beyond a reasonable doubt that the defendant has committed every element of an offense charged, you must find him not guilty of that offense. On the other hand, if you are satisfied that the evidence establishes the guilt of the defendant beyond a reasonable doubt, you should not hesitate to find him guilty. The defendant may or may not testify in this case. An accused person has the option to testify or not to testify at trial. He is under no obligation to testify. He has a constitutional right to not testify. You must draw no unfavorable inferences from the defendant's choice to not testify. The procedure of the trial is as follows. After I finish this instruction, the state will present its evidence. Then the defendant may present evidence. The defendant, however, has no legal obligation to present evidence. The law does not require a defendant to prove his innocence or to produce any evidence. If the defendant does present evidence, the state may then present rebuttal evidence if it so chooses. When all the evidence has been presented to you, the lawyers will make closing arguments to you. Bear in mind that arguments are not evidence. You may consider argument of counsel during your deliberations, but arguments are not evidence. Under our rules, the state argues first, then the defendant argues through counsel, and then the state argues a second time. But the defendant does not argue a second time. However, each counsel is given the same amount of time for argument. It's only the state that breaks that argument into two parts. When arguments are completed, I will then instruct you as to the laws that you must apply in this case. At the conclusion of those instructions, I will then send you to the jury room to begin your deliberations. That is the first time you will discuss this case with anyone. Up until that time, you will not discuss this case with anyone, including each other.
You're fine. All I need is Jesus. Chaz says that's why I think the child is alive and his family is hiding her. I do too, because it was his daughter, and the car seat, the diaper bag, and the blanket are gone. Now, he could have done something and tried to make it look like he took her somewhere, or he could have taken her somewhere. The fact that the car seat and the diaper bag are gone makes me feel like he took her somewhere and placed her there to keep her safe or whatever, because he knew he was going down for beating his damn ex-girlfriend to death.
Once deliberations start, all deliberations must be conducted in the jury room only when all jurors are present. When you deliberate, you apply the facts that you find to the law as I instruct, and in that way reach a verdict. Your verdict must be unanimous. My responsibility as the judge is to conduct the trial of the case in an orderly, fair, and efficient manner, to rule on questions of law arising during the trial, and to instruct you as to the law that applies to this case. It is your duty to accept the law as I state it to you, whether you agree with it or not. My actions during the trial, in ruling on claims or objections by counsel, in comments to counsel, in questions to witnesses perhaps, or in setting forth the law in the instructions to you, are not to be taken by you as any indication of my opinion as to how you as jurors should decide the facts. If you come to believe during the trial that I have expressed any opinion as to those facts, you should disregard it. As I've told you, my job as judge is to ensure that there is a fair trial here so that you can decide the case. During the course of the trial, I may occasionally ask questions of a witness. Do not assume that I hold any opinion on the matter to which my questions may relate. Remember all times that you as jurors are at liberty to disregard all comments of the court in arriving at your own findings as to the facts in this case. You must not take anything I may say or do during the trial as indicating what I think the evidence is or should be, or what your verdict is or should be. Your function as the jury is to determine the facts. You are the sole and exclusive judges of the facts here, and you alone will determine the weight, the effect, and the value of the evidence, as well as the credibility of the witnesses. You must consider and weigh the testimony of all the witnesses who appear before you, and you alone are to determine whether to believe any witness and the extent to which any witness is to be believed. It is your responsibility to resolve any conflicts in testimony that may arise during the course of the trial and to determine where the truth lies. In the course of evaluating the evidence, you are entitled to draw any and all inferences that you find reasonable and logical from the evidence you hear. You will decide what the facts are from the evidence that will be presented in this courtroom. That evidence will consist of the testimony of witnesses, documents, and other material admitted into evidence as exhibits, and any facts on which the lawyers agree or that I may instruct you to accept. The following are not evidence, and you must not consider them as evidence in deciding the facts of this case. Statements and arguments by the attorneys, questions and objections of the lawyers, and testimony that I instruct you to disregard. There are two kinds of evidence, direct and circumstantial. Direct evidence is testimony by a witness about what that witness personally saw or heard or did. Circumstantial evidence is indirect evidence. That is, it is evidence from which you can infer another fact. As an example, if you wake up in the morning and see that the sidewalk is wet, you may infer that it rained during the night. The wet sidewalk is circumstantial evidence that it rained. Other evidence, however, may provide another explanation for the water on the sidewalk, such as a garden hose that was left on overnight. Therefore, before you decide that a fact has been proved by circumstantial evidence, you must consider all the evidence in the light of reason, experience, and common sense. In deciding this case, you may consider both direct and circumstantial evidence. The law permits you to give equal weight to both, but again, it is for you to decide how much weight to give any evidence. Some evidence may be admitted for a limited purpose. When I instruct you that a piece of evidence has been admitted for a limited purpose, you must consider it only for that purpose and none other. In deciding the facts of this case, you are the sole judges of the credibility of the witnesses. You will have to decide which witnesses to believe and which witnesses not to believe. You may believe everything a witness says or only part of it or none of it. However, every witness starts on an equal basis. You are to listen to all of them with an open mind and judge all of them by the same standards. Police will be testifying in this case. You must determine the credibility of police officials in the same way and by the same standards as you would evaluate the testimony of any other witness. The testimony of a police official is entitled to no special or exclusive weight merely because it comes from a police official. You should recall his or her demeanor on the stand and manner of testifying and weigh and balance it just as carefully as you would the testimony of any other witness. You should neither believe nor disbelieve the testimony of a police official just because he or she is a police official. Now, during the course of trial, counsel for either party may object to a question asked by the other lawyer. It is the responsibility of counsel to object to evidence which he or she believes is not properly admissible, and you should not be prejudiced in any way against a lawyer who makes an objection. When that happens, I will rule on the objection. If I sustain the objection, you will not hear an answer to the question, and you should not wonder why it was asked or speculate as to what the answer would have been. If I overrule an objection, you will hear an answer to the question, and you may give it whatever consideration you feel it is entitled to. There may be times when counsel or the court may ask you to be excused during arguments or objections. Those arguments often include matters of evidence that the court may eventually exclude. The reason that I ask you to step out is to assure that you will not hear evidence that is not properly admissible and not to keep you from evidence that you should in fact hear. Now, a few moments ago, you took an oath that will govern your conduct as jurors between the time you took that oath and the time that you are discharged by me after you have reached a verdict in this case. That oath and the rules of court obligate you to do certain things and to avoid other things, and I want to review some of those obligations with you. First, you must decide this case based only on the evidence presented here in the court and on the law as I explain that law to you. Second, do not make up your minds about what your verdict will be until you have heard all the evidence, heard closing arguments of the attorneys, and my instructions on the law, and after that, you and your fellow jurors have discussed the evidence. Keep an open mind until that time. There are some rules that flow from these obligations, and I will go over those. You may not perform any investigations or research or experiments of any kind, either on your own or individually as a group. Do not consult any dictionaries for the meaning of any words or any encyclopedias or the internet for general information on the subjects or issues arising out of this trial. Do not look up anything online concerning information about this case or any of the people involved in it or any of the locations that are discussed during the evidence. That includes the defendant, the witnesses, the lawyers, and of course myself as the judge. Do not get copies of any statutes that may be referred to in court or that you heard the court refer to while reading the amended information. Do not go to any scenes where any of the events that are the subject of this trial took place, or use any device such as internet maps or Google Earth or any other program to search for or view any of the places discussed in this trial. You may ask yourself why? Because parties have a right to have the case decided based only on the evidence they know about and that which has been introduced here in court. If you do some research or investigation or experiment that we don't know about, then your verdict may be influenced by information that has not been tested by the oath to tell the truth or by way of cross-examination. The same thing is true of any media reports you may come across about this case or anybody connected with the case. If you do come across any reports in newspapers, magazines, on TV, or any internet sites, you may not read it, watch it, or listen to it because it may refer to information not produced here in the courtroom and may contain inaccurate information. You may not discuss this case with anyone, including each other, until the case is over and you've been discharged by the court. Anyone else does include members of your family, your friends, your coworkers, etc. If you wish, you may tell them, obviously, that you are serving as a juror and the expected length of time that you are commanded to be here. But you may not tell them anything else about the case until it is over and I have discharged you. You may not talk to any court personnel, such as marshals or clerks, about this case. You may not ask any of your friends who are lawyers or law enforcement personnel for any advice or information about matters related to this case. Additionally, you may not communicate to anyone any information about this case. This includes communication by any means, such as text messages, email, internet chat rooms, blogs, and of course, social media websites like Facebook, Instagram, YouTube, or TikTok, otherwise now known as X. I'm sorry, that's not otherwise known as X. It's TikTok and X, previously known as Twitter. Both the defendant and the state are entitled to a fair trial rendered by an impartial jury, and you must conduct yourself so as to maintain the integrity of the trial process. Now, when you have rendered a verdict and you are dismissed by the court, you obviously at that time will be free to discuss the case with anyone you want, though remember, you're not required to do so. Until then, you must be focused solely on the evidence presented here in the courtroom and your obligations to the fairness of these proceedings. In addition, even as jurors, you may not talk to each other about the case until I tell you to do so, and that will not be until you've heard all the evidence, heard closing arguments, and my instructions as to the law on this case that you must.
Okay, so I will pause and talk. Yeah, I didn't know if y'all liked it better when I just let it play, and if I pause and talk when they go to break, we can probably just skip past it, depending on how much I talk. Abellis, good to see you. I'm glad you're here, my love. This case is for Jose Morales. Jose Morales beat Christine Holloway to death. She was found December 2nd, 2019. Their daughter, Vanessa, is missing to this day. He is on trial for her death. They had tried to reach several plea agreements, but I think part of those plea agreements was that he had to tell where the baby was, and he would not ever do that. So we don't know if she's missing or if she's deceased. Oh, yeah. Please hit the thumbs up. Thank you, Genevieve. I always forget to ask.
You must apply to the facts that you
Hannah,
find. Now, it seems only natural that as jurors sitting on a case together that you would talk about a case as it is going on. The problem with that is when people start discussing things, they do take positions on them and they express opinions, which are often hard for them to change later on. So if you were permitted to discuss the case while it was going on,
can y'all hear the
reach
rain?
Conclusions or express opinions before you have heard all the evidence or heard the final arguments of counsel or the law that you must apply to this case. Your verdict in this case might then be improperly influenced by the conclusions or opinions you or your fellow jurors have reached before you knew all of the evidence or the law that will help you put that evidence in proper context for your verdict. Well, so what happens if these rules are violated? Well, in some cases, violation of the rules of juror conduct have resulted in hearings after trial in which the jurors have had to come testify about their conduct. In some cases, the verdict of the jury has been set aside and a new trial ordered because of jury misconduct. So it is very important that you abide by these rules. If someone should attempt to talk to you about this case, please report it to the clerk immediately. If
Okay,
you
Jen.
see or hear anything of a prejudicial
You're welcome,
nature
Abelis.
or that you think might compromise the proper conduct of this trial, please report it to the clerk immediately. These communications to the clerk should be in writing, and please do not discuss any such matters with your fellow jurors. You may, if you wish, take notes during the trial. When you came in, you'll note that there is a notepad and a pen provided on your chair. You'll get more instructions about the notebooks, but during recess, you will be leaving the notebooks behind. And at night, the notebooks will be collected and they will be kept and maintained in a confidential place.
Yes, Lori Vallow trial is today, Abelis. I think Hio might stream it, or Katia, which is True Crime Addict 8, is going to stream it. I will attempt to drop her link in just a minute if I still have it on my phone. That trial starts at 2 p.m. for me, so that means it would have went way past dinner time. So unfortunately, I was unable to stream that one. Hio and I were talking about it yesterday. She said this trial was coming up as well. This trial is on the East Coast, so, you know, it should end around 5 o'clock, which is when I can go cook dinner and still have dinner ready for the family and things like that. So I was unable to stream Lori Vallow, but that will be happening at 2 p.m. my time. So in about 3 hours, they'll start that trial.
You are not, of course, required to take notes, even if your fellow jurors are taking notes. Let me emphasize some ground rules for you regarding the note taking. So notes are a sound tool to help you refresh your recollection during deliberations. However, notes by themselves are not foolproof. If there is a conflict between your notes and your recollection, it is your recollection that must prevail.
So I dropped Katia's link. If you guys want to watch Lori Daybell trial, definitely check her out. She will be streaming it later today.
Additionally, if there is a conflict between your recollection and the notes of a fellow juror, again, it is your recollection that must prevail because your notes are not evidence. You will recall my earlier definition of what constitutes evidence. Your verdict must be based exclusively on the evidence presented here in the courtroom and the principles of law given to you in my final instructions. The note-taking process should not distract you from focusing on the witness because the credibility to ascribe to a witness is critical, and that's one of your roles. It is essential that you do not allow note-taking to interfere with or impede your ability to view the witness, listen to him or her, and to size him or her up, and that is to properly evaluate the witness. You should not be so preoccupied with taking notes that you overlook what the witness is saying and how that witness is saying it. You may find that note-taking may distract you from giving full attention to a witness while he or she is testifying. You will be able to get testimony played back to you during your deliberations, so you do.
If y'all hear yelling in the background, it is my kids and the landlord's grandchildren. They're all outside playing in the rain. They know, because I'm live, they know I won't come out there and make them go in. And it's not cold today, so I guess they're going to have fun playing in the rain. So they are having a good time. I don't know if y'all hear them.
Do not need to make your own
They're going to be
record
covered
of
in
exactly
mud.
what was said by any witness. There is no need to try to take down a lot of notes or to take down the testimony word for word. You may not make or modify any notes outside of court. As indicated earlier, those notepads will be collected at the end of the day and kept confidential by the marshal or the clerk of court. No one will look at them. Whatever notes that you do take are confidential. You are not to exchange or discuss your notes with your fellow jurors during the trial itself. You may discuss your notes if you so choose during the deliberations. Just as you cannot discuss or deliberate this case among yourself until the case has been completed, so too you cannot exchange or discuss your notes until the trial evidence has been completed. There is no requirement, of course, that you take notes. This is an option to be exercised by each of you individually. Those of you who elect not to take notes will be no less conscientious than jurors who take notes. The juror who takes few or no notes should not permit his or her individual recollection to be influenced by a juror whose notes may differ from that recollection. Notes are only a tool and not always accurate. Do not assume that a voluminous note taker is taking notes that are necessarily more accurate. I take notes because I may be asked to rule on issues during evidence. Your decision whether to take notes at any point should not be influenced by my note taking.
Like, this is some good instructions. I mean, we're going to know how to be a juror in no time. They are very clear with these instructions. And Jose Morales has lost a significant amount of weight.
Finally, notwithstanding note-taking by you and your fellow jurors, do not hesitate to seek a reading of any portion of the testimony if you deem it essential during your deliberations. Now, in terms of the daily schedule, the lawyers have informed me that they expect the evidentiary portion of this trial to take a few weeks, but that is only an estimate. A trial may go a little longer, maybe a little bit shorter. I will do my best to try to keep you informed of any changes or adjustments in the trial schedule. Once evidence is presented and the case is given to you for deliberations, of course, the length of deliberations depends solely on you as the jury. During the trial, any communication you wish to make with me must be in writing, dated and signed by the person making the communication. It will be read to the lawyers and the parties and made part of the record. So if you have a question, write it down, hand it to the marshal or the clerk.
Okay, Kathy,
and that marshal or clerk will get it to me. And please do not share the substance or nature of that note with your fellow jurors. So with these comments, I do want to address one other thing. So after you were selected as jurors or alternates in this case, I did mention that the trial may generate some press interest, and I gave you some brief instructions about what to expect in that regard and how to conduct yourselves while the trial is underway, and I want to focus on that just for a moment. As you probably noticed, there are members of the press in the courtroom, in the hallways, and on the grounds outside and around the courthouse. They are here with the permission of the court because this is a trial, which is a public matter, and the public has a right to know what is happening here. On the other hand, the court is responsible for ensuring the comfort and privacy of persons who need to be here and for conducting these proceedings in an orderly and dignified way so that neither you nor the parties and their representatives, nor the witnesses, nor the court staff are distracted from their important business before the court. These interests must be accommodated and harmonized accordingly. The court and members of the press have agreed on certain restrictions and limits on the activities in which they may engage. First, members of the press may not approach jurors, alternates, witnesses, or attorneys in this case, or court staff for questioning or interviews prior to the conclusion of the proceedings here, in the courthouse, on its grounds, or elsewhere. Jurors and alternates shall not discuss any aspect of this case with anyone while it's pending. I've gone over that numerous times. Members of the press shall not take or make photographs or video of any jurors or alternates, either inside or outside this courthouse. There is a camera here in the courtroom, but neither that camera or any other camera which may or may not come into the courtroom will be allowed to capture images of the jury, so either as a group or individually. So I wanted to put you at ease relative to that. If jurors, alternates, or any court staff become aware of the violation of these rules, please report that to the marshal immediately so the court can address it. Finally, and I can't impress this upon you enough, I can't stop you from engaging in your usual activities when you leave court for the day and you go home. But I do want to remind jurors and alternate jurors that you should carefully avoid viewing press coverage of these proceedings while the trial is pending. As I have told you repeatedly, it is critical that all of you know about this case information that has only been presented here in the courtroom by both sides, because you need to deliberate based solely on that information. All right. So with that, I am going to ask counsel if they need to address the court outside the presence of the jury before we commence regarding the court's introduction to the jury.
No, Your Honor.
Not from the state, Your Honor.
All right, very good. Well, is the state prepared to call its first witness?
State is, Your Honor.
You may go ahead.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you.
State of Connecticut would call Rosie Jones Clark to the stand.
We're not having open arguments? I think he said Rosie Joan Clark. Yeah, I was like, why are we not having open arguments? That doesn't make any sense.
Just for the jury's understanding, the court has an order in effect that all witnesses are going to remain outside the courtroom until such time as they are called. Okay, so that you will see some delay when we call a witness. Please watch your step. Thank you.
This is weird. Like, why are we not having
Thank you.
any?
If you could please remain standing, Madam Clerk is going to put you to oath.
Please raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear, solemnly and sincerely affirm, as the case may be, that the evidence you shall give in this case shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God, or not guilty of perjury?
Yes, I agree with what you're saying.
Please state your full name, spell your last name, and please state your business address for the record, please.
Full name is Rosie Jones Clark. It's spelled J-O-N as in Nancy, E-S hyphen Clark, C-L-A-R-K-E.
I'm going to
Business
mute because
name,
that
Get Smart Investors, but it used to be
rain
Bright
is
Morning
loud.
Star Daycare.
And your business address?
It is 1700 Broadbridge Avenue, Bridgeport, Connecticut.
Thank you, Ms. Clark. You may be seated. I am going to instruct you to please keep your voice up. I'm also going to instruct you, if you could turn your chair, and I know this is a little bit awkward, just a little slanted so that you can face all members of the jury when you're responding to questions. That would be fantastic. Sure. Thank you so much.
Absolutely.
Thank you. Yep. Are all members of the jury able to see the witness? Thank you. All right, Attorney Stein, you may proceed.
Thank you. Sorry if I call you Rosie.
Yes, it is.
Okay. The hyphenated name's always especially with this cough I have. I triple up that. So as the judge just explained to you, that mic in front of you, it does a very poor job amplifying. It's more for the court reporter to pick up. So if you don't mind keeping your voice up, you really project down.
Sure.
So you indicated you're currently involved in a business, but was there a point in time back in 2019 that you had a different business?
Yes, I did.
And what was the name of that business?
Bright Morning Star Daycare.
And can you tell me, first of all, what type of business was it?
It's a child care center.
And were you the owner, the operator of it?
Yes.
How long had you been involved in that business?
I wish he would go back by the microphone because I can't hear a damn thing he's asking her. I don't think a plea deal was reached, but I could be wrong.
Well, I've been in business already for 15 years. Prior to Bright Morning Stars, I started in my home, and then I moved into a center, and I had been doing the center at that time, probably about 19. So probably about 7 years, I believe.
Okay. And just describe, so from your home and into a center, describe the business, if you will, for me.
So initially at home, it was a family daycare, so you can have up to 6 children full time. And I did that for about 15 years, and then I moved into a child care center, meaning I could have, well, depending on the space of the facility, I could have 25 at the daycare center, which was in the Black Rock area of Bridgeport.
And were these 25 children all in one classroom, or were there multiple classrooms?
Multiple classrooms.
And how many classrooms were operating in December of 2019?
We had 3 classrooms.
And did you break them down by age range?
Yes.
Younger children in one classroom, and then as they progressively get older, you separate them?
Yes.
I want to ask you, in December
Okay, thank you, Hannah.
2019, did you know a woman by the name of Christine Holloway?
Yes.
How did you know Christine Holloway?
She was my employee.
How long, do you recall when she started working for you?
I don't really recall right now when she actually started, but I think by the time of her death, maybe she had been there a little over 2 years.
And during that time, in what capacity was she employed by you?
She was a lead teacher, which means that she was in charge of the infant room, which went from children that were 6 weeks old up to about 14, 15 months old.
So as a lead teacher, tell us a little bit about what her responsibilities were as a lead teacher.
Sure. Her responsibilities were to make sure that all of the children were fed on time, that their nap times kept them on schedule with their naps. Of course, feeding, changing, making sure the classroom was clean. She also was in charge of other teachers that would be in the room, the assistant teacher, and then, of course, floaters that went in and out of the classroom.
And so, and how was she as an employee in that capacity?
Christina was actually an excellent employee. She was always on time. She did all the things that she needed to do. She worked well with others. I never had any problems with her as far as being a team player, working with others, and just being able to do her job.
Did you know her at all in any type of a personal capacity?
Other than just, from time to time, I take all of the staff out, like for dinners, or we'd all just we have staff meetings that we do. Nothing personal outside of work, more than that. That's about it.
Could you just describe her generally, her temperament, her personality?
So she was, I don't know, I guess I'd probably say she was simply quiet. By that I mean she was pretty simplistic. She didn't require a whole lot. She was always the same Christine, very consistent, always on time. She sort of quiet, very quiet, but yet, she smiles, she'd joke a little. I'm one of those bosses that do jokes. I'm not the typical boss, I suppose, but like to have fun. And we've always tried to create a happy environment, social sort of environment where, everyone can talk and laugh together and all of those things. And Christine was, she was quiet, but yet she very consistent.
Becky P, she worked at a daycare, and I'm glad that they're talking about her and how wonderful she was, how good of a person, and all of that. She remembers her fondly, and I like that.
Always.
Did there come a point in time while she was in your employ that she became pregnant?
Yes.
Do you know approximately when that was?
It was shortly after her working there. I can't give you any exact dates, but it was shortly after her working there. Maybe, I don't even think it was 6 months. I think it was less than 6 months.
And when she became pregnant, did she take time from work?
No. Other than she may have had to, and I'm just thinking off the top of my head now, I don't have any records to sort of prove the exact dates, but other than I think just having like doctor's appointments while she was pregnant, but she didn't take off from work. She'd either leave early, she'd try to leave early. She was always at work. She wasn't one to miss work.
How about when she gave birth? Was there any time off from work after giving birth?
She was out maybe 6 weeks, not long.
And do you know the child that she had, was it a boy or a girl?
A girl.
And do you know what she named it?
Vanessa. Yeah.
And did you know who Vanessa's father was?
Yes.
And do you know that person's name?
Jose.
And had you ever met Jose at all while
Yes.
And if you don't mind looking around the room, do you see the person that you know as Jose currently sitting here in the courtroom today?
Yes.
Can you point to where you see him seated and tell, so the record can capture it, what do you see him wearing?
I will stipulate that it's Mr. Morales here at the council table.
So this gentleman over
I wish they would fix that daggone mic too.
here, is that the Jose you knew as the father of Vanessa Morales?
Yes, Vanessa looks just like him.
All right, so court will just note the stipulation and also note the witness has identified Mr. Jose Morales. Thank you.
I want to show you what has been marked as States 1 for identification.
You're fine, Paramandy.
My approach,
Yes.
Can you tell me whether you recognize who these people are?
Yes.
Who do you recognize these people to be?
It's Christine and Vanessa.
I'm going to offer this, Your Honor, as States 1.
No objection, Your Honor.
All right, with no objection, court will accept into evidence States 1. Full exhibit.
That's the picture on the thumbnail. That's Christine and their daughter, Vanessa.
Ms. Clark, showing you what's been marked States 1 now as a full exhibit. Obviously, the adult that's on the right side of the image, is that Christine Holloway?
Yes.
And the child in the umbrella stroller, is that Vanessa Morales?
That's baby Vanessa.
And is it fair to say there's pumpkins in the background, so this would be about Halloween time of approximately 2019?
Yes.
I want to call your attention to Thanksgiving. So maybe a few weeks after that photograph had been taken of 2019. Do you recall, I believe it was Wednesday, November 27th, just before Thanksgiving, was Christine at work that day?
I'm sorry, could you repeat the question?
The Wednesday just before Thanksgiving, was Christine at work that day?
Yes.
And after Vanessa was born and while Christine was at work, do you know what happened to Vanessa? Where would
I absolutely love her hair. I love that. That is so cute. Oh, sorry. Thought I played it.
Vanessa be while Christine was working?
She was at the daycare as well.
So I just want to be sure that I'm understanding you. When Christine went back to work after Vanessa's birth, did Vanessa become a student or in care at the daycare center?
Yes.
So when Christine was at work, would Vanessa be with her at work?
Yes.
And was it always like that? Was baby Vanessa always with Christine?
Yeah. Baby Vanessa was in her mom's classroom in the infant room.
So shortly before Thanksgiving, do you recall on the Wednesday before Thanksgiving whether Christine worked and whether she left early that day?
She left early.
And was there a procedure in place at Bright Star if an employee wanted some time off? Was there a procedure that they had to apply or give you notice of their intent to take time off?
Yes. We required at least 10 days if possible. If they needed some time off, that they would fill out a request form.
May I approach the witness?
You may. Thank you.
Showing you what's been marked States 2, can you tell me whether you can identify generally what this is?
Yes, that's our Bright Morning Stars form for request time off.
And does it appear to be the form that Christina Holloway would have filled out?
Yes.
Just 1 second, please, Your Honor.
Of course.
No objection, Your Honor.
States too full, Your Honor. May I publish it?
Well, let me make the finding and then you may. Yes, of course. Court will accept into evidence states 2 full by way of agreement. Thank you.
Your Honor, if I could just inquire, is the number 68 on the form? I'm not sure what the relevance is.
So it says the following is a copy, only a request for time of which is only granted after sign approved by the scheduling department. The request can be made by filling out a form and submitting it to the office. If you do not hear from the scheduling department within 48 hours, please assume that your request has not been granted until you have signed approval. Please be advised any days off beyond your regular paid sick, vacation, etc. may result in verbal warning and or termination. So this is where she was submitting for time off, I do believe.
And that'll come in through a subsequent wage. Now,
Yeah, Bellis.
Clark, Rosie,
Like, where is it?
What's on the monitor here?
Yes.
And does it appear top of the form that it pertains to Christine H?
Yes.
And this top line does it appear that Ms. Holloway was requesting time off from November the 27th at 3:30, and she was going to be returning to work on December 2nd at 8:30 in the morning?
Correct. Yes.
And that was authorized by a member of your staff?
My assistant director. Yes.
And also contained on this form are other dates she had anticipated taking off around Christmas, December 24th through December 30th.
Correct.
So you last saw Christine Holloway when she left Bright Star on Wednesday, November 27th, sometime around 3:30 p.m.
Did we fix it? It sounded like they did.
Would that be a fair and accurate statement?
She left Bright Morning Star. Yes. Yes.
I interposed the words.
That's okay.
With regard to, but that was the last time that you saw her.
Yes.
You didn't see her on Thursday or Friday or over that weekend. You wouldn't have seen her again until December the 2nd, which would have been the Monday following the Thanksgiving weekend.
Correct. Yes.
So now that sheet showed us that she was due at work Monday morning following that long weekend at 8:30. And was 8:30 her scheduled start time?
Yes.
Now, during the time that you knew Ms. Holloway, would she show up at 8:30 to begin her shift?
No. Christine pretty much always came early.
What time would Christine normally get to work when she was due into work by 8:30?
Around 8:10, 8:15.
And when she arrived, at least after Vanessa had been born, would Vanessa be with her?
Yes.
And did there come a point in time on Monday, December the 2nd of 2019, where you were expecting Ms. Holloway for work and she did not show up?
Yes.
And do you recall at what point did you sort of become aware that Christine had not shown up for work yet?
It was probably about 20 after 8 or so. And my assistant director said she was in the classroom and
Calls for hearsay.
I don't blame it, Your Honor, but with regard to, based upon what this person told you, what, if anything, did you do?
I'm so sorry, repeat that for me.
Sure. Based upon what your assistant told you, what did you do?
Well, we started making calls to Christine to see where she was, and
Let's take one step at a time. So,
Sure.
So, did you or other people at right morning start making phone calls?
yes,
Did you call Christine Holloway?
yes,
Did you? So you had a telephone number for her.
yes,
Were you able to reach her?
no.
Do you know if any of other employees made similar attempts to reach her?
My assistant director, yes.
And was she able to reach her?
No.
Now, at what point in time, I mean, so now you have somebody, an employee who didn't show up for work, a team leader, I think, or head teacher, as you described. What steps did you take after that?
We began to call at some point family members that were listed on her paperwork.
Okay. Did you have to do things with regard to the activities in her room before you started to make those calls?
Well, my assistant director was in the classroom, had to take over for her.
So you put somebody in to start running Christine's classroom.
Correct.
Now, what was in your mind at this point in time with regard to the fact that it's after 9 now and Christine hasn't shown up, and what were you thinking?
Well, even before 9, I mean, I was concerned because it wasn't like her. She was always consistent, always on time or before time. And so I was just hoping nothing had happened to her.
Real King, I am so glad you're here. We are all safe now. I'm so glad you're here. Good to see you, love.
Did it enter into your mind that shortly before Thanksgiving, she had asked for time to take Vanessa to the doctor? Do you recall that?
Objection, Your Honor. Now the state is testifying for this witness. Every one of these questions leading, and I've been sitting here trying to be complimentary.
I understand your objection is leading. I will sustain it.
With regard to just before the Thanksgiving break, did you make any observations with regard to Vanessa Morales' health?
Vanessa had been sick. I don't recall exactly what was wrong with her at the time now, but she had been sick prior to the holiday.
Christine asking for time off to take her to a doctor.
Objection to the following question.
I think it's close for a yes or no.
Well, that's why it's leading. It's sustained.
Did Christine take any time off with regard to a doctor's appointment for Vanessa?
Honestly, I can't recall now. She may have, but I don't recall.
So after you arranged coverage for Christine's classroom, what steps did you take to try to locate Christine Holloway?
Well, initially calling just the people that she had listed as emergency contacts to try and figure out what was, where she was, or making sure she was okay. And then after which I didn't get any callbacks from the people that we had called on her list. So I called the Ansonia Police Department.
Okay. So I just want to be sure I'm understanding. Did you have some kind of an employee when you hire somebody, they list emergency contacts?
Yes.
Are those the people that you tried to reach out to?
Yes.
Did you make contact with any of those people?
Just voicemail.
Did you hear back from any of those people?
No, not until, well, I shouldn't say no. Not during that time at all. It was probably a day or two later.
Okay. Did there come a point in time then in the day on now Monday, December the 2nd, I think you told us that you reached out to the Ansonia Police Department?
Yes, I did.
Did you recall approximately what time that was?
I don't know, maybe close to afternoon. I'm not sure.
I'm sorry?
Close to afternoon time. I'm not sure of the time.
Okay. And when you called the Ansonia Police Department, what if anything, did you make a request?
Alex said they are only allowed to have so many children per adult, so having coverage is important. Yes, that's very true. Good morning, Kim Casey for Justice. Good to see you. And a name here, good to see you. I used to work in a daycare. I was an assistant teacher. I was never like the head person. But yeah, you're allowed to have so many children per person. So they have to have a certain amount of people. Elizabeth said, what do they think happened to her child? I'm new. You're good. Okay, so the baby's blanket, diaper bag, and car seat was taken and is missing along with the child. So we don't know if he committed homicide on the child when he committed homicide on the mother, or if she's out there alive somewhere.
With regard to their services?
I did.
Thank y'all for being
yes.
here.
Should I?
What did you request?
I asked them if there was a way that they could do sort of a wellness check to see if she was home, because we had not heard from her and she didn't show up for work.
And did they indicate to you that they would perform this welfare check?
Yes, they did.
And did there come a point in time that you heard back from the Ansonia Police Department?
Yes.
And were they able to locate Christine Holloway?
No.
At that point in time, what were you thinking about at that point in time?
Objection, relevance.
Attorney Stein, her thoughts at that time, how is that relevant?
Well, with regard to the subsequent actions that she takes.
Why don't we get to the subsequent actions first, then, Sustained?
So after that, that return phone call from Ansonia Police, did you reach out to or attempt to reach out to Christine or to anybody else in any other way?
My assistant and I, we tried to contact. I'm sorry.
Witness could just testify to what she did and not what her assistant did, please.
Unless she has knowledge of what if she was there.
Hold on a moment. Let's start again. The question was, did you reach out? That basically is a yes or no. So why don't we start there? I'm going to strike any answer and we'll get an answer to the question. So did you reach out to anyone else was the question?
Yes.
More information in the question. But all right, so the answer is yes. Your follow-up, Attorney Stein?
And how did you reach out?
Facebook.
Did you message Christine Holloway?
I don't think I messaged Christine.
Who did you message?
Mr. Morales.
Did you ever receive a response to that message?
No.
Did there come a point in time that you found out what happened to Christine Holloway?
Objection, Your Honor. Relevance.
What is the relevance, Attorney Stein?
With regard to providing a statement to the police.
Well, at this point in time, what she found out would call for hearsay, I'm assuming. Why don't we move into the statement and get into that part first?
At some point in time, did you become aware that Christine Holloway had been found dead?
Yes.
And did the police ask you to give a statement, amongst other things, where Vanessa Morales could possibly be?
Yes.
And did you provide them with any information?
I mean, I didn't know where Vanessa could be, so I said no, I didn't know.
Did you indicate where Vanessa Morales normally is?
Yes.
And what was your answer?
She's normally with her mom.
I have nothing further here.
Okay, Attorney Gavin, any cross-examination?
Thank you. I'm Judge Clark. How are you?
Good, thank you.
Thanks for being here with us. My name's Ed Gavin. I just have a few questions for
Sure.
you as well, okay?
Mhm.
Not trying to confuse you. If you don't understand anything, just let me know.
I will.
Right? So, is Morning Star Daycare still in existence now?
Bright Morning Star, no.
No, it's not in existence anymore.
Well, I still own the business name, but I do not run the business anymore.
Okay. And just, I know that Attorney Stein had asked you regarding Christine. How long had she worked there prior to Thanksgiving in 2019?
Again, I want to say maybe 2.5 years.
Okay.
I don't know exactly.
So we know that she was employed prior to her pregnancy. Is that correct?
Yes.
And then she became pregnant, correct?
Yes.
Right. And had Vanessa.
Yes.
Okay. And then she took some time off, as anybody would do after birth, and she came back to work.
Yes.
Okay. And was it part and parcel of her compensation package that she could bring young Vanessa with her to work?
Yes.
Right. That was not a temporary situation. That was a permanent situation. Is that correct?
Yes.
All right. And then I think you said that she was expected to be at work at about 8:30 on Monday morning. Is that correct?
Yes.
But her practice and her habit was to get there early.
Yes.
Right. She was a responsible person. Right.
Absolutely.
Yeah. Okay. Great. And the room that she was responsible for, the infant room, how many children were in the infant room? Approximately.
I was going to say it varies because kids come and go sometimes, but I don't know exactly back then how many kids were there, but
it's okay.
Yeah, I couldn't tell you exactly how many kids were there.
And sometimes kids get sick and don't show up.
That happens.
Right? Sometimes they're on vacation visiting grandma and grandpa, right? So they don't show up.
Yes.
Yeah. So, and if I understand you correctly, so in this room, no matter how many students were there, the youngsters, Vanessa would have been part and parcel of the population in the infant room.
So no, Vanessa had just been moved to our toddler room. So we go up to about once they turn about 14 months.
Okay.
Vanessa would have been in our toddler room at that time.
Okay.
Yeah, the judge does seem fair. And the lawyers seem to be doing a really good job too. I'm just sitting here listening. I mean, very informative. He is creating a little bit of reasonable doubt by asking if, by basically pointing out that it's normal for kids to go on vacation or go visit another parent and not be at work. Dainty Dane, good to see you. Dainty Dane said, I'm side-eyeing the name of the daycare, Bright Morning Star. But Morning Star is Satan's other in the Bible. You're actually right about that. That is interesting. I didn't even think about that comparison, but you're right. Genevieve said, I got my attention to Bright Morning Star. What is their Google business rating? I don't know. I don't know. I'd have to look it up. Abella said, Lucifer is the pretty planet Venus. I've heard that too, interestingly enough.
Okay. And so, if I understand you correctly, back in the Thanksgiving timeframe in 2019, Vanessa wasn't in the infant room. She had gone to the toddler room.
Correct.
And some other employee would have been responsible for the toddler room.
Yes.
Is that correct?
Correct.
Yeah. Okay. So Christine wasn't with Vanessa all the time because she was still in the infant room.
Yeah, kind of. So we have low-bearing walls that separated the rooms. However, so Christina could see her. She could see Christina. Still, yeah.
They were in close proximity to one another.
Very much so.
Okay, gotcha. Now, I want to take you to Monday, December 2nd. Okay, this is the operative day that Christine didn't show up for work.
Yes.
Okay, so we're just going to talk about that day. I have all the police reports and I have all the cell phone records as well. And I just want to see if it's consistent with your recollection in regard to what happened. The first thing is the police reports indicate that you had contacted the Ansonia Police Department for a wellness check at about 12:52 p.m. Is that consistent with your recollection?
Honestly, I don't remember exact time, but I did call them, yes.
Sure. Just so we're clear, so you didn't call the Ansonia Police Department when she was 15 minutes or a half hour,
Oh, no.
an hour late, right?
No.
You let some time go by. And the records indicate that there were a number of phone calls to Christine's cell phone. Is that consistent with your recollection?
Could you repeat that question for me?
Sure. The cell phone records show that there were a number of phone calls to Christine's cell phone on the morning of Monday, December 2nd.
I wouldn't know how many phone calls.
Or in general?
So you're seeking clarification.
Sure.
So it would call for speculation, Attorney Gavin,
No,
related
I'll
to
rephrase.
other phone calls coming
Sure.
in.
Sure. I believe you testified that you had called Christine's cell phone. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. And the records indicate that there were a whole number of phone calls, and were some of them made by you and some of them perhaps made by your assistant?
Possibly.
Okay. Well, I don't want to confuse you here. Let me go through what the phone records indicate.
Sure.
Would you tell me whether or not you recall whether or not you would have made a phone call to Christine's cell phone? Okay. All right.
Objection,
I
Your
could
Honor.
try.
He's going to read from document, not in evidence.
I'm not reading from a document, not in
So, well,
evidence.
to the extent that we're talking about a record that contains phone calls, Attorney Gavin, it would be a document not in evidence. If you'd like to question her relevant to independent recollection or
Okay.
independent knowledge, that's fine. Thank you.
Okay. Do you recall if you called Christine's cell phone at 8:43 in the morning on Monday, December 2nd, which would have been about 15 minutes after school had started?
I can't recall exact time, but I would have called her earlier that morning, yes, when she didn't show up.
Well, let me do it the easy way, okay? It's 5 years ago, and I know you don't know the exact times. Were there multiple phone calls to Christine's phone?
I'm sure we made several calls, yeah.
And just so the record's clear, you personally made calls, and when you say "we," is that referring to your assistant?
Correct.
Okay, and what's your assistant's name?
Michelle Martin.
Michelle
Martin.
Martin, right?
Mhm.
Okay, thank you. Do you know whether or not you directed Michelle Martin to contact the Ansonia Police Department?
I don't recall.
That's fine. But you have a recollection of calling in the afternoon timeframe to the Ansonia Police Department,
Absolutely.
right? And
Well-
that was, sorry.
At some point in time, whether it was afternoon or late morning, I'm not, again, the time, it eludes me at this point.
That's totally fine. I appreciate your candor. But certainly you have a recollection at some point during the course of the day, and it wasn't late in the evening.
No.
You had contacted the Ansonia Police Department and requested a record check. Is that correct?
A wellness check, yes.
A wellness check, correct? And was that at her residence at 6.5 Myrtle Avenue?
Yes.
And you asked them, could you please go? This is where our records indicate she resided.
Oh, I knew she resided there.
Okay.
Yes.
Had you been to 6.5 Myrtle?
Yes. Not inside, just driving by.
Just driving by.
Right before she actually moved in.
Right before she moved in. Okay, well, that was nice of you to go ahead and do that. So you called the Ansonia Police Department, requested the wellness check, and did they contact you back after that?
Yes, I asked them if they could call me back.
And did they do that?
They did.
That's great. Okay. But you didn't go up to 6.5 Myrtle on Monday, December 2nd, 2019.
No.
Thank you very much for your time. I have no other questions.
Thank you, Attorney Gavin. Attorney Stein, any redirect?
No further.
All right, thank you. You're all set. Thank you. Discharged from your witness oath. I think this is a good time to take the morning break for the jury. Let the jury stand. I'll give everyone a break. Court is going to stand in recess for 15 minutes.
So why are we going to break again? Good Lord. I've never seen a court break this much. So I guess we'll just sit here and chill and talk until they get back. Goodness gracious. Never in my life have I seen them do all of this. Yeah, I'm okay. I had went to go get some coffee. I'm still here. Light was also known as knowledge. He brought knowledge to humans. I've heard that. I don't want to get into no pro-Satan type of talk, but yeah, I've heard that. There's a lot of things to discuss as far as the tree of knowledge and things like that. Judge has to pee. Like, goodness gracious, she was already late to court. Good Lord, honey. Right, Hannah, UK? Go to the doctor or something. Oh, goodness gracious. Mallory, good to see you. Said at least the defense attorney isn't rude to the witness. I hate that. Like in the burned husband on my trial. Oh my God, the defense attorney is the worst. Oh, wow. Yeah, there's no reason to be rude to the attorneys. Let's say 2:48. They went to break again. Megan Boswell had a lot of breaks too. Yep. We streamed to Megan Boswell over here too as well. Yeah, or depends. I know you're not being disrespectful. He did though. Yes, AS. It's just confirmation. If you ask me, Abellis is so right. Abellis is very intelligent and usually very right. It is really fascinating. So for anybody coming in, hold on. I'm doing 500 things at once. Let me post this. Oh, crap. Never mind. I'll have to go back and do that later. So let me pull this up on my YouTube. I'm going to leave this and then pull this up. Okay. Now, I will play the video I made yesterday again to kind of brush you guys up on what's going on in this trial, what this trial is about. Hold on just a minute. I know this will be the third time for some of you, but I'm just playing it for people who are coming in. It's only 3 minutes long anyway. I think it's important to remember the victims too, you know.
This is Christine Holloway. Christine Holloway left this earthly plane on December 2nd, 2019. This is Christine's boyfriend. His name is Jose Morales. He is the father of Christine's daughter, Vanessa Morales.
Hey, Aib, good to see you, love.
Let's listen to a quick timeline of events.
Friday, November 29th is the last confirmed contact we had with Christine Holloway that we've been able to establish. December 2nd at approximately 1 p.m., Christine's employer requests a welfare check. She had not shown up for work.
Now, this is 2019.
We had no contact at the house at that time. December 2nd, 7:30 p.m., Christine's family comes in and requests a welfare check. At that point, we make entry into the house. Christine is found deceased in the home, and Vanessa Morales is missing.
Christine's cause of death was blunt force trauma to the head. Basically, she had been beaten to death. Jose Morales is the alleged perpetrator. Their daughter, Vanessa, is missing still to this very day. What he did with her, nobody knows.
December 4th, an Amber Alert is issued for Vanessa Morales. December 4th, State of Connecticut, Office of the Chief Medical Examiner rules Christine Holloway's death a homicide by blunt force trauma. And December 17th, the Ansonia Police Department officially announces Jose Morales is the suspect in both the death of Christine Holloway and the disappearance of Vanessa Morales.
Vanessa is missing along with her diaper bag, her car seat, and the comforter to her bed.
In addition to searching for Vanessa, we are looking for the following items which are listed on this poster board to my far left. Okay, these are items that Christine Holloway used in taking care of Vanessa, and we have been able to locate them. And we are looking for a Graco unknown model car seat and base, and possibly there is a teething ring attached to it, a multicolored polka dot child's comforter, and an Eddie Bauer First Adventure backpack diaper bag color heather gray.
Jose Morales has been offered plea deals over the years, but he could never come to terms with the requirements of these plea deals. So starting tomorrow morning, he will be in court.
Now, my speculation is that part of the plea deal was that he was going to have to tell where the baby was. and he would not ever release that information. So that's why he didn't take any plea deal, because he's almost taken several plea deals. But like I said, I'm pretty sure he probably would have had to tell where the baby was or where her body was, and he won't do it. So that's why it's going to trial now. That's my speculation. I don't know. Obviously, I was not there. I did not see. I do not know. Pamela Nutter, good to see you. He sure looks evil in that picture. He does. He had just beaten that poor woman to death, Christine Holloway.
I will be streaming that, so make sure you come and hang out with us while we watch this trial.
Jose Morales walked into court smiling and waved at the judge. His behavior just added to the continued frustration felt by the family of Christine Holloway.
That's part.
Now, this woman talking right here is his sister, Christine's sister-in-law. I'll try to pull up this clip if we're still at break when I finish this video.
The anger, because he, in his mind, and I already know, he thinks he's going to get away with it.
It will now be up to a jury to decide whether Jose Morales.
And he does. He's wearing a cross necklace, and that's a rosary around his neck.
Killed the mother of his infant child.
I'm interested to find out what happens next. Do you think he did it? Do you think Vanessa's still alive out there somewhere? Do you think if she is, she knows who she is? Come tell us tomorrow and hang out with us as we watch and talk about the trial. See you there.
So, yeah, his sister is on the side of Christine's family, which was interesting. Like, I don't think his family has her. And then Christine's Holloway's family is real upset and hurt about it. I don't think I have them saved, so let's go this way. All right, hold on. I was watching shorts this morning, so there's probably a lot. Okay, this is that news clip where his sister talks more, and we see more pictures of the baby. They're still at
Our
break.
top story tonight, 4.5 years after an Ansonia mom's murder,
Hey,
her
Amanda.
alleged killer will head to trial. This comes after Jose Morales did not take a plea deal today. News 12 Connecticut's Marissa Alter reports from Milford Superior Court.
So this clip is from 8 months ago.
Morales walked into court smiling and waved at the judge. His behavior just added to the continued frustration felt by the family of Christine Holloway.
That's part of the anger, because he, in his mind, and I already know, he thinks he's going to get away with it.
It will now be up to a jury to decide whether Jose Morales killed the mother of his infant child. In December 2019, Ansonia police discovered Christine Holloway beaten to death inside her home and no sign of 1-year-old Vanessa Morales. Jose Morales is suspected in his daughter's disappearance, but has only been charged with Holloway's murder. On Tuesday, the judge put the case on the trial list after both sides couldn't agree on a plea deal. Details of the offer weren't made public.
Myself and the family are content with going to trial, because now we can prove that Jose committed the crime, and there will be justice for my sister-in-law, Christine.
But the road...
So it's her sister-in-law. So that means that she's a sister of Jose, and she's there with Christine's family and on behalf of her niece. So I'm wondering, like, she must know that he's not a good person. Like, what does this sister know? I would love to talk to her and get her point of view on things.
The road here has been a long and emotional one for Holloway's family, who said they haven't heard from the state's attorney's office in over a year.
To be treated like we are nothing, and that my sister-in-law's case is nothing. It's very aggravating, and you know, here we are fighting for my sister-in-law and my niece.
Vanessa still hasn't been found.
Look at that baby. Isn't she absolutely gorgeous?
Police said they continue to look for her.
The hurt that we live with every day, searching for our niece when there's no answers.
Jody Jacob Ellis also told me the only deal the family would accept is substantial prison time and information about where Vanessa is. In Milford, Marissa Alter, News 12, Connecticut.
And with that case on the trial list now, Morales will get 24 to 48 hours notice before jury selection.
So that's what we have on that. And as you can see per the end of that clip, you can kind of understand why I do believe that the reason they have not been able to reach a plea deal is because he won't give up the location of the baby. Oh, nope, wrong one. They're starting to walk back in now. Where do I need to go? This one. This one. It's this one. There we go. Alrighty, Roo. And we're back. Oh, yeah. You know, there are so many missing kids, AliX. I do try to cover a range of topics.
Gavin, that the next logical witness would be Officer Christine Kelly, who is out of state and is returning sometime later tonight and will be available for testimony tomorrow. So I will be calling Kelly in the morning, and to that extent, some of this information is obviously going to be dependent on his subsequent testimony.
Attorney Gavin, did you need to be heard on any of that?
I'm sure that Attorney Stein will tie it all together. I have no objection to the manner in which the witness.
All right, so we'll go ahead and take the witness out of order and we'll deal with any relevancy issues as they rise.
Thank you, Your Honor.
All right.
State would call Officer Paul Smith.
Well, we need to grab the jury first, Madam Clerk. Thank you.
So while they do that, Hannah said, I feel Vanessa is still alive. As per page 12 of the PCI, a neighbor saw him moving her car seat into another car and leaving with the baby. So hopefully she is still alive, but it could be like the Skelton boys, you know, like they're still missing to this day.
I'm just going to ask you to stop there for a moment. We're just going to bring the jury in, okay? Thank you.
I do, Genevieve. I try to do what I can, you know. Heard is the word of the day. Weird. Sorry, I read that wrong. He has lost a lot of weight. Doesn't look quite as evil now. I wonder if he was using substances or something when he beat her to death. Allegedly.
You may be seated. Thank you. All right, counsel, if you would stipulate, please, to the return of all jurors.
So stipulated.
All right, thank you so much. All right, if the state would call its next witness.
Officer Paul Smith.
Thank you.
Heard it was Officer Paul.
So I am going to ask you to enter the witness box and please remain standing. Madam Clerk is going to place you under oath. Thank you.
Please raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear, solemnly and sincerely affirm, as the case may be, that the evidence you shall give concerning this case shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God, or upon penalty of perjury? Please state your full name, spell your last name, and state your badge number for the record, please.
Officer Paul Smith, SMITH, badge number 39.
Okay, thank you.
You may be seated. Thank you.
All righty. I got it.
2 minutes till good afternoon, but it's still morning. Yes, so good morning, Officer Smith. First of all, that microphone in front of you does a poor job amplifying. It's more for the recordings that are going on. So if I can ask you to remember to keep your voice up and to project out so that we can all hear you.
Absolutely.
So first.
Hannah, Hio did. She gave me the arrest warrant as well yesterday, but a lot of pages were redacted. So I did read through a little bit of it, but like I was trying to just get the video out. I did this on such short notice. I didn't have time to read it. So that is in Discord. You can view it there for free. I also did post it on my Patreon this morning, if you're a member there.
First of all, who are you employed by?
I'm employed by the Ansonia Police Department.
How long have you been a member of the Ansonia?
I don't know,
Police
Miss
Department?
King.
I've been a member of the Ansonia Police Department for 18 years.
And can you tell us a little bit about your background, your training, and your experience as an Ansonia Police officer?
I was hired by the Ansonia Police Department in 2017. I completed and graduated from the Connecticut Police Academy in 2007. sorry. I worked patrol for about 7.5 years, at which time I became the canine handler for Ansonia Police Department. I did that job from 2015 to the end of 2024. I am trained in patrol and narcotics and handling of the canine. I went to a 13-month training with the dog for that.
All right. So, first of all, would you like some water? Do you need
Sure, please.
Air approach on?
Yes.
I just want to clarify. I believe you said you were a police officer for 17 or 18 years.
18 years, I'm sorry, yes.
And I'm not great at math, which is why I became a lawyer. But
I know.
You started to say you became a cop in 2017.
No, 2007. I'm sorry. I had the 2007.
2007.
Correct. I finished the academy in 2007, where I went on patrol, and then in 2015, I got the role as a canine handler.
All right.
Sorry.
Have you ever testified before in court?
I have not.
Okay. Are you nervous?
Of course.
Okay. All right. So, question by question, with regard to, I'm going to ask you about Monday, December the 2nd of 2019. Were you employed by the Ansonia Police Department on that day?
Yes, I was.
And do you recall whether you were working as an Ansonia police officer on Monday, December 2nd of 2019?
Yes, I was.
And what was your assignment on that day?
I was East Side Patrol that evening.
And can you explain just generally what does being on the East Side Patrol, what does that mean?
We have 4 different sectors in our city. We have North End Patrol, which covers the North End section. We have West Side Patrol, which is the West Side section, which is anything west of the Naugatuck River. We have East Side Patrol, which is opposite of North. And then we have a Hilltop section, which is the hill section of our city.
And as a patrol officer, can you tell us a little bit about what your responsibilities are as a patrol officer?
Our responsibilities are to service calls as they come in. So be proactive as much as we can, going out and seeing to stop any crimes that are happening, or to interact with the public, or to be reactive if a complaint comes in, to service that complaint.
I want to call your attention, well, first of all, when you came on duty that day, what time did you come on duty approximately?
On that day, my patrol is from 4 o'clock, 4 p.m., so 1600.
Okay, so 4 p.m. Monday afternoon, and what time would you have concluded your shift?
2300, which would be 11 p.m.
Okay, so 4 to 11 Monday, December the 2nd of 2019.
Correct.
At approximately 7:36 in the evening, do you recall receiving some type of an assignment?
Yes, I do.
And what was the nature of that assignment?
It was to do a follow-up on a welfare check from an earlier call that we had in the day.
Okay. And when you received that assignment, where were you?
When I received that assignment, I was on the road, and I made my way into the police department to service that call.
I need you to keep your voice up, all right?
Yep.
So we can all hear you. So did you report back to the Ansonia Police Department?
Yes, I did.
And did you familiarize yourself with any of the information regarding the earlier call that you talked about?
Yes, I did.
And how did you familiarize yourself?
I have the ability to go on our CAD system and look what the earlier call was to the same residence that my call was for.
And what were you able to determine about the earlier call?
I was able to determine that the earlier call was for a welfare check on a female and her infant daughter at a residence at 6.5 Myrtle Ave. And that
yes, the defendant Jose Morales is in white.
the officer went there and was unable to make any contact with anybody at the residence.
And do you recall the name of the person that the earlier officer was checking for?
Yes,
And what's the person's name?
Christine Holloway.
So after familiarizing yourself with the earlier actions by the department, did you speak with anybody at the Ansonia Police Department?
Yes, I did.
Now, just not what they said, but can you tell me who you met with at the Ansonia Police Department?
I met with a Stephen Holloway and a Jody Jacobalis.
And did they generally indicate that they were family members?
Yes, they did.
Did you take an interview from them at that time?
Yes, I did.
And in the course of an interview, were you able to retrieve contact information for Christine Holloway?
Yes, I was.
Did you obtain any other contact information?
Yes, I did.
What other contact information did you obtain?
I obtained contact information for Jose Morales, which was Christine Holloway's boyfriend.
After obtaining those two telephone numbers, can you tell us approximately what time it was by the time you had those telephone numbers?
It was approximately 8:19 p.m.
And are you aware of approximately what time the earlier welfare check cleared 6.5 Myrtle Ave?
Yes, I am.
Approximately what time had the earlier welfare check cleared?
12:45.
So this is it fair to say this is in excess of 8 hours after that earlier welfare check?
Yes.
Now that you had these telephone numbers, what steps, if any, did you take?
At first, I called the number that was provided to me for Christine Holloway's phone. And after one ring, it went straight to voicemail as if it were off or being ignored.
And when you placed that call, how did you place that call? Meaning, was it a cell phone call or some other type of phone?
It was on our department landline.
So is there a place that officers have an opportunity to use landline telephones?
Yes, there is.
Where is that?
In our patrol room.
And after you made the initial call to Miss Holloway's phone, did you take any further action?
Yes, I did.
And what did you do?
I dialed the number on a landline to Jose Morales' phone that was provided to me.
And when you made that call, was it again from that same patrol room area?
Yes, it was.
And was it on a landline phone?
Yes, it was.
When you made the call, was there anybody else present with you at the time that you made the call?
Yes, there was.
Who?
Sergeant Barreria.
Who was Sergeant Barreria?
Sergeant Barreria was my supervisor for the evening. My patrol supervisor.
I'm sorry?
Patrol supervisor.
Patrol
for the evening.
supervisor.
Yep.
And for the record, is Barreira spelled B-A-R-R-E-I-R-A?
Yes, it is.
So now, when you made the call, were you able to, did someone answer that call?
Yes.
And do you recall when the person that answered the call was it a male or a female?
The person that answered the call was a female.
And did you make a request
Hey, Edith, it's good to see you, love.
to that person?
Yes, I did.
What did you request?
I requested to speak with Jose
Right.
Morales.
And did there come a point in time that someone came on the phone?
Yes, there was.
Jen said, and why didn't they do a GPS trace when they seen that the child was missing? Great question. Great question.
And did you, what did you ask that person?
I asked that person if I addressed that person as Jose, and he stated yes.
Did you ask this person about the relationship that he may have had to Christine Holloway?
Objection, Your Honor. This entire colloquy calls for hearsay responses from somebody on the other end of a phone call.
Okay, so I don't know if we've laid the proper foundation yet. I can just,
It's a statement of the accuser.
okay. So Attorney Gavin, it's my understanding that the state is arguing that this is a statement from Jose Morales. These are statements made by Jose Morales. Do you have any?
Well, a few.
Okay. Do you wish to be heard outside the presence of the jury?
No, it's okay.
Okay.
It's okay. There's not an admission against penal interest that would apply here as an exception to the hearsay rule. Number two, the best evidence is this was recorded from the Ansonia Police Department landline. It's contained within their records. So basically what we're asking this officer to do is to go ahead and recollect a conversation from 5 years ago when it's not the best evidence to go ahead and do so. It's rote hearsay. The fact that
But the whole case is from 5 years ago. I mean, that's not their fault.
somebody on the other end of the phone says that he's Jose, he doesn't know that. There's no foundation whatsoever that he knew who Mr. Morales was. Thank you.
Okay, before I am going to hear from the state, I want to excuse the jury because I have a few comments that I'd like to make as well. So, Madam Clerk, I am going to ask the jury to step out. Okay, I did indicate to you that this would happen. If you would leave your notebooks behind, I would appreciate it.
This is crazy. Like, I've never seen court be this damn crazy. So many breaks, all of the goodness. I'm not sure when the FBI got involved.
So I will hear from the state, but before I do that, and I'll just note for the record that the jury is not here. Attorney Gavin, I'm hearing from you sort of two separate things, hearsay and now foundation. Okay, it was my understanding that we weren't going to have many foundational issues. So I just want to make sure that I'm clear. Are you contesting the foundation of the phone call? Are you contesting that it was Jose Morales who was actually on the other end of the line? Or are you going with hearsay because that would be an admission by party opponent? So I'm just wondering where you stand in terms of your objection.
All of those. It's not an admission by a party opponent at that juncture. Certainly this officer, I believe, I don't know, I just met him, I believe had no familiarity with who Jose Morales was. He was given a phone number and he made a phone call. And you heard from the testimony that a woman answered.
Morales is short, and I hope he hears that POS that beat his girlfriend to death.
The phone as well. So I think that it's inappropriate
for
the state to go ahead and question this officer in regard to what the unidentified person on the other end of the phone says. I think that's right hearsay. Thank you.
Okay, so again, you're claiming hearsay, but I also hear that you're claiming foundation. If your argument is that there is a lack of foundation, that the person on the other end of the phone was in fact the defendant, that's one thing.
Yeah, I am.
Okay, so I will hear the state on that. As far as hearsay, I won't even get there until I get the foundation on the identification of the person on the other side. Attorney Stein?
Yes, Your Honor. So far as foundation is concerned, the officers testified that the telephone numbers were provided to him by family members who had indicated that this number belonged to Christine Holloway's boyfriend, Jose Morales. To that extent, then the questions that the Officer Smith and then subsequently Sergeant Barreria, who participated in the telephone call, beyond asking him, is this Jose, where he answers in the affirmative, then there is a series of questions that are extremely detailed and personal to the relationship involving Christine Holloway, Vanessa Morales, Jose Morales, and all those matters where any reasonable inference can be drawn that this is Jose Morales, the boyfriend of Christine Holloway, and so I would claim that the foundation is based in the call itself.
All right, so Attorney Gavin, I am going to ask for a proffer, in other words, a colloquy between the state and the witness to develop and lay that foundation outside of the jury's presence. If you continue with your objection, if you'd like to withdraw your objection, you can do that as well. I'm sure you're familiar with the contents of that alleged phone call. How do you wish to proceed?
How do I?
How do you wish to proceed? Are you sticking with your objection?
I'm sticking with the objection, but Judge, here's my issue. If this gentleman is going to be asked, what did the respondent on the phone call say? That is A, without foundation, B, hearsay, and certainly not the best evidence, not a recollection from 5 years ago. So if the intention is, I made a phone call, somebody identified themselves as Jose, and this is what I did as a consequence of that, I think that's completely permissible. But not to go ahead and go through a rote recitation of a conversation as he recalls it from 5 years ago.
I certainly appreciate Attorney Gavin trying to steer me towards the best evidence, and in time, I believe that tape will come in, but I do not believe that I included from asking preliminary questions to otherwise alert the tribes in fact to what they should be listening for in a conversation that takes several minutes. So I do not believe that I'm precluded from doing that.
All right, so I'll hear your exception to the hearsay after you lay the proper foundation outside of the jury with this witness, so as to not prejudice the witness. Why don't you go ahead, Attorney Stein?
Officer Smith, did in the course of the telephone call, did you ask the male speaker? Well, withdraw. When the person that answered the phone was a female voice.
Correct.
Did you ask to speak with Jose?
Yes, I did.
Did in a short period of time, did a male voice call on the phone?
Yes.
Did you ask them if this was Jose?
Yes, I did.
And did the person respond?
Yes, they did.
And what did they say?
They said yes.
Did at some point in time in the conversation, did you bring up the names Stephen Holloway, Jody Jacobellis, and Christine Holloway?
Yes, I did.
And did the person on the other end of the phone indicate that he knew who those people were?
Yes.
During the course of the telephone conversation.
Nessa, so we know that she was beaten to death. I would assume that whoever has the child knows that the mother was beaten to death. If he trusted that person with the child, I suppose he gave them a valid reason for why he did it. I don't know. I mean, there is no valid reason, but what he thought was a valid reason.
Did you bring up, or Sergeant Barreria bring up, a child by the name of Vanessa?
Yes.
And asking if he was the father of Vanessa?
Yes.
Did you ask this individual, and did the individual respond to those questions?
Yes.
And what was his answer?
His girlfriend and his daughter.
Did you ask him about his interactions with them, such as when he last saw them and where he last saw them?
Yes.
Did you ask him about locations such as Myrtle Avenue in the city of Ansonia?
Yes.
Did he indicate that he was familiar with Myrtle Avenue in Ansonia?
Yes.
At any point in time in the course of the conversation that you had with this individual, was there any indication that this individual did not seem to know what you were talking about?
No. Objection, close for speculation.
All right, that's fine. I'll sustain the objection, but are you done, Attorney Stein?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, Attorney Gavin, did you want to ask any questions?
Nothing to add, Your Honor.
All right, so relative to all the facts that this particular witness testified to in response to those questions, which appear to be personal in nature and allude to the knowledge of certain family members, including the daughter, in conjunction with the fact that this phone number was provided by a family member to the police department, and that this number was answered, and that the individual not only had facts indicative of knowledge of personal information concerning family matters, the person also identified himself as, yes, this is Jose. The court will go ahead and find that the proper foundation has been established regarding the person on the other phone as being that of the defendant. Additionally, this is a statement. These are statements that were made by a party opponent, and they fit within the hearsay exception. So I would be inclined to allow the continued questioning relative to this particular conversation. I did consider your best evidence rule argument, Attorney Gavin, but in weighing that this is an officer who was investigating a matter at that point in time, he's testifying based off of his own recollection as to statements made to him by the defendant, and any inconsistencies or et cetera with that recollection can be raised on cross-examination, and you in fact could perhaps utilize that recorded phone call at the appropriate time to do that. So, or raise those inconsistencies with that recorded phone call if and when it is entered into evidence. Is there anything further?
Nothing else, Your Honor.
Nothing else? All right, we'll bring the jury back in.
Thank you.
Cindy, what did you ask? Could he have sent her to another country? I think it's very possible. I do. I think that it's very possible and likely. That's just my personal opinion, though. I don't, obviously, like I always say, I was not there. I did not see. I do not know. But that's my theory that I haven't spoken out loud. So we're on the same lines. We're thinking on the same lines, Indy.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. You may be seated. Before we continue, ladies and gentlemen, you heard an objection. I did ask you to leave for the reasons I indicated in my earlier instructions to you when we first started this trial. I will note that the objection's been overruled. However, I do want to remind you before we proceed that it is the attorney's job to make objections and that you are not to hold it against any attorneys or either party when the attorneys do in fact make these objections. All right, so you will hear the answer to the question. Thank you.
The judge is like explaining everything really good. So I don't think it's going to lessen the option for mistrial because she does a really good job of explaining everything to the jury.
To the presence of the jury, Your Honor.
Thank you. Court will note all jurors are here.
May I continue, Your Honor?
You may.
Thank you. Officer Smith, just before the short break there, I was asking you questions with regard to the telephone call. So backing up, you placed a telephone call to a number that had been provided to you. Is that where we left off?
Correct.
And who did you ask for?
Jose Morales.
And did a person come on the phone and a male voice come on the phone?
Yes.
And did that person, when you asked if this was Jose or Jose Morales, what was their response?
Objection to the form of the question. He's testified that he asked for Jose. There's been no evidence introduced that he asked for Jose Morales.
Okay, so I'll sustain the objection. I believe that was a prior question, but perhaps we could just ask the question again and not characterize the question as prior testimony so that we can avoid a review of the record.
Who did you ask for?
Jose.
And did there come a point in time that a male voice appeared on the phone?
Yes.
And is that the person you asked, or who did you? When the male voice came on the phone, what did you ask the male voice?
I addressed him as Jose, and he said yes.
And did you begin to ask him questions with regard to the investigation that you were conducting?
Yes.
And was
a name here said maybe he doesn't want to reveal it to protect the family member who has her. Yes, being hopeful. I hope that is the case, honestly. Seeing his sister there and on behalf of her sister-in-law makes me question a lot of things. But I did notice that she was the only family member there. I am going to let this play. I'm going to walk next door real quick to switch laundry over, but I'm taking you with me on my phone. So I'm leaving this here so it doesn't cut the feed. And I will be talking to you in chat.
Sergeant Barreria present while you were asking these questions?
Yes.
Did you ask him about Christine Holloway?
Yes.
Do you recall what his response was?
Same objection.
So noted.
Do you recall what his response was?
Yes.
What was his response?
That it was his girlfriend.
You need to keep your voice up, please.
Sorry.
Judge, we cannot hear the.
All right, so I'm just going to ask
Yep,
you,
yep.
please keep your voice up. Yes, if you move a little closer to the microphone. Thank you. Thank you.
Is it fair to say you asked him any questions during this interview?
Yes.
Did you ask him when he last saw Christine Holloway?
Objection, Your Honor, leading.
Sustained.
What other questions did you ask Mr. Morales on the phone?
When's the last time you spoke to them? When's the last time you saw them?
Okay, and what was his response to that?
He stated that he saw them this morning prior to Christine Holloway going to work.
Okay. Now, when you say this morning, what day are we referring to?
The morning of December 2nd.
Did you ask anything about any automobiles?
Yes, I did.
What did you ask?
I asked what kind of automobile she had.
And what was his response?
He said that she had a 2002 Mazda Protege color gold.
And at that point in time, did you ask him about any other cars?
Yes, I did.
And why did you ask about another car?
Because I had a DMV collect printout of cars registered to Christine Holloway, and a gold 2002 Mazda Protege was not on there.
What did Christine Holloway have a car registered to her?
She did.
What kind of a car was it?
A 2017 black Ford Focus.
Did there come a point, did Sergeant Barreria ask any questions?
Yes, he did.
And again, was this while you were present?
Yes.
And based upon a question that Sergeant Barreria asked, did Mr. Morales, did anything happen with regard to Mr. Morales' answer?
Yes.
And what occurred?
He changed his answer from seeing her to only speaking with her on the phone.
So take us through that moment. What is it that you recall that happened, the question and the answer?
Sergeant Barreria asked what.
Sustained.
Based upon what he asked, what was the response from Mr. Morales?
That he only spoke with her this morning, and that he stayed at his house in New Haven and she stayed at her house in Ansonia.
And did you ask any follow-up questions at that point?
Yes.
And what did you ask him?
I asked him if it appeared odd that he hasn't spoken with her, that she has had no contact with him. I asked him, when's the last time you saw her, or when's the last time you spoke with her?
And let me ask you this. At the time of this telephone conversation, were you wearing a body camera?
Yes, I was.
And can you explain to the ladies and gentlemen of the jury what a body camera is?
A body camera is a body-worn camera that we wear on patrol for any interaction that we have with the public, whether it be during a phone call or personal interaction. It's constantly buffering, so it's always recording until when we press the button on the middle of our chest is normally where we wear it. It starts to record the interaction that we're having with anybody we're speaking with.
And at the time that you engaged in this telephone conversation with the person who identified themselves as Jose, did you activate your body-worn camera?
Yes, I did.
Prior to coming into court today, had you had an opportunity to review the body-worn camera connected to that telephone conversation?
Yes.
Showing you what has been marked States 3 for identification. Can you tell me whether you recognize what this appears to be?
It's a DVD that has my name on it for my body cam, signed by me.
Okay. And on this DVD, do you see any markings that you made on it?
Yes, I do.
What do you see?
My initials and my badge number.
And when did you make those markings?
After I viewed this.
And when
You can't hear?
After I viewed that.
After I
I viewed the video.
I'm just going to ask if you could, sir, if you could pretend that you're speaking to that exit sign back
Okay.
there. It's very difficult
Absolutely.
for other people to hear. There's
Okay.
a large fan in the ceiling, so I just want to make sure that everyone can hear your responses. Thank you.
And at the time that you viewed it and made your mark on this DVD, was it a fair and accurate representation of the telephone call that you had with the person known as Jose on 12/2/2019?
Yes, it was.
I'm going to offer it at this point, Your Honor.
Right?
I have no objection.
Okay, with no objection, state will accept into evidence state's exhibit. Is that 3? Right?
Yes,
Full?
please.
All right, 3 full. Thank you.
We're going to be stopping this about 30 seconds into it, Your Honor, just for further explanation.
Okay. Thank you.
And it should be playing on the monitors.
Right.
I'm back.
All right, 3. Thank you.
All right, so now there was approximately 30 seconds there, and we can see on the video that your hand went up and pushed the button. What did we just see there?
So our cameras are constantly buffering, so that they're always recording, no matter what, if we don't push the button or not. So what we do when we push the button, it still records the previous 30 seconds. So that's what you're seeing there. And then when I hit the button, that's when it actually comes on.
So there was no volume in that first 30 seconds.
There is no volume for the first 30 seconds when it's buffering, no.
So now, looking at this, first of all, just from this frame where we've stopped it, does this appear to be your body camera from December of 2019?
Yes.
I'm going to make my way around here without tripping over the wires. And just, can you sort of acclimate, first of all, to some of what we're seeing here? At the bottom, so at the bottom here, it says Axon Body 2. What does that mean?
That's the second generation of Axon's body-worn camera.
So is that the manufacturer?
I had no idea that they recorded themselves when they were just like making a phone call. That's really interesting.
Sure.
Yes, it is.
And there's a series of numbers. It's letters and numbers. Starts with an X and ends in a 4 here. Can you tell us what that is?
That's the imprinted serial number that's on the body-worn camera.
Is that specific to this body-worn camera?
Yes, it is.
So if a different officer has a body-worn camera, would that number be different assigned to that camera?
Yes, it would be.
Then up here, we have 2019-12-03. What is that?
That is the time and date in UTC time.
All right. So first of all, is it fair to say, is this December and does it say 3rd, 2019?
Yes, it does.
Okay. And you said something about UTC. I'll come back to that in a second. But then I see, is this T for time?
I guess.
And then it says 01:20:00:00. Do you see that?
Yes, I do.
Okay. Now, earlier you said that this was occurring on December the 2nd of 2019 at approximately 8:20. Are you able to explain sort of what the difference is? What are we talking about? Why does this not say December 2nd, 2019 at 8:20?
Because it's in UTC time.
And can you explain to the ladies and gentlemen of the jury a little bit about what UTC time means?
So UTC time is the standard time system that controls clocks. It's like the world clock, like Greenwich Mean Time. So in Connecticut, we're 5 hours behind. We're negative 5 hours. So, for example, would you like me to provide an example?
Please.
For example, it's used between military, law enforcement, and businesses that have to conduct business over multiple time zones. So it's easy to coordinate. It's coordination. So let's say I had a conference call and I wanted to have it with colleagues in London and in China. All right. I would send an email that said, I want to have it 10 o'clock UTC time. So I would know that I'm 5 hours behind. So I would be at 5 a.m. London would know they're 1 hour ahead. So they would be at 11 a.m. And in China, they know that they're 8 hours ahead of UTC. So they would be at 6 p.m.
So, in other words, this UTC stamp here, based on your training and experience, what time is this effectively Eastern Standard Time?
It would be 8:20 p.m. the day prior. So it would be 12/2/2019.
So if this is effectively saying December the 3rd at 1 o'clock in the morning, 1:20 in the morning, if you back out 5 hours, the date would have become December 2nd, and it would be 8:20.
Correct.
Are you aware that since this time frame in 2019, have they abandoned this methodology today?
Yes, they have.
Sounds like for good cause.
Yes.
So now, you indicated that this, can you acclimate us, first of all, what are we seeing here?
You seeing my the landline phone that I was using to make the phone call, a computer screen in patrol, and the hands of myself.
So these are your hands here?
Yes, they are.
And where is your body-worn camera?
My body worn camera is on my upper lapel or chest area.
And at any point in time, will anybody else be visible in this body-worn camera?
Yes. Visible?
Visible.
I believe so.
Okay. And who else? Yes. Who else will be visible there?
Sergeant Barreria.
All right.
Hello, Jose. Yeah. How you doing? This is Officer Smith from Ansonia Police. All right. Hey,
Is that too loud, Your Honor?
I'm fine with it.
Everyone good? Okay.
What I noticed off the bat is that he sounds really chipper and happy when the cops are calling him. Like, he sounds really happy and like nothing's wrong and calm. It's very interesting.
I was the court reporter with it. Fine, Your Honor. You're welcome. We're all set.
Thank you. Yes.
I have a girl here that's saying that she's the sister of Christina Holloway. All right. Is that Christina your girlfriend? Yeah. Okay. She's saying that she couldn't contact her all day today. She said that she talked to you today and that you said you saw her leave this morning. Who is she with when she left? Is that your baby as well? Yeah. Okay. What does she drive? 2002 Mazda Protege. What color is it? Gold. Yeah. Do you know who it's registered to? Who has the Ford Fusion? Do you know?
So he sounds aggravated now. I say it Button. Button? Is that, I mean, I'm North Carolina, so Button, I guess that's how you say it. The classic one. Good to see you. Yeah, that's a red flag. Not at all concerned. Right. He was chipper to begin with. Now he seems irritated.
Or the Ford Focus? No, I don't know. Does she have another car, a black car? No, not that you know of. Do you have a key to her house? No, I don't. Do you know who her landlord is? I'm not sure. You're not sure? Did you talk to them at all today? Your Christina or your daughter? I did first thing in the morning, early before she went to work. What time did you talk to her? 6 or 7?
This is Sergeant Barreria. I have a couple of questions myself. Is this seem odd to you that you haven't been able to talk to her all day today? Why would you do that? Because nobody could get a hold of her. She didn't show up at work, and she has your 1-year-old child with her. Well, she usually goes to the. I'm sorry? Yeah, no, we checked there too. She's not there. No text message at all between the two of you today? I tried calling her a couple of times, but she hasn't answered. I tried calling her. She wanted to give her some voicemail. Almost like the phone's off? Yeah, it's a voicemail. All right, so she left early this morning from your house. So what time did you guys show up at your house last night? No, it's not my house. I live in New Haven. Right, New Haven. She slept there last night, correct? No, she slept at her house. Oh, okay. Oh, then you guys both left her house together this morning. No, I talked to her.
Okay, so you talked to her this morning.
Yes.
At 7 o'clock when she was leaving for work.
Yes. When's the last time you saw her then?
Friday. Where was she when you saw her? At your house, okay.
All right, so when you spoke to her at 7 o'clock this morning, what was the conversation in regards to? How you doing? Nothing about what she had to do all day today?
Do you know if your daughter had school today? Does your daughter go to school or like any kind of preschool or kindergarten or anything like that?
She went to daycare.
Daycare? She goes to the daycare that she works at?
Yes.
Do you know if they were open today?
I believe so. Okay. Oh.
Okay. So we're trying to find her because like everybody's concerned because they haven't talked to her. We're more concerned about your daughter. Your daughter. How old's your daughter?
She's 1 year old.
When's her birthday?
I don't know. I do about it. Some kids in New Haven.
Okay. What's your birthday, Jose?
Mine?
Yeah.
11/12/76.
11/12/76?
Yeah. September 7th.
Okay, September 7th. Okay. Do you know?
The baby.
Okay. All right. You don't know if problems like alcohol or drugs or anything like that, right? Not that you're aware of.
A little bit of drink sometimes tonight.
Okay. All right. So we're gonna try to find her. If we need to be in contact with you, can I reach you at this same number?
Yes. 203-467-5169.
Okay. 203. And do you know of any friends that she would be hanging out with, or anybody else? Like, I don't know, like somebody that she wouldn't want anybody to know she was with, or anything of that. You know what I mean? Like, is there anybody else like where she would go? I know you said the church, but we checked that place and she's not. Where's that church?
It's in Bracebrook somewhere. It's in Bracebrook. That's what I know.
Okay. And you don't know, like, does she have any friends?
She does, but I'm not really. I don't really know them like that.
I know. Do you know their names at least? Maybe I can try to find out who they are.
I don't tell my head. I have no idea.
Okay. All right. Hold on one second. Let me ask you.
She's driving a Mazda. If he wasn't with her, I was knowing she's driving a Mazda. Jose.
Yeah.
You said she was driving a Mazda, correct?
Yeah.
But if you didn't see her today, how do we know she's driving a Mazda?
I didn't see her. I know she has a Mazda.
Okay, what other car does she have?
I don't know about the crush. I know she has a Mazda 2002.
Color gold.
All right, just do us a favor. If you hear from her, if you could try contacting her, if you get a hold of her, just call us back.
What number? The number, the ID number?
Yeah.
735-1885 would work.
Let me write that down. I said 203?
Yep. Yes.
203?
735 1885.
Yeah, try to get a hold of her too in any way that you can, or any way that you know of.
What's the name to this number?
It's going to be Ansonia Police Department.
All right, I will.
Does she have? Do you know if she has a Facebook account?
She does.
Okay. Did you see if she posted anything today?
No, I haven't looked.
All right. So do you normally talk to her at night, like around now? Like 9:30 to say goodnight to your daughter?
Yeah.
So I've noticed that he sounds a lot more nervous and is not liking this phone call too much.
All right. Well, if she calls you at 9:30 for some reason, give us a call or tell her to give us a call or her sister a call so that we can, locate her, especially your daughter. We're really worried about your daughter.
Okay.
All right, sir?
All right.
All right, thank you. You too, bye-bye.
You submit to the clerk.
Thank you.
Yeah, Hannah, it's going to be popular.
Now, Officer Smith, when the phone call concluded, what, if anything, did you do next?
I went back out into our lobby to follow up with Stephen and Jody, who are still waiting there for me to give them some update. And I went out there and told them what I knew.
And were you aware, was Sergeant Barreria, did he stay with you?
He left and went to go to 6.5 Myrtle Ave to assist the officers that were going down there to try to make contact again.
And did there come a point in time that you finished whatever conversations you were having at Ansonia, and did you make your way to 6.5 Myrtle?
Yes, I did. I finished the conversation when I updated them with what I had at that time, and then I made my way down to 6.5 Myrtle to assist.
Thanks. I have nothing further.
Okay, thank you. Attorney Gavin, Attorney Cross.
You know he's going to cry.
Hi, Officer. you doing?
Okay, Hannah.
So you went to work at about 3 o'clock, so you were on the midday shift from 3 to 11. Is that correct?
Correct.
A name here. You're good, love.
Okay. And you told us that were you out on patrol and called to the PD to go ahead and talk to Jody Jacobellis and Stephen Holloway?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay, so you get called in and you didn't know these people at all, correct?
No, I did not.
Right. Okay. And they basically filed a missing persons report. Is that fair?
At that point, yes.
Yeah. Okay. Great. And after you had received the missing persons report, did you contact Sergeant Barreria, or was he already there with you?
Usually when I take a call of that nature, I'll go inside. If he was already inside, I'll go into his office and give him an update of what is going on.
Good Lord, they got him loud as crap now. I'm going to turn it down just a smidge. It sounded like they did, Abellis. I could be wrong, though.
Okay. So Barreira was there.
Correct.
I know that you just finished testifying that Barreira had left it at some point. I'll follow up.
Correct.
But when you were called in off the road, you went in, you talked to the people in the lobby, and then you went in and was Barreira's position at that point, was he the patrol supervisor?
Correct.
Right, so he would have been your direct report.
Correct.
Okay, I got you. All right. So you, when you went into the lobby and you spoke to them, and then you went inside and you reported to Barreira, is that when you made the phone call that was just reflected in the body cam?
Yes.
Yeah. Okay. All right. And Barreira was with you at that point, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And then there came a point that after the phone call, you went back outside and you spoke to Jody Jacobellis, correct?
Yes.
And Stephen Holloway.
Correct.
And who is Jody Jacobellis?
At that time, I believe she was a family member, is what she told me.
Okay.
The girlfriend of Stephen.
Right.
I don't recall it. Right. Like exactly her.
Let me see if I can help you out. Okay. Stephen Holloway is Christine Holloway's brother.
Correct. I know that.
Okay. So we're good there. And Jody Jacobellis, what was Stephen's girlfriend? Is that consistent with your recollection?
Yes.
Yeah. Okay. All right. So after you had the phone call that we just saw, right? That was recorded on.
So let me correct some misinformation. So the girl that I thought was Joseph Morales' sister is not. She's a sister-in-law because she's married to Christine's brother. So that means none of his family are saying anything. So they very well could have the baby, but I would think if they had the baby, the police would know that by now. I do apologize for that misinformation. I sincerely apologize about that.
On your camera. Is that when Barreira left and went to 6.5 Myrtle?
After the phone call was finished?
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah. Okay. And did you then go back out to the lobby to talk to Jody Jacobellis and Stephen based on what you learned in that phone call?
Oh,
yes, I did.
Okay. All right. And then did you stay at the Ansonia PD at that point?
No, I did not.
Okay. Did you go and ask Jody Jacobellis and Stephen Holloway to wait at the lobby there?
Yes, I did.
Okay. And eventually, I know that you testified that you went to 6.5 Myrtle. Is that correct?
Yes, I did.
All right. And did you go back into the lobby and tell them that you were going over to 6.5 Myrtle, or were they gone by then?
I never had contact with them after that.
After you asked them to wait, they left. You never had any contact with them.
I'm not sure if they left or if they stayed. I don't know. I never came back into the police department.
I just want to be clear here. I'm talking about before you went to 6.5 Myrtle, right? You asked them to stay.
Yes.
And you never had any contact with them.
Oh no! After the phone call, I was able to. I made contact with them in the lobby.
Right.
again.
Yep, that's the second time,
Yes.
right? And,
Yes.
and then you told us that before you left to go to 6.5 Myrtle, you asked them for them to stay in the lobby. Is that correct?
I believe so, yes.
And you never had contact with them after that at any point?
Correct.
Okay, good, gotcha. And then you went over to 6.5 Myrtle,
Correct.
right? Sergeant Barreria, I take it, would have made his way to 6.5 Myrtle before you got there.
Yes.
So when you arrived, he was already there.
Correct.
And he was there with another
If I had to guess, I would think she's out of the country.
officer, correct?
Yes, he was.
And that's Officer Nelson, is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay, and did you see them at that point?
I saw them on the exterior of the residence.
Okay, great. So you spoke to them. Did you do a neighborhood canvass late in the evening there on Monday, December 2nd, 2019?
Yes, I did.
Okay, and just tell us, what did you do when you got there?
I arrived on scene. I spoke with Sergeant Barreria, who updated me on on things that he located, and he then told me to conduct a neighborhood canvass of the neighbors that are there, to speak with them to see if they had seen Christine, the baby, or Jose that day.
Okay. And can you tell us what the weather conditions were like when you got there?
It was snowing, and we had several inches of snow on the ground.
Okay. And then when you say neighborhood canvass, was that you going up and down the side streets and Myrtle Avenue to see if there were any neighbors that were there?
Yes, we go door to door, knock on the door, hope for someone to come to the door so that we could speak with them to see if they had seen, heard, or know anything about the people whom we are looking for.
Were you aware when you conducted the canvass that the body of Christine Holloway was found in the residence of 6.5 Myrtle?
Yes, I was.
I have no other questions. Thank you, Ron. Thank you, officer.
Attorney Stein, any redraft?
Yes, Your Honor, just one brief
You
question.
may proceed.
During this canvass, Officer Smith, in addition to asking the questions that you were asked, did you ask anything about cameras, ring cameras, or any other surveillance systems that people in the neighborhood might have had?
Yes, I did.
Is that part of the standard questions that you?
Genevieve said, sorry, but why do some people automatically assume that someone with a Hispanic name could possibly have out-of-country relations? I'm not trying to be difficult, just observe it. No, you're fine. I mean, I did. I'm not gonna, I absolutely did. I could be completely wrong about that. He might not have any out-of-country relations. I absolutely did assume that he might have some out-of-country relations. Part of it too is because none of his family was outside of court in that news clip. But you're absolutely right. I did do that, and I apologize for that. I didn't mean any offense by it. I don't think it's being taken as offensive, but I did do that, and I could be absolutely wrong. So I appreciate you pointing that out. I don't know. I don't know anything about him or his family. If he has any siblings, if his parents are alive, I have no idea. And I should have more of an idea before I speak on things like that.
You would be asking, or other officers would be asking when you're doing a canvass such as this?
Yes, it is.
And if the people have cameras, is that something that you would ultimately record in the report?
Yes.
For follow-up by some other officer?
Yes.
No other questions. Thank you,
All
Ron.
right, very good. Thank you. All right, thank you, officer. You're all set. Please watch your step as you exit.
Now they're going to break for lunch, I bet.
Please watch your step also across the floor. There are some wires there. All right, so at this point in time, I'll just note it is 7 minutes to 1. We do take our lunch break between 1 and 2. So I think it's a good time to go ahead and take that lunch recess. I do want to remind the jurors that you are not to discuss this case with anyone, including each other. I will let you know when the appropriate time is to do that. You are going to please leave your notebooks on your seat with the pen. Enjoy your lunch. Please
Yeah.
avoid anyone who tries to speak with you, but you can certainly leave the building for your lunch so long as you're back here for 2 o'clock. We do intend to get back on the record at 2 o'clock, okay? Should anyone try to speak with you or have any discussion with you or make any comments to you or show you anything, please turn your attention away and alert a marshal immediately, okay? Thank you very much. Court stands in recess until 2 p.m.
All right, I'm going to pull this up on my phone, and for now, I do have the arrest warrant, and I'll read through some of that, and then we'll watch a video of some sort. So let me grab this arrest warrant real quick. I'll put my background up so we have something to look at while I read this. So this is going to be the arrest warrant for Jose Morales. Now, a lot of it is redacted for some reason. I don't know why, but it is. I don't know. I mean, if y'all seen a different copy, please let me know. This is just what I have, which I'm assuming if it's redacted like this, I mean, that's what everybody has. So let's get this pulled right on up. Oh, hold on. Hold on just a minute. Let me download it so we can actually like zoom in and all of the things. Okay. Now I got to go to my files. I appreciate y'all hanging out with me today. Yeah, I figured a lot of people are going to be like kind of flipping back and forth, but like you are, Hannah. Okay. So let's do this. All right, I'm going to get my comments back so I can see what y'all are saying. We will zoom this in to 125. Hold on just a minute. I need to make like merch or something. Aw, Hannah, you're so sweet. I need to make some merch or something. I was thinking about that. That said, when you said hold on just a minute, I'm thinking about making some kind of merch or something with that on it. Okay, so it tells us that the state of Connecticut Superior Court and Ansonia Police title, allegation, and counts is Jose L. Morales from New Haven, Connecticut. It gives the address. Count 1 is homicide, but the M word. From Ansonia, date of offense is December 2nd, 2019. He also has count 2, tampering with physical evidence. That also happened on December 2nd of 2019 out of Ansonia, Connecticut. I think that's all that's on that. I did not print this out, so y'all will have to work with me. Okay, so this is State of Connecticut Superior Court, Ansonia Police. It says, to any proper officer of the State of Connecticut by authority of the State of Connecticut, you are hereby commanded to arrest the body of the within name accused. And it says bail set at $5 million. So he's not getting out of jail. And that was signed February 6th of 2020. All right. Now we've got the arrest warrant application, State of Superior Court, Connecticut. State of Connecticut Superior Court, excuse me. Application for arrest warrant says a judge of the Superior Court. The undersigned hereby applies for warrant for the arrest of the above named accused on the basis of the facts set forth in the affidavit below. From Margaret E. Kelly, February 6, 2020. Affidavit. The undersigned affiant being duly sworn deposes and says that the undersigned detective Kristen Hunt, being duly sworn, does depose and state that she is a member of the Ansonia Police Department and has been since October 16, 2003. At all times mentioned herein, she was acting as a member of said department. The following facts and circumstances are, let me see if we can get, oh yeah, that's better. Are stated from personal knowledge and observations, as well as the information received from other police officers acting in their official capacity and from official police reports and statements made by prudent and credible witnesses. Number 2, that on December 2nd of 2019 at approximately 12:52 p.m., Rosie Clark of Bright Morning Star Daycare, LLC, called the Ansonia Police Department requesting a welfare check on an employee, Christine Holloway, at her residence of 6.5 Myrtle Avenue, Ansonia, due to Christine at her residence at 6.5 Myrtle Avenue, Ansonia, due to Christine not arriving for work and Clark being unable to contact her that day. Officer Kelly responded to the residence at approximately 12:59 p.m. with his body camera activated and approached the residence via the front walkway, which was covered in fresh snow from that same day and showed no signs of footprints at that time. The officer attempted to make contact at the residence but received no answer upon knocking on the front door and window. The interior of the residence was not visible, and the officer observed that a bay-style rollout window in the rear of the residence on the second floor was left slightly open. The officer heard no movement coming from inside the house and cleared the scene at 1:04 p.m. Clark was notified that the officer had not made contact with Christine. They signed it. Again, this is February 2nd of 2020. Finding, it says the foregoing application for an arrest warrant and affidavits attached to said application having been submitted to and considered by the undersigned finds from said affidavits that there is probable cause to believe that an offense has been committed and that the accused committed it. Therefore, the probable cause exists for the issuance of a warrant for the arrest of the above named accused. So I thought in my copy, like the first couple of pages were messed up, but it appears that it's clear now. So maybe it was just the way I downloaded it at the time, because I didn't have all of this. So I think that this one's better. Let me see what y'all are saying. You have a pencil? Girl, me too. Me too. All right. You're the only channel I watch that drains both earbuds and cell battery when I plug up. My boyfriend says, "You've been on allegedly YouTube channel, ain't you?" Oh, that is so sweet. Genevieve, I'm sorry I drained your batteries. I do stay on for quite a while, most of the time. Okay, it continues. Number 3, that on December 2nd, 2019, at approximately 7:36 p.m., Christine's brother, Stephen Holloway, and his girlfriend, Jody Jacobellis, came to the Ansonia Police Department and reported to Officer Smith that they had been unable to contact Christine Holloway that day and were concerned. They stated that Christine rides at 6.5 Myrtle Avenue, Ansonia, with her 1-year-old daughter, Vanessa Morales. Jody and Stephen said that it was unlike Christine not to call them during the day to check in and not return their calls. Jody stated that Christine is visited on the weekends by her boyfriend, Jose Morales, whose date of birth is November 12th of 1976, who is also the father of Vanessa. According to Jody, Morales would typically stay at Christine's residence from Friday afternoon until Monday morning. Jody went to Christine's residence at approximately 3 p.m. on December 2nd, 2019 to see if she was there, but there was no answer at the door. And the vehicle Christine drives, a Mazda Protege, was not in the street where she normally parks. A Department of Motor Vehicle records check revealed that it was no longer registered to a Mazda Protege and is currently registered to a 2017 black Ford Focus. Jody stated she was unaware of Christine owning this vehicle. Jody contacted Christine's mother and sister, and both stated they have not heard from Christine since Friday evening, which was November 29th of 2019. Jody and Steve returned to Christine's apartment at approximately 5 p.m. on December 2nd, 2019, and were still unable to contact her. Number 4, that Jody and Stephen then went to Jose Morales' residence at 105 First Avenue, New Haven at approximately 6 p.m. on December 2nd, 2019, and questioned Morales as to whether he had seen Christine or Vanessa that day. Jody stated that Morales told him he saw Christine and Vanessa at Christine's residence at 6.5 Myrtle Avenue, Ansonia, that morning at approximately 7 a.m. when Christine was leaving for work. Jody stated that Morales said he had left the house in his vehicle at the same time Christine and Vanessa left in Christine's vehicle. Morales told Jody that he had also been calling Christine and had been unable to contact her. Number 5, that Officer Smith called Christine's cellular phone at the number provided by Jody, and the call went directly to voicemail as though the phone was powered off. Officer Smith then called the number on speakerphone, which is the landline, or a different the landline associated with 105 First Avenue, New Haven, Connecticut, which would have been Jose's residence, that was on the body camera that we just saw in court, and spoke with Jose Morales at approximately 8:19 p.m., who acknowledged that Christine is his girlfriend, and that they have a child together. Morales stated, quote, "I saw her leave early in the morning to go to work. That's about it," unquote. And that, quote, "she left with the baby," unquote. Officer Smith asked Morales what type of vehicle Christine drove, and Morales stated that it is a 2002 gold Mazda Protege. Officer Smith asked if Christine owned a black Ford Focus or any other vehicles, and Morales replied, quote, "Not that I know of," unquote. Morales stated that he last spoke with Christine at approximately 6 or 7 a.m. that day, which was December 2nd, 2019, and that he did not find it odd that Christine did not contact anyone all day. Morales denied having any text messages to or from Christine that day and said that he had tried to call her a couple of times, but that the calls went directly to voicemail. Morales clarified that he lives in New Haven, Connecticut, and does not live with Christine. Sergeant Barreria was also present for Officer Smith's phone conversation with Morales, which was recorded on the officer's body camera, and he asked Morales if Christine slept at Morales' house the previous night, which was December 1st, 2019. Morales replied, quote, "No, she slept at her house," unquote. When Sergeant Barreria asked Morales if they left Christine's house together, Morales replied he talked to her on the phone at 7 a.m. on December 2nd, 2019, and has not physically seen Christine since Friday, November 29th, 2019, when she left his house in New Haven, contrary to his earlier statements to Officer Smith and to Jody, in which he stated he had seen Christine as she left for work that morning. I'm reading y'all's comments. Aw. Teal is beautiful. I like that color. Okay. Number 6, that officers went to 6.5 Myrtle Avenue at approximately 8:15 p.m. on December 2nd, 2019, and located a black 2017 Ford Focus bearing the tag registered to Christine Holloway, covered in snow, and parked in front of 5 Myrtle Avenue facing westbound. No gold Mazda Protege was found to be parked on Myrtle Avenue. Officers attempted to make contact by knocking on the door and window of the residence with no response. Officers observed a glass skylight on the roof and could see that the light was on in that room, and the skylight was opened. A rear bay window was also visibly open. Officers began checking with neighbors to see if anyone had been observed going in or out of the residence. Neighbor George O'Mara reported that he had seen the male residents of 6.5 Myrtle Avenue, who he knows as Jose, leave the residence that afternoon on December 2nd, 2019. Due to the discrepancy between this information and Morales' earlier report to officers that he had not been in the house that day, along with the fact that the 2 windows were open despite the temperature being below freezing, the decision was made to force entry into the residence. Number 7, that at 6.5 Myrtle Avenue is a residence consisting of 1 apartment located on a top floor and a 3-car garage on a lower floor. Access cannot be gained to the apartment from the apartment to the garage or vice versa. The only access to the apartment is through the front door, which leads directly into a studio apartment. Upon forcing entry into the residence through a panel in the front door, officers reached into the residence to unlock the deadbolt, but the deadbolt was keyed on both sides and the inside, indicating that the door had been locked from the outside with a key by whoever left the apartment last. Officers gained entry and began checking the studio-style apartment and ultimately located the nude, lifeless body of a white female, later identified via dental records as Christine Holloway, in the bathroom tub in a manner in which it was clear that she was deceased. Officers proceeded to check the remainder of the residence for Vanessa, but did not locate her. Police personnel exited the residence and notified command personnel. The residence and scene was secured until a search and seizure warrant was obtained on December 3rd of 2019. Number 8, that shortly after the discovery of the body on December 2nd, 2019, Officer Nilsson returned to the area to speak with area resident George O'Mara, who provided the following information during his interview and subsequent interviews. O'Mara knew the female tenant of 6.5 Myrtle Avenue as Christine Holloway and only knew the male tenant by the first name of Jose, which he described as being stocky and having a beard. O'Mara saw Jose leave the residence in the late morning or early afternoon of December 2nd, 2019. Approximately 30 minutes after O'Mara saw Officer Kelly leaving the residence upon conducting his welfare check at 1:04 p.m. I'm going to stop right there. That means that Jose Morales was in the house when the officer came and was knocking on the door to do the welfare check, and he didn't answer the door, like as if you don't already look sus AF, right? He didn't say he was short, Abellis. Okay. Approximately 30 minutes after O'Mara saw Officer Kelly leaving the residence upon conducting his welfare check at 1:04 p.m. O'Mara stated he saw Jose walk out of 6.5 Myrtle Avenue and start the car that may have been a copper or gold-colored Mazda. O'Mara was uncertain which car Jose got into after he came out of the house 10 to 15 minutes later to leave. However, O'Mara stated that he heard the car Jose was driving about to stall as it was leaving. This is consistent with recorded audio and video surveillance from 22 Cottage Avenue on December 2nd, 2019 at 1:49, where Morales' Nissan Sentra is seen and can be heard traveling with what appears to be a defective muffler. O'Mara also reported seeing a black Ford sedan parked in front of 6.5 Myrtle Avenue. O'Mara described Jose as wearing a black waist-length coat and that Jose walked back inside the house after starting the car and was inside between 10 and 15 minutes before leaving. O'Mara did not see Jose with a baby or anyone else. O'Mara stated he last saw Christine around Thanksgiving and that he usually sees her with the baby. O'Mara agreed to view a photo array and identified the photo of Jose Morales with 100% certainty as being the person he saw on December 2nd, 2019, and knows as Jose at 6.5 Myrtle Avenue in Sonia. He does have little man syndrome, Hannah. I mean, he really does, to be beating his wife like that, the mother of his daughter. Number 9, that on December 3rd, 2019, the crime scene at 6.5 Myrtle Avenue in Sonia was processed for evidence by the Connecticut State Police Major Crime Unit pursuant to a search warrant for the residence. The apartment was initially found to be neat and clean with the exception of the bathtub area. Due to the processing of the scene by Connecticut State Police, it was determined that blood was and or had been present on the walls and rug inside of the apartment, and that there were indications that the scene had been altered by an attempt to clean it. Numerous items of evidence were seized, including but not limited to the following: a large section of gray carpet with blood-like staining from the living room area, kitchen towels with blood-like staining, and DNA swabs from numerous areas containing blood-like substances. Dang, I didn't write down. I think it's... Hold on. I forgot to write down when we broke for court. Sorry, y'all. Hopefully I can get that. Okay, they swabbed for blood-like substances. Okay. Hold on. Department... No. Oh. Number 10, that on December 2nd, 2019 at 9:36, the Ansonia Police Department contacted the New Haven Police Department and requested that officers check the area of 105 First Avenue, New Haven for Morales' vehicle, a tan or gray Nissan Sentra. NHPD officers drove by that location and observed a tan or gray colored... Let me set that right there so I can see it. Nissan Sentra bearing Connecticut registration parked on the street in front of 105 First Avenue. The vehicle is registered to Jose Morales at the address. The vehicle also matched the vehicle seen in body camera footage from the first welfare check on Christine by Officer Kelly on December 2nd, 2019. The officer's body camera captured what appeared to be the same Nissan Sentra parked on Myrtle Avenue in front of number 5 at approximately 1:04 p.m. on December 2nd, 2019. New Hampshire Police Department remained with that car, I guess, until Ansonia police officers arrived on scene and maintained surveillance of the vehicle until it was seized as evidence the following day and towed from First Avenue, New Haven, to a secure storage facility at the Connecticut State Police Troop Barracks. Number 11, that on December 3rd, 2019, at approximately 3:40 a.m., members of the Ansonia and New Haven police departments went to the address where Morales was believed to be residing with his mother, Lydia de Jesus, and stepfather, Marcos Garcia. Marcos allowed officers into the home and asked if Christine had shown up yet. Marcos was advised that she had not, and officers were there looking to speak with Morales. Marcos stated that Morales was in the basement sleeping and said that Vanessa was not in the house. Marcos went into the basement and woke Morales, who came upstairs and agreed to go to the police department with the detectives to discuss Christine and Vanessa's whereabouts. 12, that while Morales got dressed, Detective Adcock spoke with Marcos, who provided the following information. Christine and Vanessa were at Marcos's house last week from Wednesday until Friday, and Christine bought a new Ford at Barbino's Auto on Friday, November 29, 2019. And Morales and Vanessa were with Christine at the time. Christine, Morales, and Vanessa left Marco's house around 7 p.m. on Friday evening, the November 29, 2019. Morales usually spends the weekends with Christine and Vanessa in Ansonia, and Morales spent this past weekend with them there. Morales returned home from his weekend visit yesterday, which was December 2nd, 2019, at approximately 1 p.m. On December 2nd, 2019, Christine's sister-in-law came to Marcos' house looking for Christine because they had not seen her. Marcos asked Morales if he had gotten in a fight with Christine, and Morales told him that he had not. Marcos reiterated that Morales always goes to Christine's house for the weekends and that he returns home on Mondays after Christine goes to work in the morning. Christine works at a daycare and brings Vanessa to work with her. Marcos stated that Vanessa was not currently at his home and that Christine would never let her out of her sight. Marcos stated that Morales came home alone on December 2nd, 2019, and did not have Vanessa with him. After Marcos learned that Christine's family was looking for her, he and Morales' mother, Linda de Jesus, asked Morales where they, Christine and Vanessa, were. Morales told them that everything was good when Christine left the morning of December 2nd, 2019 for work with Vanessa. Marcos gave officers permission to check his residence for Vanessa with negative results. While in the kitchen in the presence of Detective Adcock, Marcos and Lydia, hold on just a second. Okay, I'm back. While in the kitchen in the presence of Detective Adcock, Marcos and Lydia asked Morales if he knew where Christine and Vanessa were, and he replied that he had been trying to get a hold of Christine. 13, that Detective Sergeant Frolish and Detective Adcock transported Morales back to the Ansonia Police Department for an interview. During the ride back to Ansonia, Detective Sergeant Frolish and Morales engaged in general conversation in which Morales claimed that he is a sober person and he does not smoke weed, cigarettes, or anything, and occasionally enjoys a Corona or Bud Lime. Morales stated that Christine's brother Stephen came by the house looking for Christine. Morales said that he and his two children, a daughter and son from another relationship, Morales said that he and his two children, which are a daughter and son from an earlier relationship, last night before going to bed, said a prayer. God, please, is she okay? Morales was worried, and that's why he has been trying to contact Christine. Morales stated that he kept calling Christine on Monday night, December 2nd, 2019, but could not reach her. Yep, I think Grandmama knows a lot more, especially considering that he was living there. See, I had not read all of this yet, so because for some reason when I downloaded it, it did not download correctly, and I uploaded it on Patreon re-downloaded it, and now it's correct. If y'all want this document, by the way, without watermarks, you can get it on my Patreon. I think they said it's on Discord as well. I didn't know he was living with Grandmama. I'm sure she does know everything. Number 14, that on December 3rd, 2019, at approximately 4:35 a.m., Jose Morales was interviewed at the Ansonia Police Department in a room equipped with a digital recording system, audio and video. Morales was advised that he was free to leave whenever he wanted. Morales appeared to become aggravated and stated, "I'm free to leave. What am I going to do, walk home?" He said, "I'm free to leave. What am I going to do, walk home?" Morales was advised that he would be given a ride home and was not being held captive at the Ansonia Police Department. Morales questioned what he was even doing at the Ansonia Police Department. Morales was reminded that officers were trying to find Christine and his daughter Vanessa. Morales stated that he had been trying to call Christine too. After the above exchange, Morales stated they were, quote, on the same page, unquote. During the interview, Morales provided, among other things, the following information. Morales last spoke with Christine on Monday morning, December 2nd, 2019, prior to going to work. Morales was not having any problems with Christine, but then added that it was a brief phone conversation and it sounded like she did not want to be on the phone with him. Morales normally does not stay over Christine's apartment, but has done so on occasion. Morales did not stay over this past weekend, which was November 29th through December 2nd, 2019. Morales last saw Christine and Vanessa at his house on Friday, November 29th, 2019. Christine and Vanessa came over to his house sometime after 3 p.m. on Wednesday when Christine got out of work, and they stayed over at his house for Thanksgiving holiday. Morales was not sure, but he thought that Christine may have left his house with Vanessa on Friday, November 29th, 2019, sometime around 6 p.m., and he assumed that they went home, although the terms boyfriend and girlfriend are used to refer to each other in their relationship. Morales did not consider he and Christine, although he refers to her as his girlfriend, is saying that they didn't consider them to be close. Morales said he did not go with Christine and Vanessa when they left his house on Friday, November 29th, 2019, and that Morales went to his friend Hector's house in East Haven. Morales didn't know what Hector's last name or his address and said that Hector did not know Christine at all. Morales denied having any other girlfriends other than Christine. When asked if Christine had another boyfriend, Morales shrugged his shoulders and stated that they were not that close. I mean, you have a baby together. What do you mean you're not that close? I don't stop. Morales added that they have a baby together and he helps her out, but uses the girlfriend label lightly. Christine does stay with him and his family on holidays, but claimed that, quote, we really don't like Christine, but she's okay, unquote. Wow. Morales added that, quote, we, unquote, are in love with the baby. Morales had no idea where Christine or Vanessa could be, and that he figured Vanessa was with Christine because Christine and Vanessa, left together on Friday. Morales claimed that he was not at Christine's apartment at all this weekend. Morales was asked if he stopped by Christine's apartment to pick up or drop anything off. Morales took a long pause and then said, quote, not sure, unquote. Now, he's saying that so he can go back later and say, oh, remember I said I wasn't sure. Remember, I said I wasn't sure. So technically I wasn't lying because I said I wasn't sure. Morales provided his cell phone number for the cell phone that he had in his pocket, which was a black LG phone. Morales was asked about his brief 1-minute call to Christine that he stated earlier that he had with her Monday morning. Morales claims that he just called her to say hi. Morales said he did not have any idea where officers could start looking for Christine and Vanessa. Morales did not know of any friends that Christine had. Detective Sergeant Frawlish asked Morales if he would show him the call that he made to Christine on his phone. Morales took out his cell phone and began looking through it with Detective Sergeant Frawlish before handing the phone over to him. Morales claimed... Where is it? There. Morales claimed that he tried to call Christine because he was worried, but the calls went straight to voicemail. Detective Adcock also looked at Morales' phone and saw there were only 7 calls, all outgoing, in the call log, and none of the calls were from Monday morning, December 2nd, 2019. The earliest call was at 6:59 p.m. on December 2nd, 2019. So he's lying. He's deleted his history. Chaz says, so what was Christine to him other than his child's mother? I'm assuming nothing. Trying to distance himself from the situation. He's deleted his phone call history. I mean, it's textbook. It's textbook. Okay. Morales was asked if he erased any information from his cell phone, and he replied that he dates, quote, most of the stuff, unquote, or he deletes, quote, most of the stuff, unquote, on his cell phone. Morales was asked if he called Christine using another phone, and he replied that he did not. The other cell phone, a gray iPhone 6, was brought with Morales to Ansonia Police Department and was unlocked by Morales and shown to Detective Sergeant Frolish. Morales confirmed that the second phone, the iPhone, could be used through the internet or Wi-Fi. Morales said he went to Hector's house on Friday night, November 29, 2019, and returned home on Monday, December 2nd, 2019, but was unsure of the time. Morales was asked if he told his parents where he went on Friday, and he replied that he did. Morales was confronted with the fact that Morales' stepfather, Marcos Garcia, told Detective Adcock that Morales went to Christine's house on Friday. Morales claimed that Marcos was probably assuming that he went to Christine's residence. Morales was asked why would Marcos assume that Morales went to Christine's apartment if he told Marcos where he went. Morales began to backtrack and claimed that Detective Adcock was mixing up his words. Morales claimed again that he went to Hector's house on Friday, November 29, 2019. Morales was asked how Christine got to his house on Wednesday, and Morales stated that she drove there in her gold Mazda Protege. Morales was asked if Christine bought a new car. After a long pause with no response, and after being asked again, Morales replied that he was not sure and did not know. Morales said he drove his own car, a Nissan Sentra, to Hector's house. Morales was asked how he was going to help the police find Vanessa because that was why he was at the Ansonia Police Department. Morales responded that he wanted to find her too. At this point in the interview, Morales was confronted with the fact that he never asked about Christine or Vanessa the entire ride to the police department, and that his answers to the questions were not adding up. Detective Adcock pointed out Morales' apparent lack of concern for the current situation, and Morales asked if he wanted him to cry for Vanessa or cry for Christine. Morales now claimed that he was not that close with Christine or Vanessa. Morales was reminded that he earlier mentioned that it was Vanessa that was important to him. Morales replied, quote, well, I guess, yeah, unquote, but that his other two kids at his house are his life. Excuse me. Morales seemed more concerned about Christine's family not being at the police department being interviewed like him than talking about finding his daughter. Detective Adcock told Morales that someone saw him leave Christine's house on Monday morning, December 2nd, 2019. Morales did not deny or confirm this. Morales was told that police wanted to find Vanessa. Morales got quiet and stated, quote, okay, let's find her, unquote. Morales was asked, how are we going to find her? Morales paused for a moment, at which time Detective Sergeant Frolish returned to the interview room. Morales immediately stated, quote, let's go, unquote, and got up, indicating he was done and wanted to be brought home. Morales was never notified during this interview that Christine was deceased. Oh, I got a cramp in my leg. It sounds like he had more to do with his ex. It does. He said he uses the word girlfriend lightly. He is a stupid little man. The distancing is off the chart. Number 15, that Detective Sergeant Frolish advised Morales that his clothing was being seized as part of the investigation, and he was provided with alternative clothing to wear home. The following items were seized from Morales: a black hooded sweatshirt, gray sweatpants, black socks, light colored t-shirt, gray t-shirt, and 2 cell phones, the LG and the iPhone. While taking clothes from Morales, a round dark-colored bruise was observed under his right chest area. When he was asked about the bruise, Morales did not have an answer as to what caused it. Morales was confronted with the fact he never responded to the information provided to him about someone seeing him leaving Christine's house yesterday. When it was pointed out that he was still ignoring the information, Morales claimed that it was a lie. Due to the amount of snow on the ground outside, Morales was allowed to wear his black Nike sneakers to walk to the transport vehicle, where they were then seized as evidence prior to leaving the police department. Number 16, that while walking to the transport vehicle, Morales asked the detectives if they were bringing him to a mental institution. Morales was asked if that was where he wanted to go, and he replied, quote, no. Wait a minute. That while walking to the transport vehicle, Morales asked the detectives if they were bringing him to a mental institution. Morales was asked if that's where he wanted to go, and he said no. That's interesting. Yep. That would be my opinion too. A name here. During the ride to Morales' residence, the following information was obtained. At the beginning of the transport, Morales was concerned about where he was being taken to. Morales was told he was going home. Morales was talkative but did not bring up Christine or Vanessa. Morales asked why his clothes were seized from him, and he was advised that they may contain evidence of a crime, to which Morales asked, quote, what crime, unquote. Morales was told that he had not been cooperating with helping police find his daughter. Morales responded, quote, I understand, unquote. During the approximate 38-minute ride with Morales, he never provided any information related to the whereabouts of Vanessa. This conversation, as well as all interaction between police officers and Morales at any time, was audio and video recorded pursuant to department policy. Number 17, that upon arrival, before I read that real quick, I do want y'all to know that I've got the court pulled up on my phone, and it's sitting right here where I can watch it. It's 1:36 right now, so as soon as they get back in court, we'll flip back to that. Number 17, that upon arrival at Morales' residence at the address, Detective Adcock advised Morales' stepfather, Marcos Garcia, that Morales' clothing had been seized and he needed a pair of shoes. Marcos asked if Morales was being accused of something, and Detective Adcock responded that he believes Morales knows what happened to Christine and Vanessa, but is not telling. Detective Adcock confirmed the following from Marcos, that Morales went to Christine's residence for the weekend and that this is what Morales usually does. Christine had come to Morales' house on Wednesday, November 27, 2019 with Vanessa, and that she, Morales, and Vanessa's went to Barbino's car dealership on Friday, November 29th and bought the new Ford. They all came back to Marco's house with the new Ford. Marco stated that Morales usually brings his 11-year-old son with him to Christine's apartment for the weekend. However, this didn't happen this past weekend because Morales' son had a party to attend with friends. Morales' mother, Linda De Jesus, joined the conversation with Detective Adcock, and the following additional information, among other things, was obtained from Marcos and Lydia. They were unaware of Morales having a friend named Hector and were very suspicious to hear that Morales told investigators that he did not go to Christine's this past weekend. Friday evening, November 29, 2019, Christine and Vanessa left their house in the new car, the Ford Focus, and Morales left in his car, the Nissan Sentra, at the same time. Morales came home on Monday about 1:30 or 2 p.m. Morales did not mention what he did or where he went during the weekend, and it did not appear that anything was wrong or bothering him. They described Morales and Christine's relationship as a normal relationship that involved arguments, but no known acts of violence. Marcos and Lydia considered Christine a wonderful person and part of their family, like a daughter, and they adored their granddaughter, referring to her as, quote, sweetheart. Monday afternoon, December 2nd, 2019, Christine's family came over to their house. Yeah, the blanket, car seat, and diaper bag are still missing a name here. So hopefully she is alive. Okay, Christine's family came over to their house at the address, and Morales met them outside. Morales told Marcos and Lydia that Christine's family was looking for her. Marcos and Lydia told Morales that he was with Christine and asked him where she was. Morales said that he was with her, but she went to work. Morales said he was worried after hearing from Christine's family. Yeah, a spare rib that incubates, yeah. Oh, Sarah, you're good, sweetheart. Maybe. It's possible. All right. So we're at number 18. That Morales was brought into the house where Marcos and Lydia were waiting. At this time, the three of them were advised that Christine was deceased and was the victim of a homicide, and Vanessa was missing. Marcos and Lydia immediately became upset, and Lydia burst into tears. The only reaction from Morales was him putting his head in one of his hands with no crying and no outburst. While Marcos tried to comfort Lydia, he yelled at Morales, asking Morales if he had anything to do with that. Morales replied, quote, nothing, unquote, with no emotion. Marcos again asked by saying, quote, huh? Unquote, and Morales repeated, quote, nothing, unquote. While Marcos and Lydia were visibly upset, it was pointed out by one of the detectives, now Morales was just sitting there unemotional, as if nothing was going on. Morales stated, quote, what do you want me to do? Unquote. Marcos asked, quote, where is she? Unquote, referencing to Vanessa. Morales stated that he did not know. Morales was asked if he knew where Vanessa was. Morales asked why he was being asked that, as if they thought he had something to do with it. Morales was reminded that he was the last person seen leaving Christine's house on Monday. Morales would not answer Lydia when she asked him where he was on Monday. Marcos and Lydia continued to press Morales about him claiming he saw Christine go to work on Monday, and they asked Morales if he was at the house. Morales first claimed that he did not know, and then claimed he was at, quote, Hector's, unquote. Every time Morales was asked about Vanessa and her whereabouts, he responded, quote, I don't know, unquote. Morales claimed that Hector would confirm that he was at his house during the weekend and that Hector's phone number was in his cell phone that police took from him at the department earlier. When asked again about his whereabouts on Monday, Morales would not respond. Lydia told Morales that he FaceTimed her from Christine's house that weekend. Morales became angry and claimed that he did it from Hector's house and had been trying to make Lydia think he was at Christine's house. Morales added that he did it because he did not want Lydia to know he was, quote, partying, unquote, with friends. Morales, give me just a second. I apologize. All right. Okay, partying with friends. Morales claimed that he used Hector's cell phone to FaceTime Lydia, but then changed his answer when Detective Sergeant Frolish asked Lydia to check her cell phone for the information for the device used to contact her. Morales immediately changed his answer and claimed that he used his iPad for the call. Family and police personnel continued to press Morales for any information related to the whereabouts of his daughter and about the inconsistent claims of where he was this past weekend. Morales eventually left the room, retreating to the basement without providing any useful information. Hey, Amanda. It's good to see you, love. I'm starting to wonder if the baby is alive, because it sounds like he preferred the other two children over the baby he had with Christine, which is sad. Okay, it continues. Lydia said that she believed that Morales was at Christine's apartment when he contacted her over the weekend using the tablet. that police personnel remained on scene to secure the residence while a search warrant was being obtained for the address. While waiting in the residence, APD personnel and Morales' parents continued to ask him for information regarding Vanessa. Morales continued to deny having any knowledge of her location or what may have happened to her. Morales continued to show little to no signs of emotion. I was trying to make sure I wasn't muted. At one point, while Lydia was crying, she stated Christine wanted a baby for a long time, and now, at the age of 43 years old, she got the baby she always wanted, but never got the chance to enjoy her. Marcos yelled at Morales and told him to look at what this is doing to everyone. Morales showed no reaction to what was being said to him. Yeah, I don't think that the parent, I mean, from the way, unless they played the cops real well, it doesn't seem like the family supports him at all. I mean, they were supporting him by him living there in the basement and being a grown-ass man. But other than that, it sounds like they are not down. So now I am concerned about Vanessa. And the fact that he was ready to take plea deals but would not ever admit where Vanessa is tells me that she might be deceased. I don't know. It's hard. Yeah, I'm so sorry, sweetheart. You're supposed to be getting another one, though. Okay, number 20. That while on scene at the address, detectives noticed that Morales' knuckles on both hands had abrasions on them and that he had faint scratches on both arms. The right side of his face was also swollen and red, which his family also noted and pointed out. 21. That on December 3rd, 2019 at 11:12 a.m., a search and seizure warrant for 105 First Avenue, New Haven, Connecticut was granted. The search of the residence was concentrated in the lower level, which includes Morales' bedroom, and a bathroom, laundry room combination, several storage closets / areas, and access to the garage. During the search, several items, including but not limited to the following, were located and seized as potential evidence: washcloths and hand towels with stains located in the shower, phones and electronic devices utilized by Morales, a white t-shirt with stains located on the sofa bed in Morales' bedroom, and a piece of tissue paper with stains located in the garbage. 2 stun guns were also located in Morales' bedroom, which he is prohibited from possessing as a convicted felon, and he was subsequently arrested by New Haven Police Department. This case is currently pending. 22. That a search warrant for the person of Jose Morales was applied for and granted on December 3rd, 2019. Upon the conclusion of the search at the Avenue, Morales was transported to the Ansonia Police Department by Ansonia Police Department personnel, where members of the Connecticut State Police Major Crimes Unit collected evidence such as photographs, buccal swabs, hair and fingernail clippings, and to determine a DNA profile for Morales. Morales was then turned over to custody of the New Haven Police Department pursuant to his arrest for the stun guns. It continues, number 23, that on December 4th, 2019 at approximately 1:44 p.m., Christine Holloway's vehicle, a black 2017 Ford Focus, was seized as evidence from where it was parked on Myrtle Avenue, Ansonia, and towed to a secure holding facility at the Connecticut State Police Troop 1 Barracks. Search and seizure warrants had been granted on December 3rd, 2019 for Morales' Nissan Sentra and on December 4th, 2019 for Christine's Ford Focus. On December 4th, 2019, the Connecticut State Police Major Crime Unit processed both vehicles for evidence. The following items, amongst others, were subsequently seized as evidence from Jose Morales' vehicle: 1 black contractor-style trash bag with blood-like staining located in the trunk, DNA swabs of the interior and exterior of the trash bag, DNA swabs of the front driver interior door panel, gas and brake pedals, gear shifter, steering wheel horn area from the driver's seatbelt, and blood-like stain on the front passenger interior door handle. All of the aforementioned exhibits were recovered from the Nissan Sentra, and no evidence exhibits were seized from the Ford Focus. The Ford Focus was checked for the presence of blood, and none was found. He is giving psychopathic vibes. Like, I mean, we're pretty positive that he killed Christine. I mean, would he kill his baby? I would hope not, but it sounds like it. to me. Hold on. I don't know. I don't know that we know what the motive was yet, Sarah, and I don't know if we ever will. They're still on break. It's 1:49, so they should be back in about 10 minutes. Number 24, that on December 4, 2019, Detective Adcox and Detective Epicetio attended the autopsy of Christine Holloway at the Connecticut office of the Chief Medical Examiner. The autopsy was performed by Dr. Hayes, who identified several round-shaped marks that measured approximately 1 inch in diameter on Christine's body and head. It was also determined that Christine's skull suffered severe damage, including a piece of her skull missing. Upon completion of the autopsy, Christine's cause of death was certified as being blunt force injuries to the head and torso. The manner of death was certified as a homicide. 25, that during the course of the investigation, numerous witnesses have been identified and interviewed, including but not limited to the following. On December 3rd, 2019, detectives interviewed Justin Gasso, who said that he was at a friend's house on Myrtle Avenue on Saturday, November 30th, 2019, and sometime between 9 a.m. and 11 a.m., he went outside to have a cigarette. And when he noticed the male walking out of 6.5 Myrtle Avenue, Gesso was saying 97% sure that he had seen, quote, that little girl, unquote, at that time. The male was going into a dark-colored car, possibly with tints on the windows, that was parked in front of 6.5 Myrtle Avenue. Gasso said that he believed the male was messing around with the car seat. Gasso described the male as being short and stocky, wearing baggy pants with dark hair. The male was, quote, Spanish-looking and had a, quote, chin strap style beard. There was nothing unusual that Gasso saw, but he did notice the male kept going back and forth from the car to the house and vice versa. Gasso remembered seeing the little girl standing on the side of the car and immediately recognized her upon seeing her picture on the news in the Amber Alert. Gasso did not see the male carrying out the baby seat. Gasso agreed to view a photo array and identified the photo of Jose Morales with 80% certainty, and he also identified another male photo as a strong possibility of being the male he saw exiting and entering 6.5 Myrtle Avenue on November 29, 2019. Looking at what y'all were saying. Okay. On December 3rd, 2019, Detective Episato spoke with Christopher Picarlio, who is the husband of the property owner at 6.5 Myrtle Avenue. Chris originally stated he had been in the downstairs garage of 6.5 Myrtle Avenue property on November 29, 2019, between 4 and 8 p.m., and he heard the footsteps of an adult in the apartment above him between 4 p.m. and 5 p.m. Chris said he heard a male voice upstairs around 7 p.m. He also heard quick footsteps, possibly from a toddler that he knew lived there. Chris said he heard more commotion than usual and that the back window of the apartment had been open since Friday, November 29, 2019. Chris last saw Christine on November 15th, 2019. On December 3rd, 2019, Chris came to the Ansonia Police Department with his mother, Laurie Piccirilliado, and told Detective Hart that he got the days mixed up when he heard the noise and indicated that his mother, Laurie, was in the garage with him. Chris said that the day he was explaining to Detective Episadio was actually Sunday, December 1st, 2019, not Friday, November 29th, 2019. Laurie said that on December 1st, 2019, she heard sounds like furniture was being moved around upstairs, and she also heard 3 hammer-like, quote, hammer like they were hammering something into the wall noises, unquote, as though they were remodeling the apartment. Chris did not recall hearing that hammering noise, but he said he could have been outside during the time. Both stated that it was the most noise they had ever heard coming from the apartment. Laurie and Chris estimated that this occurred later in the afternoon of December 1st, 2019, sometime between 2 and 7:30. Chris had been at the garage on November 29, 2019, the 30th, and the 1st of December, and it was not clarified as to which date he heard the sounds of toddler footsteps in the apartments. Anders, good to see you. On December 4th, 2019, Detective Episato interviewed Patrick Rowley, who said that he and his girlfriend Caitlin Stahl had gone to his aunt's house, which is next door to 6.5 Myrtle Avenue, around 2:20 p.m. on Sunday, December 1st, 2019. We get a sip of my coffee. Rowley said as he and Stahl were walking out to the street, Stahl looked over towards the right side of the red house next door, which is 6.5 Myrtle Avenue, and pointed out an individual standing on the right side of the house as they were leaving at approximately 2:45. Rowley said this male was standing next to one of the side doors of the garage on his cell phone. Rowley didn't recall ever seeing the person before and said he didn't see this person holding any other items other than the cell phone. Rowley didn't remember any of the cars that were parked on the street during this time. He described the male as being between 5'9" and 5'10", tall, husky build, weighing approximately 180 to 109 pounds, black facial hair, a beard, wearing a black hooded sweatshirt. Rowley viewed a photo array and selected the photo of Jose Morales as being the male he saw on the cell phone next to the house. We're down 2 jurors already? Dang. Oh, Lordy. Okay. Got 5 more minutes before they're supposed to be back in court. It'll probably be more about like 10 minutes. Number 26, that Morales' friend Hector, who Morales claims he was with on the evening of November 29, 2019, and the subsequent 3 days was identified as Hector Rodriguez, date of birth July 29th of 73, of 44 Huntington Road, Apartment D, New Haven, which is near the New Haven and East Haven border. On December 5th, 2019, Detective Adcock and FBI Special Agent Spank interviewed Hector at his residence and advised him that the interview was regarding a missing child case in Ansonia. Hector replied he was aware of the case from watching the news, but claimed he did not know the parents of the missing child. However, when asked if he knew Morales, Hector said that he did, and he knew Morales to live with his parents in Fairhaven along with his 2 children. Hector knew Morales to have a newborn baby, but said that he never met the baby nor the baby's mother. Although he knew the baby's mother was a, quote, school care teacher, unquote. Hector believed Morales and the baby's mother had a good relationship because he has overheard Morales talking with her on the phone and they appeared to get along. When asked if Hector knew what happened to the missing child, Hector replied that he wanted to get right to the point and stated Morales was with Hector over the weekend beginning on November 29, 2019. Morales came to Hector's house on Friday, November 29, 2019, and was with Hector the entire weekend, but would come and go from Hector's house during the 2-hour interview with Hector. His recollection of the weekend and events with Morales changed and or progressed throughout the interview. Excuse me. Hold on just a minute. The following is a basic timeline of the weekend events according to Hector. On November 29, 2019, Hector called Morales a couple of times during the afternoon to see if Morales was going to come to Hector's house. Sometime around 5 p.m., Morales told Hector he had to finish putting up the Christmas tree, take a shower, and then he would stop by. Later that same evening, Friday, November 29, 2019, Morales picked up Hector and drove them to Bridgeport, where they purchased marijuana from a friend of Hector's and then drove back to Hector's house. Sometime around 10:45 p.m., Morales got a call from someone who Morales claimed was his mother, and Hector heard Morales say that he would be home in 20 minutes. Hector assumed Morales went home to his parents' house. Morales came back to Hector's house sometime Saturday afternoon, November 30th, 2019, for a brief time during which they discussed Morales' cars needing repairs. Hector sent a message to a friend of his in Bridgeport using Morales' phone to see about getting Morales' car repaired. Because Morales didn't have any money, they put off the trip to Bridgeport. Hector said he was not sure on the time because he never looked at the clock, but knew that Morales was in his house on Saturday during the daylight hours and that it was for less than an hour. Morales returned to Hector's house on Sunday, December 1st, 2019, during the daytime, while Hector was watching football and did not stay long. Morales left Hector's house after the brief visit on Sunday, and Hector said he had not seen Morales since. At times during the interview, Hector appeared to be confused and very agitated. He was adamant that he didn't know anything relating to the missing child or Christine's death, and that he was not sure how Morales could be responsible if Morales was with Hector Friday night, and the news reports were claiming that Christine and the child were last seen alive on Friday. Hector said that Morales never mentioned anything about his girlfriend being deceased or his child missing while they were together over the weekend. Hector stated during the brief time that he has known Morales, this was the first weekend that Morales came over every day during the weekend, even if it... Okay. Hector stated that during the brief time he had known Morales, this was the first weekend that Morales came over every day during the weekend, even if it was for a short day. Excuse me. Nessa said, I'm wondering if he's been put in a mentally ill ward before psychotic behavior. That's a good question, because he did ask them, were they going to take him to the mental institution? So that's a good question. It's possible. You weren't surprised that it was mainly male jurors? Abraham, good to see you. I hope they are consulting those law books, because they're going to need it, no doubt. All right, it's 2 o'clock, but nothing's happening in court, so I'm going to continue reading. Number 27, that a second interview with Hector was conducted by Detective Adcock on December 16th, 2019. Detective Adcock and FBI Special Agent Dillon met with Hector at his residence, where Hector agreed to come to FBI headquarters in New Haven to be interviewed, despite his claim that he had already told investigators everything he knew about Jose Morales and the investigation. Hector initially stated again that the trip he and Morales made to Bridgeport on Friday evening on November 29, 2019 was merely to visit a friend and for Hector to buy marijuana. However, during the ride to the FBI office with Hector, he admitted that he smoked PCP with Morales Friday night on November 29, 2019, but added that does not mean they committed a crime together. Hector said they bought 7 bags of PCP and smoked a bag and a half together. Hector gave 2 additional bags of PCP to Morales. Now, remember, in the beginning of this today, I said I wonder if there's substances involved, and now we find out there's PCP involved. Upon arrival at the FBI office, Hector provided the following additional information, amongst other things. Hector called Morales sometime between 5 p.m. and 6:30 p.m. on Friday, November 29, 2019, and Morales told him that he was putting up a Christmas tree and he would stop over at Hector's house later. That same evening, Morales picked up Hector at his house and they drove to Bridgeport, where Hector bought the stuff, or the PCP. Hector and Morales returned to Hector's house, smoked, and then Morales got a call, during which Morales said he would be home in 20 minutes. Morales left Hector's house at approximately 10:45 p.m. I'm going to try to read the rest of this page, and then I'll show y'all a funny video that shows what we assume to be the effects of PCP. When asked by the investigator to clarify his times, Hector stated that he and Morales got back to New Haven around 10:30 to 10:40. Regarding the rest of the weekend, Hector said he texted Morales at some point on Saturday, November 30th, 2019, and asked him if he was still coming over to see about getting Morales' vehicle repaired. Morales later showed up at Hector's house but did not have any money for the repairs. Therefore, they decided that the trip to Bridgeport was not happening and Morales left. On Sunday, December 1st, Hector was home watching football and Morales stopped by Hector's house unannounced. Morales asked Hector if he had any information about getting his vehicle repaired, and Hector told Morales he did not, at which time Morales left. On Monday, December 2nd, 2019, Hector received a call from Morales at 4:33 p.m. As soon as Hector provided this information, he immediately changed the subject. The interviewer commented that he was surprised that Hector recalled the exact time of the call, and Hector claimed it was because it was in his call log and tried changing the subject again. Excuse me. When redirected back to the phone call from Morales, Hector stated the phone call was 2 minutes of nothing. Morales asked about the vehicle repairs. Hector claimed that he was not paying attention to Morales because it was 2 minutes of, quote, nonsense I did not want to hear, unquote. When pressed for more information about this call, Hector eventually stated that when he answered the call, Morales told him that if anyone asked where Morales was that weekend, to tell them Morales was at Hector's house all weekend. All right, so we're on page 18 of 26 at number 28. There was movement in the court. I'm going to show y'all real quick a funny movie where they where he accidentally smokes weed that's laced with PCP. Maybe lighten the subject a little bit. And we're about to go back to court, so let's pull this up real quick and we'll get right back into court. Let me see if I can remember. Yeah, this is it. Oh, they call it angel dust here, but it's PCP. Warning everybody, this is going to be substance related. It's from the movie, one of the Friday movies. Get up a little bit. If this part is cut out of the video, it's because I got a copyright strike, but it's from Friday. It's called Angel Dust if you want to look it up. Marijuana, and it's not.
Let's go. Hey, take it easy, Holmes.
I know what I'm doing, man.
Shut the fuck up.
I apologize about the cussing and the substance use. These are really good movies. I love these movies. It's an idea of what PCP does to you as portrayed by Ice Cube and what is that? David Earp or something, I think is his name. All right, so let's go to history. Not there. Over here. All right, what is the time? Woo, 5 hours and 13 minutes. I'm going to back it up just a
for
smidge
service as well as
because they're at court. They just came back, though, when I started that clip, so we're not that far behind. Put it right there. Let's see where we're at. Hold on. Yes, that is the movie where the quote "Bye, Felicia" comes from. It's not going to load. All right. I'm going to take this down.
You can be seated. Thank you.
Okay, so we're at 5, 14, and 17. Okay. Where am I at? Oh, I'm clicking the wrong thing.
Welcome back, members of the jury. Counsel, please stipulate to the return of our jurors after lunch.
Looks like we're missing one, Your Honor.
There she is. Let me do a count.
Stipulate to the presence of the jury.
Yes, Your Honor.
15. Looks good. Thank you so much. All right, is the state ready to call its next witness?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, you may.
Lieutenant Alexander Barreria.
Thank you.
Oh, that's the one we were just reading about.
Good afternoon. If you would please step up into the witness box, remain standing. Madam Clerk is going to put you under oath. Thank you, Madam Clerk.
Please raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear, solemnly and sincerely affirm, as the case may be, that the evidence you shall give concerning this case shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God, or upon penalty of perjury?
I do.
Please state your full name, spell your last name, and state your badge number for the record.
Alexander Barreria. It's Barreria. It's badge 43.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. You may be seated. Sorry, I'm going to ask you to keep your voice up, okay?
Okay.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, Lieutenant.
Good afternoon.
Okay.
Again, I'll reiterate as well. If you can pull yourself a little bit closer to that mic, and remember to keep your voice up so that everyone can hear you. First of all, who are you employed by?
the city of Ansonia
In what capacity?
as a patrol lieutenant.
Can you tell us how long have you been working
Tell her
for
funny.
the is it the City of Ansonia Police Department?
Yes, sir.
How long have you been working for them?
For 20 years.
And can you tell me a little bit about your background, your training, and your experience?
I was hired in
Abraham, I heard a lot about that bath salt stuff. I'm gonna mute for a minute, but I'm here. I might jump down and chat for a second, but I'm here.
2004 by the Ansonia Police Department. In early 2005, I graduated the State Police Academy. I went on to do patrol work where I was responsible for handling and investigating day-to-day calls for service as well as proactive policing. While in the Ansonia Police Department, I was assigned to the DEA task force out of New Haven, and I was there for 3 years investigating narcotic cases, not only in Ansonia, but throughout the state. In 2015, I was promoted to patrol sergeant. My responsibilities there was to supervise and oversee the shifts. Last month, I was appointed to lieutenant.
Well, congratulations on your promotion.
Thank you.
Referring back to now the time frame of December of 2019, were you employed by the Ansonia Police Department in that time frame?
Yes, I was.
Specifically on December the 2nd of 2019, were you working on that Monday, December 2nd of 2019?
Yes, I was.
And at that time, what was your rank?
Patrol sergeant.
And can you tell me what shift you were working and what your assignment was that day?
Yes, I was working our evening shift, which was 3 p.m. to 11 p.m., and I was assigned as the shift supervisor.
Shortly before 8 p.m., did you have reason to come into contact with Officer Paul Smith?
Yes, I did.
And where did that occur?
In the patrol room at the police department.
Were you Officer Smith's supervisor that evening?
Yes, I was.
And did he make you aware of a matter that he was working on?
Yes, he did.
And what was he working on?
He informed me that he was working a missing person complaint pertaining to Christine Holloway and Vanessa Morales of 6.5 Myrtle Ave. He explained to me that Christina did not go to...
Objection, Your Honor, unresponsive.
Sustained.
Did, with regard to that investigation, are you aware with what he was tasked to do?
Yes, he was tasked to investigate a missing person complaint. He advised me that the party...
Well, not with regard to what you were told, but
Okay.
in terms of, did he obtain information in an attempt to investigate this complaint?
Yes, he advised me that the police department was out earlier conducting a welfare check.
Right, so we have to be careful with what other people said. So we're providing hearsay responses. I understand the objection, and I understand you're not asking for that as an answer. So if you could correct your witness.
So Sergeant, with regard to getting past what he told you
Okay.
and getting into now, did you observe him taking steps with regard to his investigation?
Yes, Officer Smith was going to be attempting
Objection,
to...
Your Honor, it's a yes or no question, and he answered yes.
That is true. I will sustain the objection. I'll strike anything after yes. Thank you.
So you were aware of what he was going to do?
Yes, sir.
Did you observe him in his task?
Yes, I did.
What did you observe him do?
Officer Smith was placing a phone call via landline to Christine Holloway's boyfriend, who is Jose Morales, from a phone number that he retrieved from Christine Holloway's family.
And were you present when the phone call was being made?
Yes, I was.
At any point during the phone call that you were observing, did you interject or become involved in the conversation?
Yes, I did.
And did you ask questions?
I did.
Going to play for you part of States 3. It's a full exhibit starting at point 3 minutes and 16 seconds to 4 minutes and 4 seconds, a short clip of that interaction.
She left early this morning from your house. So what time did you guys show up at your house last night?
No, it's not my house. I live in New Haven.
No, right, in New Haven. She slept there last night, correct?
No, she slept at her house.
Oh, okay. Oh, then you guys both left her house together this morning.
No, I talked to her.
Okay, so you talked to her this morning
Yes.
at 7 o'clock when she was leaving for work.
Yes.
When's the last time you saw her then?
What is Friday?
Friday. Where was she when you saw her?
At my house.
At your house, okay. All right, so when you
So now, when you asked Mr. Morales, she slept there last night. Why did you ask him that?
Because early in that conversation, he had stated that he last saw her leave that morning with Vanessa for work.
And did you make any assumptions based on that statement?
Yes, I assumed that they were together, and I was trying to ascertain what time they got to the house that evening prior.
And at some point in time, did Mr. Morales change that earlier statement?
Yes, he did.
And what did he indicate to you?
He now indicated that he didn't see them on Monday morning, that in fact that he only spoke to them, and that the last time he did see them was on Friday.
When the conversation ended, what, if anything, did you do next?
At this point, I advised Officer Smith that I was going to be heading to 6.5 Myrtle Ave with Officer Nelson there. I wanted to see the residents for myself.
When did you make your way to 6.5 Myrtle Ave?
I did.
And can you describe the conditions at the time once you left the Ansonia Police Department?
That night it was actively snowing. It had snowed for several hours. When I arrived on scene, there was some accumulation of snow already.
When you arrived on the scene there, what observations did you make?
On the front door, we observed a note left behind by Christine Holloway's family asking her to contact them when she returned home. We also noticed that that there was 2 locks on the door, a deadbolt and a knob.
Well, let me ask you this. When you got to the scene, did you meet with Officer Nelson?
I did.
And was Officer Nelson there before or after you arrived?
Officer Nelson was there prior.
And did Officer Nelson point anything out to you upon your arrival?
He did. He pointed out a skylight that was left open to the front of the house.
And is it at that point in time that you approached the doorway to 6.5 Myrtle?
It is.
I'm here.
Are these all separate or? Can I just have 1 second? I
Of
just want
course.
to make sure. Okay, 4, which was 6.5. 5, front door 6.5. 6, rear 6.5. 7, front door from left side. And 8, kicked in door panel, front door.
I do too, Indy. I love looking at
I have no
history.
objection to any of these being admitted.
All right, so why don't we just please state what they are for purposes of the
States
record?
4 through 8, Your Honor. I'll have the witness identify them
Okay.
during his testimony.
So court will accept into, I'm assuming you're moving.
So, considering the fact that I personally have just found out that he was doing PCP with Hector, which is funny because I think the guy in the movie's name is Hector too. He looks a lot. Maybe he just got healthy. Maybe he stopped doing the PCP and got healthy. I do love different history and language and customs too, Indy.
You're moving as full?
Yes,
There was
please.
no objection. Court will accept into evidence as full exhibits 4 through 8. Was that correct?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, and we'll get a description of them as we move forward with testimony. Thank you. They are photographs.
Lieutenant Barreria. Showing you what has been marked as state 4 as a full exhibit.
Okay. So there's the house. It's a cute little
Can you
house.
tell me, do you generally recognize what this is?
I think so.
Yes, it's a photo of 6.5 Myrtle Ave taken from the street view.
And is this a fair and accurate representation of how 6.5 Myrtle Avenue appeared to you when you arrived on scene on December 2nd of 2019?
For the most part, yes.
Orange Rose, it's good to see you, love. Orange said it would be a fun experiment to be a mock juror on a bunch of trials and come to a quote verdict, unquote, based on the person's look and then compare that to the actual evidence. My goodness, this guy looks evil. That would be interesting. Snow. I love snow. I love snow too. Okay, love.
There's more snow now than when I first arrived on scene.
Okay. So can you tell me, I'm a reporter, you'll let me know if I'm off mic. First of all, what is this here in the foreground, the bottom part of the picture?
The street, Myrtle Ave?
Yes, that's Myrtle Ave?
Yes.
And this red building here, what building is that?
That is 6.5 Myrtle Ave.
And what is this seeming to be a wood structure in the front of the building?
It's a ramp leading up to the front porch, which would be the front door area.
All right. Would this be the front entrance of the building?
Yes, it is.
So now, when you got on scene, did you approach that front door?
Yes, I did.
Showing you states 5 is a full exhibit. Can you tell me what you recognize that to be?
That is the front door of 6.5 Myrtle Ave.
All right. And is this a fair and accurate representation of how?
I love how that's like, I don't know, it looks like it's a big house and that was like the top part or the window and they remodeled all of it and made it into a studio apartment. Like, I really love that. I hate that they're taking old houses and doing that, but I think it's really cool at the same time. I do believe, yes, Abraham, that this guy has been in jail the whole time because his bond was $5 million. He claimed he was sober except for Christmas with his friend. Yep.
6.5 Myrtle Ave looked on the evening that you arrived.
Yes, except the same caveat, there's more snow on the ground than when I first arrived, as well as the damage that I did to the door on the bottom right there.
So the damage, forgive me, I'm stepping in television camera cords with tape on it. You're referring to damage. Do you see the damage now that I've zoomed in on the shot?
Yes.
And can you describe with your words what you're talking about?
Yeah, the bottom right panel of that door was kicked out. That's the damage I'm referring to.
And who did that damage?
I did.
Am I correctly identifying with this point there what you're referencing?
Yes, you are.
Just let the record reflect that the prosecutor did point out the lower right.
Inside the
quadrant
screen door,
of
Your
the
Honor.
door, inside the screen door. Thank you.
Yeah, Hannah, we were reading the arrest warrant and it told us that you are correct. He was arrested on a charge for having a stun gun. From the paperwork, he's a convicted felon, so not allowed these, and he was charged while already locked up. Yes, ma'am. Thank you for that. Probably a Bellis.
All right, so you indicated that you arrived on the scene. You mentioned something about a note. Where was the note that you found?
The note was on the front door.
And did you take the note down? Did you read the note?
The note was from the family. It was not read by myself. It was read by another officer.
Okay. Did you, with regard to the screen door that's present, did you attempt to open either one of those doors?
Yes, the screen door was open. It was unlocked, and I attempted to open the next door, which is the front door, but that handle was, correction, that doorknob was locked.
How many locks did you say that you observed?
I observed two. I observed a doorknob with a key entry and a deadbolt with a key entry.
I'm going to see if I can find
And
out
after
later.
you tried the
Vanessa.
lock, the front door, and found it locked, what, if anything, did you do next?
I knocked on the door, yelled police department, and rang the doorbell, but no response.
And who were you with at that point in time?
Officer Nelson.
And did you instruct Officer Nelson to do anything?
Yes, at this point, I instructed him to begin a neighborhood canvass to try to speak to neighbors.
And did he depart from you?
He did.
And when he departed, what, if anything, did you do next?
At this point, I walked the perimeter of the residence, trying to see if I could see inside any of the windows. I made my way down toward the back of the residence, where I located that there's a 3-car garage underneath that residence.
Well, let's start with State's Exhibit 6. Do you recognize generally what this is?
Yes,
Oh, and what is this?
it's the right side of 6.5 Merle Ave, taken from the street view.
That is pretty.
So again, using the pointer, is this that same wooden walkway that was depicted in one of the earlier photos?
Yes, it is.
Is this the front door where?
Attorney Stein, I'm sorry, I don't mean to interrupt you, but we need to make an accurate record. If you
I will
could
do
just try to narrate the area of the photograph to which you
Sure.
are referring. Thank you.
I'm pointing to the upper left corner. There's a
Right,
railing
Nessa?
type of
Yes, Indy.
structure. Is that the front porch area?
Yes, it is.
And again, just behind the wooden railing, again in the same upper left-hand portion of this photograph, is that the front door area that you had?
His eye right here is messed up. It keeps going to the corner. That is going to mess with me this entire time now that I've noticed it.
Tried moments earlier.
Yes, it is.
Now, it appears,
Probably Hannah.
from the photograph, correct me if I'm wrong, that the property seems to slope away from the house.
Yes, it does.
So in order to get down here, did you have to go down some type of an incline?
Yes, some kind of embankment I had to walk down.
And when you went down this embankment, you are now what appears to be in the bottom right-hand corner. I see at least a door, and 2 doors, and a window, and a brick structure. Did you determine what that is?
Yes, that was the a 3-car garage portion of that building.
I do want to let y'all know that the Lori Daybell trial is going on. If you were wanting to watch that, feel free to leave. Because I would like for you to stay here, but I would want to know that that was going on. If I was interested in watching it. I, however, am not real interested in watching it. I couldn't stream it because of my time zone. It would have made me to where I would be really late making dinner and everything. Mr. Speculating works a very hard job and gets up at 4:30 in the morning. So I try to make sure I have his dinner ready when he gets home. So if you want to go check that out, I will drop a link for somebody who is streaming it right now. And I will be here watching this with you guys. And I'm going to look at the highlights of it, but I'm not real interested in it anyway. There's a link if y'all want to go watch it.
Where's the pack the photos? Today's packet.
Yeah, I'm not. It's for the homicide of Charles, but.
Just can you get that?
Yep, it does.
Showing you what has been marked as state 7.
Okay, Hannah.
Can you tell me what you recognize this to be?
Yes, that's the left side of 6.5 Merle Ave, taken from the street.
All right, so are you, as the person who took the photograph, standing effectively out on the front on Myrtle Ave?
Yes, sir.
And would this be looking down the left side of the property from the street?
Yes, sir.
And with regard to this photograph.
Thank you, guys. And Andy.
I believe you said that Officer Nelson made an observation with regard to a skylight.
He did.
And does this picture depict the area of the skylight?
It does.
And if I zoom in.
I agree, Ann. Whoa, where are you zooming in at? Yeah, we need to go up for a skylight. Hello. It's not over there. Hold on. Aw.
A little grainy.
I don't know, Anders.
Are you able to?
Yeah, we can't really see the skylight being
See
on.
the skylight. Right in here.
Yes.
Could you just identify for
Yes,
the
I will.
record?
So I have zoomed in on State's Exhibit number 7, and in the sort of center of the left side of the photograph, there is a hatchway open with light coming out from inside that the officers identified as an open skylight into the 6.5 room.
All right, counsel, could you do me a favor, please hand the exhibit to the witness, as the court
I
can't
know.
clearly see that. I'd like to have the witness pointed out to the court. Thank you.
That's right there.
If you could just hold that.
Oh, sorry. That's right there.
Okay, thank you. All right, thank you, counsel.
Houses up north in Connecticut and stuff like that are really pretty. Pennsylvania are really beautiful up there. I mean, there's a lot down here too. I love the old farmhouses and things we have down here.
You will.
Turning
It
the
is.
exhibit to the clerk. Madam Clerk.
Oh, he's got the pointer stick.
Your Honor, just ask the clerk to mark States 10. I don't believe there's an objection from the defense.
No objection, Your Honor.
All right, could I just have some sort of an identification on 10?
Showing you
Excuse me, that was 10. Did we miss 8 and 9?
I just want to make sure.
Yeah.
So State's Exhibit 10, there was no objection to that, Attorney Gavin?
objection.
It's a photograph as well?
It is, Your Honor.
All right, court will accept into evidence, no objection, State's 10 photograph.
Just
Thank
leave
you.
the space.
So now, Sergeant Barreria, I'm sorry, Lieutenant Barreira, are you able to identify what this is?
Yes.
And what do you recognize this to be?
Those are the 3-car garage that are located beneath 6.5 Merle Ave toward the rear of the property.
Okay. And so when you came down that, from the front of Myrtle Ave, down the slope, past the right side of the building, is this the, when you came around the back, would this be the back side of the property?
Yes, sir.
And then ultimately, if you continued around to the left side, would bring you back up to the area where the skylight picture was?
Yes, sir.
All right. Now, with regard to how this property sits on Myrtle Avenue, the residential entryway faces Myrtle Ave. Is that my understanding?
Yes.
If I'm standing and looking at the front of the house here on Myrtle Avenue, is there a street off to my right?
Yes.
And what street is that?
Judson Place.
And looking at the front of Myrtle Ave and off to my left, is there a street over there?
Yes.
And what street is that?
West Street.
And now, if I were looking through the house back to this garage door area, is there a driveway associated with this garage door?
Yes, there is.
Where does that driveway exit onto?
Onto Cottage Ave.
So the house is addressed as Myrtle Ave, but you enter into the driveway off of Cottage?
Yes.
Now, with regard to when you walked around, did you make an observation with regard to this window that is above the center bay there?
I did.
And what observation did you make?
I observed that window to be open, and it appeared to be a bay window to the residence above the garage.
So, is it fair to say that the residential unit sits above the 3-car garage below?
Yes.
And during your walk around the property, first of all, as you're coming down the right-hand side, there were several doors on that right-hand side as well as a window. Did you try those doors?
Yes.
Were you able to gain entry through any of those doors?
I was not.
I did not see any women representing the prosecution. I didn't see. I haven't looked real closely, but I didn't see that. Abraham.
Were they all locked and secured?
Yes, they were.
When you made your way around to the back side, all 3 of these garage doors,
right?
Did you make any attempt? First of all, did you look into the garage?
I attempted to.
And were you able to?
I was not.
Why?
They were all blacked out.
So there was glass, but was it painted over?
It seemed like painted over.
And with regard to these garage doors, did you try to lift or try to open any of these doors?
I did.
And were they all secure?
They were.
And as you made your way then around the opposite side, were there any other doorways on the opposite side?
Not that I remember.
And did you discover, was there any way into 6.5 other than that front doorway that seemed to lead into this residential unit?
No.
Now, after you did this walk around, what happened next?
Officer Nelson returned from his neighborhood canvas and advised me he had just spoken to a neighbor who stated they saw.
Sustained.
When Officer Nelson came back, did he make you aware that he spoke to the neighbor?
He did.
Not what the neighbor said, but based upon what the neighbor said, what decision, if any, did you make?
Well, due to the conflicting information we received, we determined that we were going to have to force entry into that residence.
And did there come a point in time that you then forced entry into the premises?
I did.
Before doing forcing entry, did you advise Ansonia PD what you were going to be doing?
Yes, I radioed in and I advised them that I was going to be attempting to force entry.
Showing you what has been marked States 8 as a full exhibit. Do you generally recognize what this is?
Yes, I do.
What do you recognize this to be?
That's the panel that I kicked out in the front door.
All right. So now, depicted in this photograph, which has
Hey,
a red
Linda.
door, there's a hole here in the bottom right-hand panel on the center portion of the screen. Is that what you referred to when you kicked out this panel?
Yes, it is.
And likewise, we see two brass-colored locks along the border of the red door, a doorknob type, and a deadbolt type. Did you try? Were those the locks that you had indicated you tried to open earlier on?
Yes, they are.
Now, when you kicked out this panel, why did you kick out that panel?
To try to conduct the least amount of damage to that door. This way I could have reached in and unlocked both those locks.
Okay. Before you kicked in the panel, did you do anything with alerting to people inside?
Yes, again, we yelled police department prior to doing that.
And did you receive any type of a response from the inside?
No, we did not.
After you kicked in this panel, what happened next?
I reached my arm in to attempt to unlock both locks. As I got to the deadbolt, I then realized it was a double-sided key lock, and unfortunately, there was no key on the other side.
All right, so when you say a double-sided key lock, what does that mean?
The interior lock portion of that deadbolt looks just like that. Instead of having a bolt action to unlock it or to lock it, it's a key that is needed to be inside of that keyhole.
So first of all, referring to what would be the top of the two locks, is this the deadbolt that you're referring to?
Yes, it is.
And it appears that a key would fit into the front of that lock, does it not?
It does.
Is it your testimony that the inside of the lock looks substantially the same way, where a key would have to be fit into the top?
Yes.
Was there a key present there when you tried to unlock it?
There was not.
Orange Rose. Linda, it's good to see you, love. Orange Rose said, is he wearing some of the $11 commissary reading glasses Stephen Stearns told his daddy was going to buy? Also, he could bait and switch and get root beer barrels instead. You're so funny. Possibly. Nessa said, footprints, tire mark. Was the window opened after the exit from the roof entry? I got questions. I got a couple of questions too. Note the fact that they noted the windows were open and still kicked in the door.
And after discovering that, what, if anything, happened next?
At this point, I could see that there was lights on inside that residence. Again, I yelled out police department and then began to kick the door until entry was made.
And were you able to make entry?
Yes, I was.
Prior to to actually forcing that lock, did you and Officer Nelson take any action with regard to any protective gear?
Yes, we both put on rubber gloves prior to doing so.
And did you have the rubber gloves on when you ended up kicking the door?
Yes, we did.
Once you were inside, tell us what happened next.
Well, once we were inside, we realized it was a studio-style apartment with a open floor plan. It wasn't very big. It was essentially the same size as the three-car garage beneath. I proceeded to go in first. Officer Nelson followed behind. When I proceeded straight through, Officer Nelson went to my left. Directly on my right-hand side, I observed a crib and a rocking chair. When I shined my light inside that crib, I noticed there was no sheets or bedding on that crib. I proceeded to go into the living room where I noticed the ceiling fan was left on and it was set at high. I continued into the bedroom of that residence and noticed again that bed had no sheets or blankets on it. At this point, Officer Nelson, I could hear yell something to the effect of, "Oh shit, oh fuck," and it was coming from the bathroom area. At this point, I immediately proceeded to the bathroom. When I walked into the bathroom, I noticed in the tub a pale, naked female body laying in there. Next to her was what appeared to be a human internal organ, now laying outside her body next to her in the tub. Her hands were also covered with what appeared to be dry blood.
Jesus Christ.
Once you made that observation, did you give any?
Well, I was going to pause it and say that the windows were open and probably try to stop the smell of decomp and the fan being on high, but my God. Yeah, I'd say that's PCP induced, which means I'm concerned for the baby. For him to remove her organ, that's some bad PCP. I hope the baby's okay. Jesus.
Give any instructions to Officer Nelson?
Officer Nelson and I both backed out of the bathroom. I advised him to continue to clear that residence and to look for the baby.
And did you and Officer Nelson continue to try to clear this apartment?
We did. We continued.
And did you make any observations while you were there?
Yes. In the living room on the carpet next to the crib was a large dry blood stain. It was very faint, almost like it appeared to have been recently washed.
Had you noticed it when you came in?
I did not.
Did you continue to look around the apartment for the child?
Yes, we did.
Were you able to find the child?
No, I was not.
When you ended up clearing the apartment, what further steps did you take after that?
Once we cleared it, I had Officer Nelson and I retreat from the residence to secure that that crime scene.
And during this entry, were you wearing your department-issued body-worn camera?
Yes, I was.
Linda, thank you so much for the super sticker. That was so very sweet and supportive of you. I really appreciate that. It's a little fox smiling and dancing. Him so cute. Him so cute. Thank you so much, Linda. That was so sweet of you. I really appreciate it.
Did you review it prior to coming in today?
Yes, I did.
Do you have the disc? I thought it came.
You have. May I approach the witness, Your Honor?
Yes.
Showing you what has been marked States 9 for identification. Can you tell me whether you recognize what this is?
Yes, it's a DVD copy of the body camera.
And prior to coming into court today, did you review this DVD body camera?
Yes, I did.
Is it a fair and accurate representation of the events that you just recently described?
Yes, it is.
And did you record any identifying information on this DVD to ensure that this is the DVD that you saw?
Yes, I did.
And what identifying information did you place on there?
I initialed it and placed my badge number on there.
Do you see your initials and your badge number on this disc?
Yes, I do.
I would offer this, Your Honor, States 9.
No objection.
All right. With no objection, court will accept into evidence as full States 9. Thank you.
Oh no, Simba. Oh, yes, I'm okay. Hopefully Simba's okay. Abraham said, do you guys think the baby's alive? It's been years now. Yeah, it's been like 5 years. I want to believe, like Hannah, I want to believe the baby is okay. But considering that he was on PCP and the graphic nature of the crime, I'm concerned he tripped out on the PCP and did something to both of them. I don't know. You think that Hector was there that night? Funny, he was right, but we did need to know how it happened too, in my opinion, anyway. We did, unfortunately. I'm sorry, Bonnie. Bonnie. Cara, my love. Oh, wrong one.
See, I'm going to give you a quick breakdown, okay? Earlier today,
I'm giving you a trigger
we had
warning.
Missing person technically is just trying to make contact with that number 6.5 Myrtle Ave. They came out,
Sergeant, I feel compelled to ask you about this painful marking here. Right here. December 3rd, 2019 at 1:47. Your testimony earlier was that this occurred on December the 2nd at approximately 8:40 p.m. This seems to say December 3rd at 1:47 a.m. Are you able to account for that?
Yes,
And what's the reason that that is like that?
because the body cameras that we have there, they run on UTC time, so it's 5 hours ahead. So we would have to minus the 5 hours.
All right. So if we back this off 5 hours, this would be about 8:47 p.m. on December 2nd, 2019.
Correct.
I'm sorry. We would do that.
See, I'm going to give you a quick breakdown, okay? Earlier today, we had a missing person technically just trying to make contact with that number 6.5 Myrtle Ave. They came out, they said no car was in the driveway, no car was here. And then, yeah, but there's no mail in the mailbox, I don't think. There's no mail in her bed. Yep, nobody's home, but we can't find their backyard. Like, listen, she's a mother of a 1-year-old. She always shows up at work. She always contacts us. We haven't heard from her. This is really, really bad. We have a bad feeling. Talked to boyfriend. Boyfriend says I haven't seen her. I haven't talked to her all day. I talked to her in the morning, but I haven't seen her. We just get to the house now. There's a couple windows open on the second floor, which is really odd because obviously it's freezing out. I had him do a neighborhood canvas. One of the neighbors said, "Hey, I saw him driving her car out of here this afternoon." I can't get into the house. I'm going to kick in the door in a minute.
You didn't, Nessa. I mean, Bonnie.
But I called Steve out just to let you know. All right. Okay, goodbye. Okay, my camera's been on. All right, do you want to do? I mean, try to knock it one more time and then just move it. No, hold it. 4-3. Right off this. We're gonna attempt to make entry.
Did you get that? There's water complete on the focus.
Police find it.
I'm sure. I'll take it.
I'm giving y'all a trigger warning.
Roger.
Hey, there's no key, Nelly. There's no key. We gotta kick it out. Kick it in. Watch out. Get traction to the foot. Police department. Police. Police department.
Oh shit. What? Oh fuck, dude. What? Holy shit. You have to be in here. Holy fuck.
Okay. Find it. Back out. No, clear the room. Clear the house. D2, I'm gonna need you here.
Roger.
Okay. Now they clear. I need the bed searched, please, under the bed. Fuck, no kid. No kid. All right. Exit. information you can get.
Just no information.
No information. You just want to try to confirm it. Smitty, go do a neighborhood canvas, please. Yep, neighborhood canvas, names.
I'm noticing how quiet and peaceful it seems. Like that night, you can't hear anything. It's snowing. All the houses are quiet. Everybody's in them, and they just found this body. It's really sad.
Times, cameras, anything we can get. Turn off my camera and have a conversation with her.
Lieutenant, just as that clip ended, you were pacing on that deck and you were walking towards, there was a window on your right.
Yes.
First of all, with regard to the position of the skylight, after you made entry, did you become aware of what what room the skylight was in?
Yes, it was in the bathroom.
Was that window that you were just standing by when the camera went off, would that be the exterior bathroom window?
Correct, it was.
When you first entered in to the property, into the actual apartment itself, you mentioned that you were aware that the ceiling fan was on and was on hot.
Yes.
I'm sure you noted that. Well, why did you note that in your report?
Because it was extremely cold out. Windows were open and no need to have a fan on in a residence when it was that cold.
When you reviewed your body camera, did you notice candles around the apartment?
I did.
Did you point out that there were candles burning in the apartment when you made entry?
I did not.
Well, you didn't put it in your report.
Correct.
Did you see it on your body camera when you were reviewing your body camera?
Yes.
When you backed out, you made a reference to D2.
Yes.
Who is D2?
Detective Adcox.
Was he working at that time?
He was.
Was he the only detective working that evening?
He was.
And did you request him to come to the scene?
I did.
And you were having a phone call both before and after this video started. Who were you speaking with?
Lieutenant Lynch.
Who was Lieutenant Lynch to you at that time?
He was the supervisor of patrol.
And that as the clip ended, where you were giving instructions to Officer Nelson and you referred to the other officer as Smitty. Who is Smith?
Officer Smith?
Would that be Officer Paul Smith?
Yes.
Was that the officer you were involved with on the telephone call shortly before going out to the scene?
Yes, it was.
And so he just arrived at the scene as you were exiting?
Yes.
I have nothing further, thanks.
Thank you. Attorney.
Hi, Lieutenant. How are you?
Good.
Good. Lieutenant, so I just want to make sure I follow what Attorney Stein just asked you. So when you referred to Smitty, that was Officer Paul Smith.
Correct.
You saw him here today, correct?
I did.
Yeah, he just testified previously. And when you said Nellie, was that Brendan Nelson that you were referring to?
Yes, Officer Nelson.
Okay, so he went into 6.5 with you, correct?
Correct, he did.
Okay, so you're the patrol supervisor back on Monday, December 2nd, 2019, correct?
Yes, I was.
Okay, and would Officer Smith report to you, sir, back on December 2nd? Were you his immediate supervisor?
Yes, I was.
And how about Officer Nelson?
As well.
Okay, great. So was you chartered to go ahead and stay at the police department on the afternoon shift from 3 to 11, or were you out on patrol yourself?
We do both.
You did both. Okay. Were you out on patrol that day?
At some point that day I was.
Okay. All right. What was it that brought you back to the police station for the phone call that Officer Smith made?
When Officer Smith came in for that phone call, I was already present at the police department.
Okay. So I just want to go slow. So you came in 3 to 11 shift. You were out on patrol. You had come back to the police station when Officer Smith was there.
Correct. When Officer Smith came in, I was already present.
Okay, great. Do you know who Jody Jacobellis is?
I know the name, but I know the name.
Okay. I'm going to ask you one other name. Stephen Holloway. Do you know who that is?
I know the name.
Okay. Did you interview Jody Jacobellis or Stephen Holloway prior to the phone call that was made to New Haven, Connecticut between you and Officer Smith?
I did not.
Okay. So you had no contact with them?
Correct. I did not.
Okay. So Officer Smith indicated to you that he was going to make this phone call, and you joined in the call, correct?
Correct. I did.
Yeah, we have the body cam. It's a full exhibit here. And I take it that you were at the police station and you used a landline and put the conversation on speakerphone so you could hear it.
Correct. We did.
Is that correct? And then during the course of that conversation, you started to interact with the person on the other end of the phone.
Correct. I did.
Right? And you believe that that was Jose Morales. Is that
Correct. I did.
Yep. Okay. All right. And then when Officer Nelson first showed up at 6.5 Myrtle, were you there, sir?
Officer Nelson was present prior.
Prior to you arriving?
Correct.
Right? Okay. And so we saw it was snowing out when you got to 6.5.
Yes, it was.
Correct? Okay. And had he done any work to your knowledge prior to you arriving there?
Yes.
Okay. And just in your own words, just tell me what your understanding is what he did.
He attempted to make contact with anybody in that residence there, and he walked the perimeter of that residence.
Okay. So Officer Nelson's there. Was he, I think you answered this. He was a direct report to you as patrol supervisor, correct?
Correct.
Okay, great. So he gets there first. You make the phone call. You go over there. Officer Smith is not with you when you arrive at 6.5 Myrtle.
Correct. He was not.
Right. Okay. And then was that the first time that day that you were at 6.5 Myrtle?
It was.
Had you ever been there before?
I was not.
Okay, great. So you get there, it's snowing out. You talk to your subordinate, Officer Nelson. What did he see? What did he do? And then you approached the ramp that went up to the front door.
Correct.
Is that correct? Okay, great. And then when you got to the front door, you weren't able to initially gain access to the apartment. Is that correct?
Correct. I was not.
Okay. And did you ask Officer Nelson to leave at that point?
I asked him to do a neighborhood canvas. Yes.
Okay. So just tell us when you were unable to get into the apartment, the door was locked. I think you said the screen door was open.
I want y'all know I'm still here. I'm just listening intently.
Correct. Is that correct? I don't want to mislead you. Okay. So the screen door is open. You're unable to get in. You say Nelson, continue the canvas of the neighborhood.
Yes.
Okay. And is that when you went ahead and you walked around down the embankment to the back of the property where the 3-car garage was?
Yes, it was.
Okay. And just, and we'll do this as we go along, but would you agree with me that the back of the residence at 6.5 has that, and I can put the picture up if you want, I will, the 3-car garage, correct?
Correct. It does.
Right. And the driveway to 6.5 Myrtle is in the back of 6.5 Myrtle, correct?
Correct.
Okay, great. And you walked down and you looked in the 3-car garage, but I think you said that the glass panels were painted over. Is that correct?
Yeah, they appeared blacked out.
Okay. And so you couldn't see in there,
Correct.
right? Plus it's snowing out.
Correct.
And now it's 8:30, 9 o'clock?
Roughly.
Yeah, okay. You know, I'm not trying to confuse you all in that general time frame. When you went down and you did the perimeter of 6.5 Myrtle, were you with anyone else, sir?
No, I was not.
Okay. And Officer Nelson's off doing what you instructed him to do,
Correct.
right? Oh, and Officer Smith hadn't shown up yet.
Correct.
Is that okay? So now, after you're around the back, You had checked the doors, I take it?
Yes,
Probably identified yourself as a police officer?
earlier on.
Yeah, okay. When you were in the back of the residence, when you're knocking on the door, did you say something like Ansonia Police? Or
I don't
anything?
recall.
Okay, all right. But it would be your practice to go ahead and identify yourself as law enforcement.
Correct.
official, correct?
Mhm.
I mean, that's standard procedure for you.
Correct.
right? Okay. So you go ahead and do that, and you reached a point, I believe, that you were in the back where the 3-car garage was, and you decided to return back to Myrtle Avenue.
Correct.
Okay, so you came up the embankment, you went to Myrtle Avenue. Where was Nelson then?
Nelson was still conducting neighborhood canvas.
Okay, and then did you return back up that ramp up to the front door of 6.5 Myrtle by yourself?
I don't recall if I was by myself at that point.
Okay. Make sure it's okay. All right, so you, but eventually you went back to the front door?
Yes.
Okay, and then did Officer Nelson join you at that point, sir?
Yes, he did.
Okay, and you decided to make, I think the term was forced entry, is that correct?
Correct.
Okay, and just tell me what forced entry means.
It means you have to use some kind of force to open that door.
Okay, because you didn't have the key for the doorknob, correct?
Correct, and it was locked.
And you didn't have the deadbolt key.
Correct.
Okay, and did you advise back to Ansonia PD that you were going to make this forced entry?
I did.
Okay, all right, and that's standard procedure, right?
It is.
Okay, because we don't know what's behind the door, and you want the Ansonia Police Department to know what you're doing.
Correct.
Were you reporting to a supervisor at that point?
Over the radio?
Yeah.
I was not.
No, okay. I think.
Nessa, sweetheart, I'm so sorry.
I'm jumping around a little bit, but I think you told me Detective Adcox was the only detective that was on call that night.
Correct.
Right? And was he back at the Ansonia Police Department, if you know?
I don't know.
Okay, but he was on duty that night.
Correct.
Okay, great. He was not directing you at that point or giving you any instructions in regard to how to act?
He was not.
Okay, gotcha. Because at that point, it was just a missing persons complaint.
Correct.
Right? Okay, all right. So now, when you went up to the door, we saw you kicked in that panel in the lower right quadrant of the door.
Correct.
Correct? Okay. And then did you take your arm and try to unlock the door from the inside?
I did.
Okay. And you were unsuccessful because it was locked. It was locked from the inside, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And that's when you made your determination that you were going to actually not kick in the panel, but actually kick in the door.
Correct.
Right. And that wasn't easy because it was snowing out, right?
Correct.
Right. And you had to give it a few whacks with your foot to try to get that door, right?
I did.
And it splintered off of the frame at that point.
It did.
Okay. And then I understand that you went inside, and Officer Nelson went inside as well.
He did.
Right. Okay. And you wanted to clear the apartment to see if anyone was in there, correct?
Correct.
Right. Okay. And then you heard whatever he said, oh shit, oh fuck, or something like that, when he had gone into the bathroom.
I did.
Right. And he at that point had observed Christine Holloway's body, correct?
Correct.
Right. And you followed him in there at that point?
Correct.
Right. And did you see Christine Holloway's body at that point?
At that point, I saw a white, pale female lying there.
Okay. Because it seemed from the video that you were only in there momentarily. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. And then after you had observed the body, then you wanted to clear the apartment to make sure there was nobody else there.
Correct.
Right. And you did that. And Officer Nelson did that pretty quick, right?
Correct.
And you directed him, hey, look under the bed, for example, correct?
Correct.
And did you look in the other closets or other doorways or anything else in the apartment there?
The closets we did.
Yeah. Okay. And you were only in the apartment for maybe a minute or so after you had observed the body?
Roughly.
Yeah. Right. Okay. And then just tell me in your own words, you both went outside, correct?
Correct.
And what steps did you take next, sir?
Once we exited the apartment, we secured the front door or closed the front door to secure that residence. I advised Officer Nelson to continue his neighborhood canvass, beginning with the individual that he had just spoken to.
Okay. And do you know the individual's name?
I don't off the top of my head.
George O'Meara, does that?
Yes, that rings a bell.
Ring a bell?
Yes.
Okay, right. And he's, the address that you were at was 6.5 Myrtle, and Mr. O'Meara is 6 Myrtle, right next door.
Okay.
Yeah, okay. So then it looked to me like what happened was you had exited the apartment, Nelson's outside, and then Officer Paul Smith shows up.
Yes,
correct?
it arrives on scene, yes.
Okay, and then Officer Smith, you direct him, Smitty, go ahead and conduct a canvass, correct?
Correct, I did.
Right, and you wanted to see if there was external cameras around?
I did.
The area, maybe Cottage Street, correct?
At that point, it was focused on Myrtle.
Focus on Myrtle, sure. And that's standard protocol to go ahead and see if there's any cameras that picked up anything.
Correct.
Correct, okay. And after that incident happened, that really wasn't the end of your day though, wasn't it?
It was not.
No, okay. So I'll ask it to you this way and you tell me if I'm correct. After you were at 6.5 Myrtle, then did you go to 105 First Avenue in New
Nessa, I know you're talking about the person who hurt your friend, and I'm so terribly sorry that you went through that and that the person you knew is no longer here. I'm questioning that with this case. I'm like, does he have some kind of schizoaffective disorder and the PCP enhanced that? Has he been to the mental institution before? Like, what's his medical history? I'm wondering, because I don't know. That's a crime that's crazy. Like, was it just a bad batch of PCP, or did he already have some kind of mental issue and it enhanced it and made him flip? And if that's the case, I mean, I would question whether the baby's still here. Hey, Tony. Good afternoon.
New Haven?
Later on that, it would be the next morning.
Okay, so just so we're okay, it was Monday that you went on shift, 3 to
Yes.
11,
Yes,
right? And now we hit midnight, now we go into Tuesday.
correct.
Okay, and so now we're going to talk to you about Tuesday. Did
Mm-hmm.
you go over to 105 First Avenue in New Haven at that point, sir?
I did.
And did you go with anybody else?
I did.
Who was that?
Present was Detective Sergeant Froelich.
Yep.
Detective Adcox. And off memory, that's who I have.
Do you know who Michael Castillo is?
Yes, he was a detective.
He was a detective.
Mhm.
Did he go with you over there?
I don't recall if he was there.
It's okay. It's all right. What was your responsibility when you got to 105 First Avenue in New Haven, Connecticut, sir?
My responsibility was to stand in the living room.
Stand
In the living room?
In the living room?
Yes.
Okay. So, and you had never been there before? I take
Never.
it, right? Correct. Okay. So you and other brother officers go to 105 First Avenue, and you were required to stand in the living room.
Correct.
Okay. And did you secure that location?
I did not secure that location.
Okay.
Your Honor, I'm going to start to object at this point. It is beyond the scope. I allowed some latitude, but I only offered this witness with regard to the activities that he conducted at 6.5 Myrtle. And he is now at a completely different time and place and day.
Okay, so
have him come back.
Indy, I apologize. I was looking down for a second. So what I mean, I see your point. I don't think there is necessarily a good batch, but what I mean by that is like somebody made a batch that feeds negativity. Like, I don't know how to explain it. Like, it has, instead of given the desired effect, which would be to get high and enjoy your buzz, it gives you the effect of paranoia, schizophrenia type issues, things like that is what I meant. Now, I've never done that. I don't know anybody personally who has, so I don't know if there is a good or bad kind. But I mean, something that enhances you, the paranoia and negativity of
you instead of like a euphoric, happy kind of high, if that makes any sense.
Back.
Well,
Right,
by
Nessa?
having them
I'm
come back
concerned.
as a defense witness changes the dynamic of the scope of the examination.
All right, so you were questioning this witness relevant to his investigation into this particular missing persons call. So, Attorney Gavin, if you want to just ask a question as to whether or not there was any additional investigation into that missing call, then it's within the scope of the cross-examination. If it's a completely different basis, then I'll sustain the objection, but why don't you ask the question before I do that?
Thank you. Sir, when you wound up going to New Haven, was that part and parcel of the investigation that was being conducted with the other brother officers?
Again, I think it needs to be clarified whether he was conducting an investigation or if he was standing by as a fly on the wall or just a support officer.
Well, Attorney Stein, if this is part of his investigation while he's on the job and it was a continuation of his investigation at Myrtle, then I'm going to allow the continued cross-examination, unless it was something that was succinct and it was different and apart from the investigation that was conducted at Myrtle.
I think his testimony to this point has been, Your Honor, that he was a patrol supervisor. He has now mentioned that the detective division is on site. They are conducting an investigation. He said he was standing in the living room. So the investigation is being conducted by other people. So in terms of what is happening, for what reasons, or any of those, it is now we are into a different part of the investigation.
Okay, Attorney Stein, it sounds to me like he had a role. His role was to stand in the living room. So as far as I can tell, this is a continuation of his investigation. Before you ask additional questions regarding what happened at the was it First Avenue Street? First Avenue address, is that what you're asking? Why don't you ask him what happened immediately following his duties at Myrtle Beach, so I can make sure it's connected. If it's not connected, then I'll make a determination.
We're gonna go slow, okay?
Okay.
All right. You're at 6.5 Myrtle, right? Christine Holloway is found in the bathroom at 6.5 Myrtle.
Correct.
Did an investigation by the Ansonia Police Department continue at that point?
With the Detective Bureau, yes.
Okay. Were you in the Detective Bureau?
I was not.
Okay. Tell me what you did in regard to the continued investigation.
I stood by at the Myrtle Ave until some point they needed officers to go to 105 to assist with transporting Jose Morales up there. So my job was to assist the Detective Bureau.
Okay, so you were assisting as part of the ongoing investigation at that point. You had just recovered, correct, a decedent in the bathroom.
Correct.
And the investigation was continuing.
They were conducting their investigation.
Okay. And you participated, and we'll go through what you did, but you participated in that investigation. You didn't go off shift after being at 6.5 Myrtle. Is that
I
fair?
did not go off shift, correct.
Right? You continued, and I don't know.
The court's going to find it's within the scope of cross-examination. It regards continuing investigation of the body and the disappearance, I believe, of the child at this point in time. He did indicate he was assisting, and he did have a role. I'll allow you to continue, Attorney Gavin.
Thank you. Thank you. So, Lieutenant, I'm going to take you now away from 6.5 Myrtle, and you traveled, I think you told us, to 105 First Avenue in New Haven, correct?
I did.
Okay. And did you go there with anyone?
I do, but I do not recall who.
Okay.
So the defense is putting up a good defense. So it would be hard for him to argue that he had ineffective counsel. And like Abraham said, I hope these prosecutors whose trials are streamed go back and see how important it is to have good presentation for the jury in an effort for justice. I completely agree. Abraham said, I feel like the prosecution should be the one saying what this judge just said. You're right. Absolutely.
When you got there, were other Ansonia police officers present, sir?
They were.
Okay. And who was that?
From my recollection was Detective Sergeant Frolish, Detective Adcox,
Yep.
and Detective Castillo.
And Detective
Castillo.
Castillo. Okay. So you got there. Was Jose Morales located at 105 First Avenue in New Haven that evening? It would have been Tuesday morning now, the 3rd. Was he there?
I don't know where if he. I was not. I don't know if he was there when I got there.
Okay. Why don't you explain to us what you did when you got to 105 First Avenue?
So when I was dispatched to go there, it was to actually transport Jose Morales back there. It wasn't the initial call. If that makes any sense.
Okay, let's go slow.
Yep.
So someone directed you to go to New Haven rather than go back to the Ansonia Police Department, correct?
No, from 6 Myrtle Ave, I went back to the Ansonia Police Department.
Okay, and how long were you there at the police department?
Probably a few hours.
2 hours. Okay.
A few hours. Yeah.
A few hours. Okay. I'm not trying to
I know you're
crouch in the exact minute. All right. So you're at the Ansonia Police Department. What caused you to travel to New Haven?
They needed the DB needed assistance, which is the Detective Bureau, to transport Jose Morales back home.
Okay. Transport him back home from where to where?
From the Ansonia Police Department back to his residence.
Okay. And when you were at the Ansonia Police Department for 2 hours, was that the time frame that Mr. Morales had voluntarily gone to the police department and given a statement to the detectives?
That I don't know.
You don't know if he was there?
I don't know if he went, how he got there, or if he was there voluntarily.
Okay. Did you participate in the interview at all?
I did not.
Okay. And as you sit here right now, you have no idea how he got to the Ansonia Police Department?
I do not.
Oh, interesting. Okay. So now you're at the Ansonia Police Department and somebody asked you to transport him?
Correct. To assist the detectives to transport him back to his residence.
All right. Well, you tell us, what does it mean to assist the detectives to transport him back to New Haven?
They needed additional bodies to go there.
Was he in your patrol car, sir?
He was in a detective's car.
Okay. This is getting a little confusing for
Okay.
me, so bear with me.
Mhm.
You're at the Ansonia Police Department and Morales is at the Ansonia Police Department.
Correct.
And somebody made the decision to return him to his home in New Haven, correct?
Correct.
And you were asked to assist in that endeavor.
Correct.
But you were not asked to go ahead and take him in your car, your patrol car. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. So you leave in your patrol car. Do you have anyone with you?
I didn't leave in my patrol car. I was in the detective's vehicle.
Okay. All right. You're in the detective vehicle. Which detective's vehicle were you in?
I don't recall.
All right. Okay. Was Morales with you?
I don't believe so.
Okay. So
We took 2 cars.
took 2 cars. Okay. So there were multiple detectives involved at this point. Is that fair?
Correct.
All right. Okay. So now it's Tuesday, early in the morning, and you leave the Ansonia Police Department in one vehicle, detectives leave in another vehicle, and you head to New Haven. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. And when you get to New Haven, were you aware of the fact that that's Morales's parents' house?
I was.
Okay. All right. Now, let's go slow. You get out of the vehicle in New Haven. As part of the investigation, what was your responsibility, sir?
Besides being there, I didn't have a direct responsibility to do anything in particular.
Just stay with me for a second.
Mhm.
DB, Detective Bureau,
Yes.
individuals asked you to go to New Haven.
Correct.
You're over your shift. Your shift would have ended at 11 o'clock at night.
Correct.
Now it's all the way Tuesday morning,
Some
5
point.
o'clock in the morning, something like that?
Something
Around that time.
around that time.
Okay. So now you go there and you don't have any responsibility?
Correct. I don't have a direct responsibility to do a certain thing for the investigation, except to be present.
To be present, okay. Did you go into the house?
I did.
What did you do in the house?
I stood in the living room.
Okay, did you talk to anybody?
At some point while I was there, I spoke to somebody.
Who did you talk to?
I spoke to Jose Morales.
Okay, the defendant?
Yes.
Okay, you spoke to him?
Yes.
Your body cam on?
I believe it was.
Okay, and how long did you speak to him?
I don't recall how long it was.
Okay, did you speak to anybody else?
Not that I could recall.
Did you speak to his mom, Lydia De Jesus?
Again, not that I could recall.
Do you recall speaking to his stepfather, Marcos Garcia?
Not that I recall.
He was not under arrest at that point.
Correct. He was not.
Absolutely, right? They voluntarily allowed you to come into the house, correct?
Correct.
Okay, being cooperative with you, correct?
Correct.
Andy asked, why is the attorney having such a hard time with this? It is a little bit confusing because they took him to the police department to be questioned, and then they take him back home, and then they end up taking him right back to the police department. It is a bit confusing, and I think he's trying to point that out. Like, it's not usually how things go. Chaz said the officer looks so tired. He does. He does.
How long were you at the house?
Several hours.
Okay. Did you just stand against the wall?
Several hours? Abraham said, that's the defense attorney. His job is to cast doubt and confusion, and that's what he's doing, regardless to whether he really understands or not. Exactly. Thank you, Abraham. Y'all are so sweet. I love our chat.
Flowers, I mean, it sounds
At one point, I sat at the kitchen table.
okay. You sat at the kitchen table. Okay. And then you left and you went where? Back to Ansonia PD?
I'm assuming back to the Ansonia Police Department.
If you don't recall.
I don't. Yep, I don't recall.
You don't recall.
Mhm.
Okay. But at some point, it would be fair to say that you left New Haven.
Correct.
Okay. All right. And then on about 11 o'clock on Tuesday, you left.
Okay.
Right? You had left, right? Around 11 o'clock on Tuesday, Judge Pearson had signed a search and seizure warrant for 105 First Avenue.
I'm going to object now. Again, it is way out. In fact, not in evidence.
I'll withdraw it.
It's withdrawn. So you're going to withdraw the question, ladies and gentlemen of the jury. Just cross that question out if you wrote it down. Some of you are taking notes. The question's been withdrawn.
After you left on the morning of Tuesday, December 3rd, 2019, did you ever return to 105 First Avenue, sir?
No.
You never went back there?
From the time I left, I did not make my way back there. No.
Okay. Well, let me ask you this so we're on the same page. Do you remember what time it was that you left?
I don't recall the time I left.
Okay. Was it the afternoon? Was it late in the evening?
I would say later in the afternoon.
Later in the afternoon. Did you assist in the execution of a search and seizure warrant?
Same objection, Your Honor.
I'll allow the answer.
I'm sorry.
You can answer.
Yeah.
I did.
You did. Okay. And what was your responsibility in the execution of the search and seizure warrant?
To assist with the search.
Okay. And tell us in your own words, what'd you do?
I searched, from my recollection, the basement bedroom.
Okay. In the basement of 105 First Avenue.
Correct.
Okay. And anybody assist you in that endeavor?
There were other detectives there. Yes.
Okay. And they were searching that area as well?
Correct.
Okay. Did you recover any evidence at that point?
Not that I recall.
Okay. Was there an evidence officer there in case somebody recovered something that it would be turned over to the evidence officer?
That would have been the detectives.
That would have been the detectives. Okay. And your recollection as you sit here is you didn't find anything that you turned over to those
Correct.
detectives?
I don't recall that.
Thanks. I have no other questions. Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you. Any redirect?
No, Your Honor.
All right. You're all set. You may exit the witness stand. Thank you.
See, that's interesting because we just read the arrest affidavit and it talked about a tissue that had blood on it.
All right. Why don't we take our afternoon break?
Oh, are you
All right, so I'm
shitting
going
me?
to allow the jury and staff a 15-minute recess. So we will be in recess for 15 minutes. Please remember your ongoing obligation and instructions that I gave you earlier. Court stands in recess for 15 minutes.
I've been sitting here listening and making my mushroom capsules. But that's interesting because they reference finding like tissues and like they said there was a towel that had something that looked like blood stains on it. They found tissue that had something that looked like blood stains on it in his downstairs bedroom. And that's why when he said, I don't recall taking any evidence and handing it to the detectives, that's why the defense was like, just stop. and was like, that's it, that's all, because he got what he wanted. He wanted him to say that there was no evidence taken. And so I'm interested to see how that's going to play out when we get to that part of the trial. Hold on just a minute and we'll go back to reading the arrest affidavit. Lord have mercy. I got lion's mane and reishi mushroom powder, like from Amazon. That stuff is like really fine powder. It's all over the place. Good Lord. All right. So I will pull up Law and Crime on my phone and be watching for them to come back while we look at this arrest affidavit. Let me see if I can just minimize this and see if it'll load correctly. No, I did not tell you to take over my whole entire computer screen. Thank you. Hold on just a minute. Hold on just a minute. All right, we're going to X out of that. And we're going to stop screen. And we're going to get our background. Give y'all something to look at. Do the pink smoke. And we're going to go back to comments. And we're going to present. And we're going to share screen. And it's going to be the arrest affidavit. And then we're going to jump to page 18 of 26. And we're going to zoom in to 1.125. And we're at number 28 on this page. Yes, bathroom break. Get your snacks and your coffee. And your coffee. Go get the snacks and the coffee. All right. So, continuing on. Wait a minute. Oh, yeah. I think that's what Cara dropped in Discord. There was an arrest in an international child ring there in Florida. They get so many people in Florida. It's like real concerning. Okay, 28. That during the course of this investigation, it was discovered that a 911 call was received by the Ansonia Police Department on December 1st, 2019 at 1:52 a.m. and lasted 1 minute and 14 seconds. The call is shown connecting to a cell tower on the South Cliff Street near Cottage Avenue, which is one street over from 6.5 Myrtle Avenue, directly behind the residence. The call originated from the phone number, which is Jose Morales' phone number. During the 911 call, a male voice, which is somewhat slurred. He was not sober. He was intoxicated. During the call, oh my goodness. Hold on, let me get a drink of coffee and get my tongue working. Okay, Fawny. Fawny said that. Fawny, that makes sense. Fawny said that it's everywhere, not just in Florida. It's the sunshine laws that make it seem like it's only from Florida. Thank you for that. Let me set my phone where I can see when they come back to court. All right. Now, let's try that again. During the 911 call, a male voice, which is somewhat slurred, Lord have mercy, I forgot to write this time down again. We're at 6:40. I'd say question 6:38. Okay. During the 911 call, a male voice, which is somewhat slurred, is heard repeatedly stating, quote, Myrtle Avenue, but does not provide an exact address. Despite being asked repeatedly by the dispatcher, the Connecticut State Forensic Laboratory enhanced this call, and a female's voice is heard in the background, and it sounds as if she says, quote, stop, hang up, who are you calling, unquote. The phone is heard being moved around, and the male caller's voice and the male caller's voice and the female's voice can be heard in the background, but the words are inaudible. The The phone is disconnected. Officers attempted to make contact with the caller by calling the number back several times, but were unsuccessful. Officers also checked Myrtle Avenue and the surrounding area and found no signs of assistance needed. Imagine if they had found. I mean, that baby wouldn't be missing and she wouldn't be deceased. 29. That on December 5th, 2019, the Ansonia Police Department was contacted by Mary Ann Tettleback, who is the facility director at Community Crusade for Children, also known as Kiducation, at the address. Tettleback stated that there may be items related to this investigation at their warehouse in Hamden that had been collected from donation bins located at St. Michael's Church parking lot at 75 Derby Avenue. Derby on December 4, 2019. Investigators responded to the address where employees stated that on December 14, 2019, the contents of 2 donation bins were collected from the bins at 75 Derby Avenue, and that some of the items were inside the bins had suspected blood on them. Some of these items included a diaper genie pill, boppy infant's pillow, toy radio, baby clothing, blocks, toys, and a bloody towel with what one of the employees believed was skin and hair on it. The items had been transported back to their facility in Hamden, where they remained in separate bags until the police arrived and took possession of them. Upon receiving assigned consent to search from Tettleback, Connecticut State Police members examined the contents of the bins retrieved from the address, location, and collected all items of evidentiary value, some of which were as follows: various baby clothing size 12 months, containing a blood-like substance, paperwork in the name of Christine Holloway. Oh my God. Several pieces of mail addressed to Christine Holloway at 6.5 Myrtle Avenue, miscellaneous baby toys, blocks, books, puzzles, and stuffed animals, and baby gear containing a blood-like substance, a white diaper pail with blood-like substance, an infant's left pink Croc brand shoe size 2-3 with blood-like substance, a trash bag containing rags with blood-like substance, a pair of black Nike sneakers size 8 with blood-like substance, a green Hanes t-shirt size 3XL with blood-like substance, a black Hanes t-shirt size 3XL with blood-like substance, various pieces of women's clothing with blood-like substance. Oh my God. They're back at court, so we're going to go to that. Like, he was highly intoxicated. He put all of the evidence, he went and donated all of it. Like, that's absolutely insane. Hold on. Oh, man. I wonder if the baby's still alive. I hope she is. All right, come on and load. Let me remove my background. Hold on, y'all. It's going to take a second because it's acting crazy again. All right, there we go. So we're at number 30 now. Lord, that baby's shoes had blood on them. Oh my God. Oh, I didn't see. I'm sorry, love. I did not see your question, Indy. Okay, the volume is up, so we'll hear it in just a minute. So mushroom peels, I go get turkey tail mushroom. They're standing for the jury. I get turkey tail mushroom and forage it close to me. And then I buy reishi mushroom powder and lion's mane mushroom powder from online.
You may be seated. All right, counsel, if you would stipulate to the return of all of our jurors.
Hold on.
Stipulate to the presence of the jury.
All right, thank you so much. The state may call its next witness, please.
George O'Mara, please, Your Honor.
Thank you.
O'Mara. Okay. So I had lion's mane and reishi mushroom, but I ran out of the ones I foraged, so I ordered some from online that's organic and reasonably sourced. And I take those. It's for, I mean, they're wonderful, anti-cancerous, antimicrobial, I mean, there's so many benefits to all three of those. Cognitive issues, help me think better, things like that. Mac Daddy's out there talking away.
Good afternoon, sir. If you please watch your step. Thank you. Just come on up here to the witness box and please remain standing. Madam Clerk is going to put you under oath. Thank you.
Please raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear or solemnly and sincerely affirm, as the case may be, that the evidence you shall give concerning this case shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God or guilty of perjury?
I do.
Please state your full name, spell
George.
your last name, and state your address for the record, please.
George O'Mara, O''Mara, 6 Myrtle Avenue, Ansonia, Connecticut, 06401.
All right, thank you, sir. You may be seated.
All right. Oh, you're good.
Good afternoon, Mr. O'Mara.
Afternoon.
I've heard that's
Couple
good,
things.
Abraham.
Can you put yourself in as tight as you can get? That mic does not really amplify. It's more for recording.
Okay.
All right. So if you can keep your voice up, that would be great. So I want to start off with, can you tell us where you live?
6 Myrtle Avenue, Ansonia, first floor.
Okay. And how long have you lived there?
About 18 years.
And are you currently employed?
I'm retired.
From where?
United States Postal Service.
I'd like to call your attention to December of 2019. Were you living at 6 Myrtle Avenue in December of 2019?
Yes, I was.
And specifically, I would like to call your attention to Monday, December 2nd of 2019. Do you remember that day?
Yes, I do.
And what is it about that day that causes you to remember that day?
The police activity next door, which ended up being that someone was murdered, makes it stick out in my mind.
Objection. You heard outside.
You knew they were going to object to that.
Yes. So I am going to ask Madam Clerk to please take the jury outside. Ladies and gentlemen, I am going to ask that you
So,
exit the courtroom.
whoa.
Please leave your notebooks behind right on your chair. Thank you.
Well, she was. I knew they were going to have a fit about that. Sir, you can't say that she was murdered. We don't know. I mean, I don't know how you end up in a bathtub beaten to death with your organ taken out, unless you were, but okay.
Attorney Galvin, the jury has exited. I'll hear your objection.
May
at
the
this
witness be excused, please?
Because we may be discussing some of the substance of the proposed or proffered testimony, I would ask the witness to please be removed from the courtroom. So, sir, if you wouldn't mind exiting the witness box, standing outside the courtroom doors there, we'll be right with you. Thank you.
Oh, he looks mad. He's going to try to declare a mistrial, I bet.
Witness has been excused from the courtroom. Attorney Galvin?
Yes, thank you. That was egregious misconduct, Your Honor.
I
For
knew
that
it.
witness not to be prepared and not told, not to offer an opinion in regard to a crime. He just testified in the first minute he was on the stand that he was aware of what happened because a murder was committed. That's grounds for a mistrial.
I knew it.
I'm moving for a mistrial. The state has an obligation to advise their witnesses that they cannot go ahead and offer an opinion in regard to the ultimate issue here. That was mind-boggling at this point in the proceedings after.
I take extreme umbrage to even the categorization that somehow Mr. O'Mara was coached in some way by the state. It's insulting by Attorney Gavin, who knows me better than that. To that extent, in any discussion that I had with Mr. O'Mara, I asked him how he remembered that date, and he told me that was the day that the lady got killed next door. Those were his words to me. The fact that he has used different words on the stand certainly were not at the request of the state. And to the extent that Attorney Gavin has called more attention to it than anything further, I think strictly the request should have been to strike the witness's answer, and I would have re-asked the question that led away from the offending statement. But so far as anything from the defense to suggest that the state solicited that answer is unfortunate.
Lord
have mercy. I'm not suggesting that they solicited. What I'm suggesting is that's their witness and they have responsibility for the witness's testimony. And they should have cautioned this gentleman, who obviously has an agenda here. He's been on the stand for less than a minute claiming that a murder was committed. I am not suggesting that Attorney Stein or anybody in the state's attorney's office coached him to go ahead and say that.
It was
I want to
Judy.
make sure that that's clear. But we can't unring the bell at this point, that's for sure. Thank you.
All right, so I do not believe that there was any deliberate conduct on behalf of the state, so any misconduct on behalf of the state, Attorney Gavin. So what we're dealing with here is a witness who made a statement that he recalled that date in question because that was the date that a woman next door, I believe he stated, was murdered, okay? So that's the statement that we're dealing with. And I understand that you believe that is an opinion on the ultimate issue, and on its face, of course, it is an opinion on the ultimate issue. However, at this stage of the game and with this particular witness,
right?
I believe that a cautionary instruction is sufficient. I believe cautioning this witness not to answer any question more indirectly than the direct response required. I would also ask the state to pose any additional future questions so as to avoid any problems such as the one that we just encountered. Obviously, the jury is going to be instructed that they're the ones to decide the ultimate issue in this case. The court has and will continue to instruct the jury as to their role, as to their finding of facts, and as to the law that applies in this case. Relevant to those instructions will obviously be the fact that anything that the court has stricken is to not be considered evidence in this case, and that they are the ultimate trier of facts in this particular lawsuit. Now, relative to the witness, I know it's difficult to reach into someone's mind, but the court, in assessing the witness here, with the understanding that this witness is going to testify about a neighbor and the death of that neighbor, I don't know that the witness intentionally referred to that death of the neighbor as a murder, as opposed to something other, such as the death of a neighbor. So I can't sit here and state with any certainty that that statement was intentional and that that statement was to prejudice the defense.
I think he
and
meant to
that the
say
witness
it, but
came in here with an agenda. However, I will be taking a look at the witness's testimony, and I will be keeping a close eye on the witness's testimony to uncover any such intention relative to the continued responses of this particular witness, the witness's demeanor, and I will be putting some of the onus on the state to make sure that the questions are appropriately phrased so as to avoid any additional ultimate conclusions stated here as a response to any of the state's questions regarding this particular witness. So we're going to, do you wish to be heard any more, Attorney
No, Your Honor.
Gavin? All right. So it was one statement. It is something that I believe the court can cure. I don't find any intentional misconduct on behalf of the prosecution. I've weighed the remedies. And, you know, we only render a mistrial usually in the most extreme cases. In this particular instance, I will make sure that I adequately instruct the jury. I'll instruct the jury right now. I'll instruct the jury following the testimony. If you want me to remind the jury, Attorney Gavin, I'll leave that up to you. And I will also provide an instruction in my final charge to the jury. Okay. All right. So your request for a mistrial is denied. Your objection is sustained. I will strike the portion of the response that the witness gave regarding the question that was asked. In fact, I will strike the question in its entirety, and I will strike the response in its entirety, and I will hope that the state can fashion a question that will elicit an appropriate response.
Well, I will report to the court. The note that I have, that I read from, was the woman next door was found dead. That was the response that I was expecting from the person.
Attorney Gavin, would you have any objection to the state just leading the witness through one or two questions to get us to where the state needs to be without any additional prejudicial statement being placed on the record by the witness?
Judge, I think if we close attention to the day that he's familiar with, and what he did or what he said or what he saw is appropriate. I think anything far afield. I am just so flustered by the fact that this gentleman comes on the stand within a minute of coming into Your Honor's courtroom, which we've been conducting this trial fairly, and makes that opinion is just egregious misconduct on his part.
All right. So,
again, not Attorney Stein.
So I am happy to provide a cautionary instruction to the witness on the witness stand before we continue on with the questioning.
Please.
All right. So let me please bring the witness back in. Thank you.
Will it be appropriate for me to pick up my examination that his basis for remembering December 2nd, 2019, that was the day that the woman next door was found dead?
I think we're going to revisit that entire section of questioning, because if I strike the question and the response, it'll be taken out of the evidence. So the question somehow is still going to have to be asked how he remembers that day, if in fact you want to continue to ask it, which is why I would like to caution him relative to using the term murder, for instance.
Judge, all the police reports that I have, there's not one police report that refers to Mr. O'Mara saying this was the day that Christine Holloway was found deceased. There is nothing in there. There's no reference point for that. So there's no reason to turn around and use that when he knows what the day is. Was there police activity? Sure, that's all fine.
Right.
But to go far afield, to turn around and say, I remember because of the day that Christine Holloway was found dead, the police didn't even advise him that there was a fatality.
But that is falsely censoring the man's memory. When I asked him 6 years after the fact, do you remember this day? And his response was, that was the day that my neighbor was found dead. That's what I was expecting. It is a point in reference together in time 6 years later. And I do believe that is fair game. The fact that it's not mentioned in the police report is not a basis for not allowing the question. The question is being asked 6 years later, what is the basis of you remembering a specific date?
I understand that, Attorney Stein. The problem that the court has here is the word murder was used. That's an ultimate conclusion. It's an issue to be decided by the jury. I will give a curative instruction on that. I will make sure the jury understands that this witness is not in a position to reach any conclusions that are ultimate issues in this case and that are left for the jury to decide. And we will strike all of the evidence. I just need to make sure that this witness understands that moving forward, he is not to make any reference to the term murder or reach any conclusions or opinions in this particular case.
I agree, Your
All right, so bring the,
Insofar as he remembers the day that the neighbor was dead, that is a different, an unobtrusive fact.
if he remembers this day because it's his truth that is the day that his neighbor was found dead, then that's fine. That is not what the gentleman said on the stand.
I understand.
He can testify it was the day that the police questioned him. I'm sure they probably don't go out and question him every day. He didn't even know that Christine Holloway was dead. He was never advised of that fact. To use that as a reference point is clearly prejudicial.
Well, Attorney Gavin, we're asking him today how he remembers that day. I'm not in a position to sit here and tell a witness how or why he remembers that particular day. But I am here to advise the witness that he cannot use terms that relate to the ultimate issue in this case that the juries need to decide.
And I'm in full agreement with that.
Okay.
But all I'm just saying, all he's got to ask him is, do you remember that day? You don't have to preface it with, do you remember the day? And try to invoke a response that there was a fatality or a homicide, or in this guy's opinion, a murder. We don't have to do that.
I'll explain in a minute.
We're all here because there was a dead body found. So I'm not sure really what we're censoring other than the offensive terminology.
Right, Abraham?
It is terminology. I'm not sensitive to the fact that there was a body that was found, that a neighbor was found dead. That's already in evidence. My understanding is there will be additional witnesses who will testify as to the death of the witness, including a medical examiner. So this is evidence that will be before the jury. The problem that I have with the response is that it is an opinion that the cause of death was murder. It's an opinion that this gentleman is not allowed to provide on the stand. However, I don't believe that that is an opinion from a lay person that is that prejudicial to the defense. This is not an expert witness drawing an expert opinion on the cause of death or who killed this woman. He did not say the murder of my neighbor by the defendant. I think he inappropriately used a term that probably many people use in everyday situations when they discuss someone who was found dead in a house and they know there is a police investigation that is ensued and that there are charges pending against someone. So I think he inappropriately used it. I don't know if, as I stand here, whether or not it was intentional, but he did not identify any opinion as to who committed the murder. He will not be asked any opinion as to who committed the murder. I'm assuming, correct, Attorney Stein?
I'm sorry, I missed the
He
question.
will not be asked any questions as to any opinion as to who caused the death of the neighbor.
Certainly not by the state, Your Honor.
All right.
I can't speak for Attorney Gavin.
All right. So I just want to make sure that we're all clear. So basically what the court has in front of it is inaccurate terminology. It cannot be used by a lay person on the stand. I am going to correct that, but I am going to caution the witness first, and then I am going to speak to the jury. Okay. So the objection is sustained. The motion for mistrial is denied, and we'll bring the witness back in.
Okay, I think he meant to say that. I think he's upset and pissed off because he feels like the defendant did this homicide of somebody he was probably close to, considering that she lived right above him, and he has a toddler, and she has a toddler, and the baby's missing. I mean, I'm sure he's got some harsh feelings towards the defendant. I think he
Mr.
absolutely
Ramiro, if you could please take the stand again.
meant to say what he said, but he shouldn't have said it. The calm your tits emoji.
You may be seated.
Was made when
All right. So, Mr. Amira, I just first want to remind you that you remain under the
So the calm your tits emoji was made when we had like 500 people in chat, and it was in the Discord. And Cara said we need a calm your tits emoji. So I took the meme, and it shows that guy in the shower holding some shower gel or something, and he's like shaking, and it said calm your tits. So I used that as our emoji, meaning calm down, basically. That's where that came from. Now, like I said again, I think he absolutely meant to use the word murder. I think he didn't. I think he knew he wasn't supposed to use it, but I don't think you should make a mistrial out of it. I think he's upset and pissed off. that this woman was murdered and the baby's missing. Honestly, that's my feelings on it.
The obligation of your oath. The response that you provided, which included the murder, so the term murder of your next door neighbor, is inappropriate because laypersons are not allowed to testify as to the ultimate issues that the jury needs to decide. And although the defendant was charged in this case, and the information in this case charges the defendant with murder, that is not something that you can conclude during your testimony on the stand. Do you understand that? Okay, so I am going to be bringing the jury back in here. I'm going to allow your testimony to continue, but you need to refrain from testifying relative to any ultimate issues in this case, which include something such as the term of murder. Okay, do you understand?
I understand. I thought not saying anyone in particular.
Right, and we're not going to do that either, and I'm glad that you didn't do that, or else I'd be dealing with more of an issue, okay? So what's going to happen is when the jury comes back in, I am going to be striking the question and your response and telling the jury not to consider it. And then Attorney Stein is going to continue his examination, all right?
All right, thank you.
But please keep that in mind. It's very important, okay? All right, thank you so much. Anything further from counsel?
No, Your Honor.
All right, so.
Hearing his explanation, maybe he didn't mean to say it. I don't know. I figured he was kind of disgruntled, but I could be wrong.
If we could please bring, Madam Clerk, please bring the jury back in.
Excuse me. Yeah, I think so. Mercedes, I think so. Definitely knows how to keep the peace. Yeah, I don't know. I think he's kind of upset about things. I mean, rightfully so. He was probably close to her. I mean, he described hearing the toddler footsteps on the ceiling above him. So, I mean, he's probably, you know, a little partial to her and the baby. Right. It's not like she did it to herself. Like, come on.
All right, welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Counsel, first, please stipulate to the return of all of our jurors.
So stipulated.
All right, so ladies and gentlemen of the jury, I am going to strike from the evidence the last question that was asked by the prosecution and the entire response from this particular witness. And what that means is that that information, that answer, is now stricken from the evidence. It's not part of this case, and you should banish it completely from your minds. You may not consider it in deciding the issues in this case. All right. Part of that response included an ultimate issue, which is to be decided by you, the jury, at the end of this case upon instruction from the court. So that is the reason why I'm striking that entire response from the evidence. So you are to banish it from your minds. You are not to consider it. If you wrote down a note regarding that question or that answer, please open your notebook right now and banish it from your notes as well so that you no longer can reflect upon it. All right. Thank you. I appreciate that. Attorney Stein.
Thank you. Mr. Romero, before the
Chaz said, allegedly speculating Abellis and this chat makes it easier to listen about these awful crimes. Thanks for that, everyone. Thank you for being here. You are so amazing. I like watching it with you guys because you guys do make it a lot better and a lot easier to watch and get through, especially considering some of the things we watch. And when we stream trials, it's like preparing me for streaming Stern's trial. So I appreciate you guys so much. I love the time we spend together. And I figured that we would go ahead and cover a trial since I took off yesterday and we missed each other. We've been together for 7 hours so far today. So get to spend lots of time together this week since I took off yesterday.
the recess, we were talking about Monday, December the 2nd of 2019. And when I asked you if you remembered the day, is it fair to say your next door neighbor was found deceased that day and there was police activity connected to that incident?
Yes, it is.
Form of the question, may I be heard outside the presence of the jury?
I'll allow you to be heard outside the presence of the jury, Attorney Gavin. I'm sorry, ladies and gentlemen, this could happen a lot, but you were informed that this would happen. So I am going to ask Madam Clerk to please remove the jury from the courtroom. Attorney
I
Gavin.
thought the court was very clear
What?
that we weren't going to go ahead and question this witness and use the homicide as a reference point, which is the leading question that as soon as
Good
the jury
Lord.
came back in, that the state asked.
Okay. So Attorney Gavin, I understand that. It was terminology. So it was murder as opposed to that was the day that my neighbor was found deceased. Now, if you want to object to the form of the question, the form of the, okay, all right. So it is a leading question. But I'm not going to sustain an objection to the question being asked if in fact that is the reason why this witness remembers that date. This jury has to assess this witness's credibility. There has been quite some time that has passed since this particular incident and the day that this witness is taking the stand. If there is something that is specific that reminds him of that day, he cannot sit here and falsify on the stand. If the question's asked, he needs to accurately respond to the question. There's a big difference in responding to that question relative to murder.
Right,
my neighbor
Hannah?
was murdered, which draws an ultimate conclusion. And my neighbor was found deceased that day. I mean, a neighbor can be found deceased for many reasons. If that's why he remembers that day and that aids in the jury's assessment of his credibility, I have to let the state ask the question. It's just the response that was provided sparked an issue. I have now fixed that issue relative to the terminology that was used in the response. So that's where I stand on the being able to ask the question. It is leading. If you prefer the state go back to an open-ended question, a non-leading question, then I'm sure the state will comply with that. And I believe the witness now understands what it is the witness cannot state on the record. And that is anything having to do with an ultimate conclusion on the issues presented to this jury.
Judge, the inherent problem I have is that this witness is being questioned in regard to his discussions with the police department as part of their investigation, which is fine. They're absolutely allowed to do that. This gentleman had no knowledge whatsoever that there was a decedent found in the adjoining property. So to use this to turn around to him and say on Monday, December 2nd, when he was unaware what the scope of the investigation or the results of the investigation was, has to do with the deceased body is not only leading, but there's no foundation to it, and I believe that it is inappropriately phrased. I appreciate the court cleared up the whole issue with the murder. This is separate and distinct from that.
I understand that, and Attorney Gavin, I will sustain your objection to the extent that it is a leading question. I will tell the state that any questions they need to ask, obviously, this is their direct witness, cannot be leading. That's for cross-examination. You've made it clear you're not going to allow a leading question relative to this issue. You don't want this issue addressed at all. But what I am telling you, Attorney Gavin, is that is more of a subject matter or issue for cross-examination of this particular witness. If in fact you wish to cross him on that fact that he was unaware at the time that he provided his answers. The question was, why does he remember that situation as he sits here today? So he has to answer that honestly. He now knows that he cannot use the term murder. So I sustain your objection as to not the substance of the question, but the fact that the question was leading.
And while the jury's out, then my second objection is the relevancy of this, because it's not relevant.
It's relevant to the assessment of credibility because, again, Attorney Gavin, and I understand what your concerns are here. The problem is I have a jury who's assessing the credibility of a witness almost 6 years after the fact. This incident occurred in 2019. The state has to be afforded an opportunity to establish the accuracy of the witness's memory of that particular date. So if there is some reason why this witness is holding on to his memory from that particular date, then it is relevant towards establishing the credibility of this particular witness. So
doesn't his memory have to come into question first? That's the point. Thank you, Erna.
All right. So the question is, the objection to the form of the question is sustained. We're going to bring the jury back in. I will strike that question.
Can I pose the next question to outside the presence of the jury?
That's fine. Why don't we do that? And then we're getting over this question. Are we over this issue once you do this?
Yes.
Okay. Why don't you do that?
Mr. O'Mara, with regard to Monday, December the 2nd of 2019, do you remember that day?
Yes, I do.
Why do you remember that day?
The amount of police activity in the neighborhood was extremely high and unusual.
There we go. Can we calm our tits now?
And was there any other reason?
Just the unusual circumstances in the neighborhood. And like I said, the police presence.
That's fine.
All right. I want this witness to testify accurately and truthfully. I'm not trying to shut down his testimony.
Right.
I am trying to limit the terms that he's using and describing why he remembers that day.
Mr. O'Mara, are you referencing this time frame due to the fact that something happened to your next door neighbor?
Yes,
And that was associated with the police activity?
correct.
Is that why you remember this event?
Yes.
That's what I would claim, Your Honor.
Attorney Gavin.
I think it's inappropriate. I think it's poorly
What?
phrased. And the gentleman can
Sure.
answer just like he just did. Totally fine. You remember that day? Yes, there was a lot of police activity. You don't
All right,
have to
so-
go into anything other than that.
Here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to instruct the state, just ask that one question. Don't follow up with any leading questions. This witness will respond the way that this witness wants to truthfully respond under his oath here on the stand. And we're going to move on from there. Okay.
Yeah, I need that
So we'll bring the jury back in.
attorney to grab his chest, shake it, take a deep breath, and calm your motherfucking titties, sir. Grab your titties, shake them, take a deep breath, and calm it down. Jeez Louise. Calm your tits. Ridiculous. Ridiculous. He's got nothing. Grab it and shake it anyway. Take a deep breath and sit your ass down.
Thank you.
Right, Fawn? Good Lord.
All right, counsel, please stipulate to the return of our jurors here.
So stipulated, Your Honor.
Thank you so much. All right, ladies and gentlemen, the jury, at the time that I asked you to leave, there was a question pending. There was an objection to that question. That objection was sustained. So you will not hear a response to that question, and the state will proceed. Thank you.
Mr. O'Mara, I asked you earlier about Monday, May 2nd of 2019, and I asked you if you remembered that day. Can you tell me why you remember that day? Did I say? I'm sorry, May? December 2nd of 2019. Why is it you remember that day?
The heavy amount of police activity in our neighborhood.
And with regard to that police activity, were you able to determine where in your neighborhood that activity was occurring?
It was centered at
Your Honor, relevancy.
I'll allow it. Where the activity was?
Yes.
Yeah, I'll allow it. Overruled.
It was centered at 6.5 Myrtle Avenue.
And where was 6.5 Myrtle Avenue with regard to your home?
If you're standing in front of my home, it's the house directly to our left, across our driveway.
Showing you what's been marked states as 11 as a full exhibit. Here you go.
No objection.
11 as a full exhibit. Put it up on the screen. I think you have a screen right there.
Court will accept, hold on. Court will accept into evidence states Exhibit 11 full by way of agreement. Thank you.
Amir's house. He's calling Jose's. No,
Mr. O'Mara, are you able to see this on your monitor?
Yes, I am.
So, first of all, can you tell me what you recognize this to be?
Well, the White House on the left side of the picture is my house, 6 Myrtle Avenue, first floor, window of our living room.
So, where my finger is this your home here?
Yes, it is.
And are you able, from this photograph, you didn't take this photograph, did you?
No, I did not.
Are you able to tell what perspective this is being taken from?
It's the front porch railing of 6.5 Myrtle Avenue is what appears in the bottom of the photograph.
So you're recognizing this fence line where my finger's tracing, this appears to be the front porch of 6.5 Myrtle Avenue?
Yes.
And so now I want to, I'll leave that up there for a moment. So you mentioned the police activity at that location. Let's start with, first of all, did you know the people who lived at 6.5 Myrtle Ave?
I knew them casually. I knew their names and, to say hello or goodbye as we passed.
Well, can you tell us the names of the people that lived there?
Christine Holloway and Jose Morales.
And how long had they been living there?
About 2 years, I believe.
Did you ever have any interactions with them?
I spoke with them a couple of times, especially Jose, like from the front porch. Like I said, as we were coming and going, we talked about the Yankees or just casual conversations.
Mercedes, right? I mean, that's what's coming next. Y'all, Basil was just standing up, looking out the window. It was so adorable.
And with regard to Christine Holloway, what kind of interactions did you ever have with her?
Very few times, like I said, coming and going. She'd be leaving, I assume, for work or whatever, and I would wave or say hello, and we'd go our separate ways.
So you indicated that there was some police activity that occurred on that date. I want to call you to the earlier part of the day. Did you have reason to see an Ansonia police officer in your neighborhood?
Yes, they actually parked basically in front of our house, and then they walked over to 6.5 Myrtle.
Showing you this photo, which is still up on the screen. Number 11. Again, does this appear to be an Ansonia police car in front of your home?
Yes, it does.
And at the time, what observations, if any, did you make about the Ansonia officer when you saw the car in front of your home?
Just curiosity of what was going on, if it was a problem with the winter parking regulations that just started, or just what was going on.
Okay, so you noticed the officer, and what did you see the officer do?
He walked up the ramp leading to 6.5 Myrtle.
And at the time that you saw the officer walk up to 6.5 Myrtle, did you make any observations about any other cars on the street?
That is hilarious, Bonnie.
Well, across the street, I saw the car known as Jose's, and there was a black car behind it, parked in front of the house directly across from there.
So depicted in the right-hand side of this photo, which is, I believe, Exhibit 11, I'm sorry, there is a gold-colored car. Do you recognize that car?
I recognize that as Jose's car that I seen him come and go in.
So at least with regard to this photograph, your house, the Ansonia car, the police car, and Jose's car are all visible in this shot. Is that right?
Correct.
When the officer went over to 6.5, what did you notice?
Just they went up, knocked on the door. He was there for a few minutes knocking, and then I saw him get in his car and leave.
Okay. And how long was the officer there?
Probably 10, 15 minutes, I guess, at the door.
Okay. And do you were you looking at any clocks at that point in time?
No.
Okay. So do you have any idea what time of the day it was?
I believe it was around 12:30, 1 o'clock in the afternoon.
Now, at some point in time, you indicated that the officer left.
Yes.
Did you make any observations with regard to 6.5 Myrtle after you saw the officer leave?
About 20 minutes or so after he left, I saw Jose come down the ramp, head across the street towards his car.
All right. And where were you when you made that observation?
At first, I was inside, but I was getting ready to go out because it snowed lightly, and I was going out to clear the steps. And while I was out there, Jose came back up, and he was heading back into 6.5 Myrtle Avenue.
All right. So I'm just making sure I have this right. So when you see the officer leave and you see Jose leave, how long after the officer left?
Approximately 20 minutes.
Okay. When you first see Jose come out, is that what you're saying?
Yep, coming down, heading down the ramp towards the street.
Where are you when you make that observation?
I was in my living room.
Okay. And would that be, there's a window that faces there?
Correct. That's the window I saw him through.
And
It looks like it bothers him, this crowd.
going step by step, at that time that you saw him, did you notice anything about him?
I couldn't really see a lot of him. I recognized him, and he was heading down the ramp. It looked like he was carrying something, but it was down in his hand, so I didn't know for sure if he was. And I wasn't really that interested because, it's Jose. He lives there, and he's just, leaving his house.
Okay. And did you see anybody else with him as he was walking down the ramp?
No, I did not.
Did you see Christine Holloway?
No, I did not.
Are you aware of whether Christine Holloway has a child?
Yes.
Did you see the child?
No, I did not.
Now, with regard to in this moment in time, he's walking down the ramp, possibly carrying something. What do you observe him do?
And he just went across the street to his car.
Okay. And when he got to his car, what did he do?
Well, the actual moments he was at his car is when I was putting on my jacket to go outside to sweep. So I didn't see if he put something in the car, what he would have put in the car if he did. And then he was heading back up towards the house.
Now, when you refer to a car, again, still on photograph 11, is this the car that you saw him walk to?
Yes, it is.
And when you went outside to start clearing the snow, where was Mr. Morales?
He was heading back up the ramp, and actually, I think on the porch itself. And I said to him, like I said, we was free casual. I said, I'm already tired of this winter shit with the snow. And he said, well, it's just beginning. And then he went inside.
Okay. And so there was at least a brief exchange between the two of you at that point in time?
Yes, there was.
Now, at some point in time, did you make any further observations about Mr. Morales?
A little while later, he came out again, went into his car, and left.
And where were you when you saw that?
I was back in the house, and I saw him through the window again.
Okay. And which car did he leave in?
That gold-colored car you described, that one right in the corner of the picture.
Okay. And with regard to, was there any other cars that you had observed parked on the street at that point in time?
There was a dark color or black car parked right behind his.
Okay. Now, with regard to his car, did you make any observations as Mr. Morales was departing in that car?
I heard the car start because the muffler was kind of loud, and seemed like he pulled up maybe 10 feet or so. I don't know if it stalled or if he stopped to look at something, and then he drove away.
And when he drove away, well, first of all, let's go back to the muffler for a second. Have you made or either observations or heard things with regard to how loud this car is or isn't over the last?
Yeah, I've noticed how loud, it was louder than normal. Like it was a problem with the muffler or whatever, but.
Now, when he started to go, you indicated it looked like the car either stalled or there was a hesitation of some sort. What direction was the vehicle heading?
Towards Judson Place, which would be past the front of my house up to the corner to the stop sign.
So back on the photograph, so the vehicle traveled past your home this way?
Correct.
And Is there a street at the end of that street?
Yeah, Judson Place.
And did you see which way the vehicle turned?
He turned left because Judson Place is a dead end to the right.
Okay. Down the street, made a left, and if he takes Judson, what would be the next intersection?
Cottage.
Were you able to see the car once it made the left turn?
No, he was out of sight then.
Right, Abellis. I don't want to be Borg.
Did there come a point in time on this date where anything else that you noticed, anything else happening on Myrtle Ave?
Yeah, so as I said, heavy police presence. Police officer from Ansonia came over and talked to us again later that evening, asked if we had seen anything.
And did you speak to the officer?
Yes, I did.
Did you tell the officer in sum and substance what you have just told this jury?
Yes, I did.
And did you make any observations at that point once you spoke to the officer about where he or she went?
He went back over to 6.5 Myrtle Avenue, where I believe there was another officer there too. He went back over there.
All right. And did you make any other further observations with regard to any police activity following that first contact that you had?
After the first contact, no. After this contact, though, several more police cars showed up.
And did there come a point in time where officers came back to your house?
Yes, there did.
And when did that occur?
Later that evening.
And did you again answer questions posed to you by the Ansonia Police Department?
Yes, I did.
And did you give them again the information in sum and substance as to what you've told us here in court today?
Yes, I did.
Did there come a point in time that you were asked to respond to the Ansonia Police Department?
Yes, there was.
And do you recall when that was?
Later in the evening, I met with Detective Esposito.
And do you know why you were asked to come to the police department?
To go over my statement with him again, and then he showed me photographs for identification purposes.
Showing you what has been marked States 12. States 12, Your Honor, is a single exhibit consisting of 3 pages. One type page, 1 page with handwriting, and 1 page is a photograph.
Attorney Gavin.
I'm sorry.
It's
I was
okay.
looking at another
States 12, Your Honor.
Oh, I have no objection.
Okay, so court will enter into evidence as a full exhibit. States 12, no objection. Thank you.
Mr. Romero, up on the screen here, first of all, do you recognize, have you seen this document generally before?
Yes, I have.
And was this a document that the Ansonia Police Department put in front of you and asked you if you would read this document with regard to the instructions and procedures for witness identification?
Yes, they did.
And did they
So it's witness instructions identification process.
read all of these instructions to you before showing you any photographs?
Yes, they did.
Page 2. Did they indicate at the top of page 2 that you acknowledge the above instructions have been read to you by Detective Esposito and you fully understand the instructions?
Yes.
And did there come a point in time that they showed you 8 separate photos, one at a time, and asked you if you were able to identify the person that you knew as Jose, who lived next door to you at 6.5 Myrtle?
Yes, he did ask that.
And did you look through each of the photographs?
Yes, I did.
And did there come a point in time where you stopped and identified a photograph of a person that you know as Jose Morales.
Yes, I did.
Showing you page 3. Page 3 of this exhibit, does this appear to be the photograph that you recall?
Yes, it does.
And did they ask you at the bottom to verify that this is the photograph that you have selected? If I can get it focused for you.
Yes, they did. They explained that to me, and that's my signature.
There are 2 signatures here. Can you indicate which one is yours?
The one to the right where it says witness signature.
Okay. And that the box is checked. Here, this photo contains suspect, and they ask you to, using your own words, how certain you are,
Right. I did.
and then showing you back on page 2 of this exhibit. Did you write this in your own words?
Yes, I did.
That you identified photo number 7 of the 8, and that you were 100% certain that photo 7 is the person I saw and knew as Jose at 6.5 Myrtle Avenue.
Right. I did write that, and that's my signature on the bottom.
Mr. Romero, if you don't mind looking around the courtroom, the person who was your next door neighbor at 6.5 Myrtle, who you identified in that photo array, do you see that person presently here in the courtroom today?
Yes, I do.
And would you please point to where you see him seated and describe for the ladies and gentlemen of the jury and the record what kind of clothes you see him wearing?
He's at that table, the far end, wearing the white colored shirt.
May the record reflect, Your Honor, that Mr. Romero has identified the defendant both by pointing at him and identifying the white shirt at the end of the table that Mr. Morales is seen wearing in court.
No objection to that, Your Honor.
Record shall so reflect. Thank you. Attorney Stein, proceed. Thank you.
I have nothing further. Thank you, Mr. Romero.
Attorney Gavin.
Thank you. I'm Mr. O'Mara. Just a couple of questions for you, sir.
All right.
So you've been at 6 Myrtle for 18 years?
Approximately. Yeah.
About 18. Are you
Yeah.
the homeowner?
No, I'm not.
Okay. Who's the homeowner?
Denise Hunt.
Denise Hunt. Now, is Denise Hunt the woman that lives on the 2nd floor?
Yes, it is.
It's a 2-family house,
Yes.
correct?
Right.
Okay. So you've been renting from Denise Hunt?
Yeah.
And I just want to make sure that I understand. I know you're a retired postal worker. I'm going to take you now to Monday, okay? Monday, 12/2.
Yeah.
Right? That's the day it started to snow, right? You just testified.
Right.
And I think you testified that you saw a police officer come up, park their car on Myrtle Avenue.
I will absolutely shit if this man tries to get him to admit or say the word homicide or something again so he can have a mistrial. I will snap.
And then go next door to 6.5 Myrtle. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. And the officer was there for how long?
10, 15 minutes, whatever.
And at that point, did you go outside and talk to the police officer?
No, not at that point.
How did you observe the police officer? From inside the house?
Yeah, inside the house. He parked in front of our house. He walked over there and went up the ramp.
Okay. And when you say our house, do you
Well,
reside with anybody?
Yes, my girlfriend lives with me.
Your girlfriend. And what's her name?
Denise Keller.
Denise Keller. Okay. So was she home on that Monday?
Yes, she was.
Okay. She was with you.
Yeah.
All right. I got you. So the police officer comes in the middle of the day and goes up to 6.5 Myrtle, and you observe this, but you don't say anything to him.
To the officer, no.
Right. Okay. And then I think what you told us was that after that you had an opportunity to see the man you just identified as Mr. Morales.
Right.
Right. And your testimony is that he left the house after the police officer left.
Yep.
Right.
Is that fair?
Yep.
And what time about that was that?
1:30. I don't know.
Okay, in the gym, right. It wasn't nighttime. It was still light out, correct?
Right.
Had it started snowing yet?
Yes, it had, because I went out to clear the snow off the steps.
Okay. Had it just started snowing? You were going to clear off the
Yeah.
walkway?
Yeah, I'm a little nuts about that I clear off
Okay.
several times during the storm.
Sure. Yeah. Hopefully not anymore this year. We never know. All right, Mr. O'Mara. So you testified that you saw Mr. Morales leave 6.5 and go over to his car, correct?
Right.
Okay. And I thought I heard you say that you thought he was carrying something.
Right.
Okay. What was he carrying?
I said I could not see it. The railing is fairly high. It just, the way he was moving, it looked like he had something in his hand.
Was it a big object like this?
I couldn't really see, the details. Once I saw it was Jose, like in my mind, it's his house. He can come and go as he pleases. So I didn't really pay a lot of attention to what he was carrying because.
It's somebody in court. It wasn't me because I was muted.
That's.
Because you knew him and you had conversations.
Somebody clicking a pin.
In the past, casual conversations.
Sure. Like you told us,
Evidently it is.
Right?
Yeah.
Okay. Now, so the fact that you saw him walking out of the house at that point was nothing significant to you.
Right.
Right.
Because he resided there.
Right.
Right. Okay. And I think you told us that you didn't really have much of a relationship with Christine Holloway other than to wave or say hello. Is that correct?
Yeah.
You had more of a relationship with Mr. Morales.
Right.
Shoot the breeze as neighbors. Is that fair?
Right.
Okay, great. So he leaves, he goes to the car, and then did he go back into 6.5 Myrtle?
When he went back is when I spoke to him about the weather.
Okay, so let me just go slow. You were getting your jacket on because you were going outside. You saw him walk towards the car,
Right.
correct? You put your jacket on, you went outside, and did you talk to him on the way back into the?
Yes, he was heading back into the house at that time.
Okay, and that's when you talked to him?
Right.
Okay, and then he went into the house?
Yes.
Okay, great. And then you stayed outside?
No, I was just, it was a light snow at that point, so I swept up quick. And like I said, I was probably out there 4 or 5 more times. So.
Okay, waiting as the snow.
No, Tony.
Yeah, all right, that's fine. So you went back inside, and did you converse with Mr. Morales when he left the house the second time, sir?
No.
No, okay. And
yeah, Basil has been demanding attention on and off throughout the whole day. So he's laying down right now, but he's been getting all the loving and hugging. But yeah, that's definitely them. It's not me. I was muted when it first started. Abraham said, because if it is, we are all marching down to that courthouse to demand a real chance for justice for this victim. No doubt. I have to check it out.
And that's when you said you heard the car with you.
Heard the car start. Yep. And
It was a little louder
Yeah.
because of the muffler?
Yeah.
Okay. And when he went and left the apartment, did you see him carrying anything the second time?
I didn't notice him carrying anything the second time now.
Okay. And then you told us, I think you told us, I want to make sure, that evening, Detective Richard Esposito came to talk to you, correct?
He came, I did speak with him, but I spoke to another officer. I spoke to several people, so.
Okay.
Yep.
Let's go through it real slow, okay?
Yeah.
So now I'm going to take you towards the evening.
Cool, buddy.
It's dark outside, okay? It's still snowing, right? It's still Monday. Did a police officer come and knock on your door by the name of Officer Nelson and ask you if you had seen anything that day in the neighborhood?
Yes, I believe. I'm not sure about the officer's name, but they did come back and ask me actually if I had seen anybody leave that 6.5 address.
And you talked to that officer,
Yeah.
correct? Okay. And then the snow continued. And am I not correct that night on Monday the 2nd, the officer came back a second time to talk to you?
Right. Like I said, they came several times once I had spoken to him and said I saw someone leave I saw him leave the house.
Okay. I want to just go through that so that I understand. Is it your testimony that multiple officers during the course of the night came to you?
To be honest with you, I couldn't tell you how many officers came to me. I spoke to the police And then eventually I talked to Detective Esposito, their names and in between, the timing.
I know it was 5 years ago. I understand that. You testified that evening you went to the Ansonia Police Department and you looked at the photo array that was just marked as Exhibit 11.
I believe that was the next evening when I finally met with Detective Esposito down at the station.
Okay.
I have to look at the form and check the date, but I believe that was the next night when I actually got to that point.
You had told us that it was the evening of the 2nd. Now you're saying it's
Oh,
the evening of
then
the
I
3rd.
misspoke. It was the evening of the 3rd, I believe, that we actually got, that I was down at the police station.
Okay. So let's just go slow so we don't confuse it. So the police officers came on Monday the 2nd and you talked to them,
Right,
right? And there was a police officer that came at least 2 occasions, correct?
right.
You don't know his
I'm
name
not sure if it was the same officer both times. Just like, I saw the first officer come, when he came over and spoke to me, when it was the second time they came back, so I said I saw him leave the apartment. And then after that, there could have been several officers that came because, like I said, it got crazy then with all the police and.
But you weren't involved in the craziness with all the additional police coming, correct?
No.
No. And do you know a fellow named Jose Bourdet?
I know other Jose's. The last name I'm not sure about.
The neighbor across the street?
Okay, there is a Jose that lives directly across the street from me.
Yeah.
I wasn't sure of his last name.
That's okay, right? And his wife, Anna?
Yeah.
Yep, okay. So when you were talking to the police officers the second time, when they came back to you, isn't it correct that Mr. Bourdet came over and joined the conversation with you?
I don't remember him coming over at that time, but
Okay. Now, let me ask you this. The homeowner, Denise Hunt,
right.
Did she come down? Was she interviewed by the police officers? Do you know?
I have no idea.
My recollection is, and you tell me if I'm wrong, but my recollection is that you were talking to the police officers and Miss Hunt was standing right next to you.
Okay, if that's what you say, but like I said, when I talked to the police officer, I was speaking to the police officer, told him what that I saw him leave, and if Denise was down at the time, then she was there. But
That's all I'm trying to confirm with you. When you were talking to the police officer the second time, Miss Hunt came from the second floor and she joined in that conversation. Is that correct?
not that I remember, but I was talking to the police officers. That was what I was focused on.
I respect that. I understand you were talking to a police officer and they were doing an investigation and you wanted to be cooperative with the police, right?
Right.
Okay. All right.
Yeah.
You're a retired postal worker, right? Okay. Do you recall ever seeing Denise Hunt down?
I'm going to object, Your Honor. It's been asked 3 times. His recollection is he does not
Overruled. You
recall.
can ask the question. Thank you.
Lord have mercy, Jesus.
Do you recall Denise Hunt being down there with you when you were talking to the police officer?
No, I don't, but that doesn't mean she wasn't there, but she could have been standing on the porch the whole time. It's her porch.
Sure. Sure. She owns the house.
Yeah.
Right? Okay. So now you testified that Detective Richard Esposito made contact with you, correct?
Correct.
Did you know him prior to that evening?
No, I did not.
Okay. And is it your recollection that that was the following day, Tuesday, that Detective Esposito came? and
I
spoke?
believe the day I went down and signed the identification was Tuesday the 3rd.
Tuesday.
If I had spoken to Detective Esposito that night, like I said, several officers were in and out, and then maybe said, tomorrow we'll get together and go over your statement. But
Terrific. So would you agree with me that what happened was the following day on Tuesday, you went down to the Ansonia Police Department. I can show you the exhibit. I will if you want. But that was December 3rd that you went.
I
down
believe
there.
that they assigned this, identified the picture and signed, I believe was the 3rd.
Right. And there was no doubt that that was Jose Morales.
Not in my mind.
No, you've known him for a couple of years, correct?
Right.
Okay.
Right.
And when Mr. Morales came out of the apartment, he wasn't trying to hide from you. He had a conversation with you, correct?
Well, he had the conversation as he was heading into it, but no, he wasn't appeared to be hiding for anybody.
You didn't see him run back into the apartment or something like that.
No, he walked up to.
You know? Had you ever had occasion to call the police regarding your neighbors, Christine Holloway and Jose Morales, at
No.
any time?
No, I did not.
I have no other questions. Thanks for your time. Thank you, Lana.
Thank you. Any?
Nothing
Sure.
further, Your Honor.
All right. So, Mr. O'Meara, you're all set. Please watch your step as you exit the witness stand, okay? Thank you. All right, court's going to note for the record, the time is 4:45. I am in a position to adjourn for the day unless counsel needs to be heard. No?
Your Honor. Nothing from the defense.
Thank you. So ladies and gentlemen, before I do adjourn for the day, I just want to go over an instruction with you. So please remember that you must obey by the rules of your juror conduct. You will be going home to people who, of course, will be curious about the case that you are here on, as well as the trial. Remember, you've taken an oath that prohibits you to not talk about this case to anyone, not talk about the trial or any issues arising out of it until you've rendered a verdict. So that means you cannot talk to members of your family or friends or anyone, including each other, until such time as directed by this court. There are no exceptions
Mindy.
to this obligation. Though your oath should be reason enough to obey this instruction, just let me suggest to you for the practical reason, if you were to violate your oath and discuss the case at home or with others, they might give you ideas or details from some similar circumstances, and then you would have a problem when you start your deliberations of trying to sort out which information you've heard here in the courtroom and which information you've received from an outside source. Jurors often find deciding issues to be difficult enough without having the added problem of trying to filter out information that they obtained improperly and that was not part of the trial. So do not talk to anyone about this case, nor let anyone talk to you about it. Honor the oath you've taken. Likewise, you should not seek any information outside the evidence being presented here at trial. Do not visit any of the locations that have been mentioned. Do not look up anything. Do not conduct any independent research or perform any investigation to anything arising out of this trial. Your obligation will be to decide this case based solely on the evidence presented here in the courtroom and only on this evidence. Now, there is media coverage of this case. I warn you of that media coverage because many times we are likely to go home and turn on things such as the news or hop on our social media platforms. Your obligations here in this matter are extremely important. I do ask you to respect your oath and do your best to avoid all publicity or
Okay, Hannah,
attention
thank
or
you for being here,
information
love. See
about
you
this
tomorrow.
case from any source, including the media or social media. So with that, I am going to ask that you please leave your notebooks on your chair, and we will ask you to be here tomorrow morning at 9:30 a.m. for the continuation of evidence. Your notebooks will be secured in a confidential safe space. Thank you so much. Enjoy your night. Thank you. Court stands adjourned.
Okay, excuse me. 7:54:45. I thought that they had to stay in hotels, like while they were doing trial, but I guess not. I mean, I guess if it's in the same area where you reside, I guess you wouldn't have to stay in a hotel, and that saves the court money, so that's good, I guess. Excuse me. Thank you, Hio. Lolo, good to see you. This is my first time here. I enjoyed the day very much. Thank you for covering this case. I live in Connecticut, so I'm especially interested. See you tomorrow. Well, thank you for being here, Lala. I appreciate it. And yes, I can't wait to see y'all tomorrow. We are at 7 hours and 55 minutes, so I'm about to roll out. I need to go work on dinner and cleaning a house for a landlord. So I do want to let you know that you are special, you are important, and you are loved. And I will see y'all tomorrow. Thank you so much for hanging out. Thank you for the laughs. Thank you for the lighthearted nature you brought to a lot of this. This is a hard case to listen to. And thank you for the support. I love you all very much. Like I said, you are important, you are special, and you are loved. And I will see you tomorrow. Bye.